Hello and welcome to Let's Read A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This video is the last of a collection of 4, and it presents the last 8 chapters of the novel, as well as my concluding comments. If you would like to access the earlier segments of the project, or if you would like to access the entire project in the format of a playlist, enlarge the video description below, and you will find links there to accommodate you. Otherwise, stick around, and we will continue with our narrative. Chapter 6. 1. I must beg the reader to remember again that I had a slight giddiness in my head. If it had not been for that, I should have acted and spoken differently. In the shop, in a back room, one could indeed have eaten oysters, and we sat down to a table covered with a filthy cloth. Lambert ordered champagne. A glass of cold wine in a golden color was set before me, and seemed looking at me invitingly. But I felt annoyed. You see, Lambert, what annoys me most is that you think you can order me about now as you used to do at Touchard's, while you are cringing upon everybody here. You fool. Let's clink glasses. You don't even deign to keep up appearances with me. You might at least disguise the fact that you want to make me drunk. You are talking rot, and you're drunk. You must drink some more, and you'll be more cheerful. Take a glass, take it. Why do you keep on saying, take it? I am going, and that's the end of it. And I really did get up. He was awfully vexed. It was Trichetov whispered that to you. I saw you whispering. You are a fool for that. Alphonsine is really disgusted if he goes near her. He's a dirty beast. I'll tell you what he's like. You've told me already. You can talk of nothing but your Alphonsine. You're frightfully limited. Limited? He did not understand. They've gone over now to that pockmarked fellow. That's what it is. That's why I sent them about their business. They're dishonest. That fellow's a blackguard, and he's corrupting them. I insisted that they should always behave decently. I sat still, and, as it were, mechanically took my glass and drank a draught. I'm ever so far ahead of you in education, I said. But he was only too delighted that I went on sitting there, and at once filled up my glass. And you know you're afraid of them, I went on, taunting him, and no doubt I was even nastier than he was at that moment. Andreev knocked your hat off, and you gave him 25 rubles for it. I did give it him, but he'll pay me back. They are rebellious, but I'll be quits with them. You are awfully upset by that pockmarked man. And do you know, it strikes me that I'm the only one left you. All your hopes now are resting on me, aren't they? Yes, Arkasha, that is so. You are the only friend left me. You are right in saying that. He slapped me on the shoulder. What could be done with a man so crude? He was utterly obtuse and took irony for serious praise. You could save me from bad things if you would be a good comrade, Arkady, he went on, looking at me caressingly. In what way could I save you? You know yourself what it is. Without me, like a fool, you will certainly be stupid. But I'd get you 30,000, and we would go halves, and you know how. Why, think who you are. You're nothing, no name, no position. And here you'd win first prize straight off. And having such a fortune, you'll know how to make a career." I was simply astounded at this attack. I had taken for granted that he would dissemble, but he had begun about it with such bluntness, such schoolboyish bluntness. I resolved to listen to him from a desire to be open-minded, and from intense curiosity. "Look here, Lambert, you won't understand this, but I'm consenting to listen to you because I'm open-minded," I declared firmly, and again I took a gulp at my glass. Lambert at once filled it up. "I'll tell you what, Arkady. If a fellow like Bering had dared to abuse me and strike me in the presence of a lady I adored, I don't know what I should have done. But you put up with it. I'm ashamed of you. You're a poor creature." "How dare you say that Bering struck me?" I shouted, turning crimson. "It was more I struck him than he me." "No, it was he struck you, not you struck him." "You're lying. I trod on his foot, too." "But he shoved you back, and told the footman to drag you away, and she sat and looked on from her carriage and laughed at you. She knows that you have no father and that you can be insulted." "I don't understand this schoolboyish conversation, Lambert, and I'm ashamed of it. You are saying this to irritate me, and as crudely and as openly as though I were a boy of 16. You've been plotting with Anna Andreevna," I cried, trembling with anger, and still mechanically sipping my wine. "Anna Andreevna's a sly jade. She's humbugging you and me and all the world. I have been waiting for you, because you can best finish off with that woman." "With what woman?" "With Madame Akhmakov. I know all about it. You told me yourself that she is afraid of the letter you've got." "What letter? You're talking nonsense. Have you seen her?" I muttered in confusion. "Yes, I saw her. She's beautiful, très belle, and you've taste." "I know you've seen her, but you did not dare speak to her, and I wish you did not dare to speak of her either." "You're a boy, and she laughs at you, so there. We had a virtuous lady like that in Moscow. Oh, didn't she turn up her nose? But she began to tremble when we threatened that we would tell all we knew, and she knuckled under directly. And we got all we wanted both ways. Money and... you understand? Now she's virtue unapproachable again in society. My word, isn't she high and mighty? And hasn't she got a turnout? Da, you should have seen that little back room it happened in. You've not lived. If only you knew the little back rooms they don't shrink from." "I've thought that," I could not help muttering. "They're corrupt to their very fingertips. You don't know what they're capable of. Alphonsine lived in a house like that, and she was disgusted." "I have thought of that," I chimed in again. "But they beat you, and you complain." "Lambert, you're a blackguard, you're a damned beast," I cried, suddenly pulling myself together and beginning to tremble. "I have dreamed all this. You were in it, and Anna Andreevna. Oh, you damned brute! Did you really think I was such a scoundrel? I dreamed it because I knew that you would say this. And besides, all this can't be so simple that you can talk to me about it so simply and directly."
"He is in a rage, tut-tut-tut,"
Lambert drawled, laughing and triumphant.
"Well, Arkasha, my boy, now I've found out all I wanted to know. That's why I was so eager to see you. Listen, you love her, I see, and want to revenge yourself on Buring. That's what I wanted to find out. I've been suspecting it all this time while I've been waiting to see you. C'est supposé, cela change la question. And so much the better, for she loves you too. So you must marry her without a moment's delay. That's the best thing. You can't do anything else. That's your safest position. And then remember, Arkady, that you have a friend in me of whom you can make any use you like. And that friend will help you and will marry you. I'll move heaven and earth, Arkasha. And you can give your old friend 30,000 for his trouble afterwards, eh? And I'll help you, don't doubt that. I know all the ins and outs of the business, and I shall give you the whole dowry, and you'll be a wealthy man with a career before you."
Though my head was in a whirl, I looked at Lambert with wonder. He was in earnest, and not merely in earnest in what he said, but in believing in the possibility of my marrying. I could see that he thoroughly believed in it himself, and, in fact, caught at the idea with enthusiasm. I saw, of course, too, that he was entrapping me like a schoolboy. I certainly must have seen it even then. But the thought of marrying her so thrilled me that though I wondered how Lambert could believe in such a fantastic notion, yet at the same time I tried violently to believe in it myself, though I did not for an instant lose consciousness of the fact that it could not possibly come to pass. All this was mingled together at the same time. "But is it possible?" I faltered. "Why not? You will show her the letter. She'll be frightened and marry you to keep her money." I made up my mind not to stop Lambert in his vile suggestions, for he disclosed them to me with such simplicity, and did not suspect that I might be revolted by them. I did mutter, however, that I should not like to marry her simply by force. "I don't want to use force for anything. How can you be so base as to think me capable of it?"
"Hoity-toity! Why, she'll marry you of her own accord. It won't be your doing. She'll be frightened and marry you herself. Then she'll marry you because she loves you too," Lambert put in hastily.
"That's a lie. You're laughing at me. How do you know she loves me?"
"Of course she does. I know it. And Anna Andreevna assumes it. It's the truth in earnest. I'm telling you that Anna Andreevna assumes it. And I'll tell you something else when you come to me, and you'll see that she does love you. Alphonsine has been at Zaskoe. She found out there."
"What could she find out there?"
"You come back with me. She'll tell you herself, and it will please you. Why, aren't you as good as anybody? You are handsome, you are well educated."
"Yes, I am well educated," I answered, hardly able to breathe. My heart was thumping, and, of course, not only from the wine.
"You are handsome, you are well dressed."
"Yes, I'm well dressed."
"And you are good-natured."
"Yes, I'm good-natured."
"Why shouldn't she consent? Buring won't take her without money anyway, and you can deprive her of her money. So she'll be in a fright. You'll marry her and punish Buring. Why, you told me yourself that night after you were frozen that she was in love with you.
Can I have told you that? I'm sure I did not tell you that.
Yes, you did.
I was delirious when I said that. I suppose I told you of the letter, too?
Yes, you told me you had such a letter. I thought at the time, how can he let slip his luck if he has such a letter?
It's all a mad idea, and I'm not so stupid as to believe it, I muttered. To begin with, there's a difference in our ages, and besides, I've no surname.
But she'll marry you, though. She can't help marrying you when it's a question of so much money. I'll arrange that. And what's more, she loves you. You know that old prince is very well disposed to you. Through his protection, you know, you can form connections. And what does it matter if you have no name? Nowadays, nothing of that's necessary. Once you pocket the money, you'll get on, and in 10 years' time you will be such a millionaire that all Russia will resound with your fame, so you won't need a name then. Why, you can buy a title in Austria. And when you get married, keep her well in hand. They want a firm hand. If a woman's in love, she likes to feel a man's got a tight grip on her. Women like will in a man. When you frightened her with a letter, from that hour you will show her you have strength of will. Ah, she'll say, he's so young, and yet he has will.
I sat, as it were, spellbound. I should never with anyone else have sunk to such an idiotic conversation. But in this case, a sort of voluptuous craving drew me on to continue it. Besides, Lambert was so stupid and so low that no one could feel ashamed of anything before him. "No, do you know, Lambert," I said suddenly, "you may say what you like, but a great deal of this is absurd. I have been talking to you because we were schoolfellows, and we need not be ashamed of saying anything to one another. But I would not have demeaned myself to it with anyone else for any consideration. And first of all, tell me why you keep repeating so positively that she's in love with me. That was quite good what you said just now about having capital. But you see, Lambert, you don't know anything of good society. All this is still with them on the most patriarchal family system, so to say. And therefore, as so far she does not know my abilities and what a position I may achieve in the world, she'll be ashamed of me. But I won't conceal from you, Lambert, that there really is one point that might give one hope. You see, she might marry me from gratitude, because I might save her from a man she hates, and she is afraid of that man." "Ah, you mean your father? Why, is he so much in love with her?" Lambert said, pricking up his ears with peculiar curiosity. "Oh, no," I cried. "And how horrid you are, and at the same time how stupid, Lambert. Why, if he were in love with her, how could I want to marry her? After all, we are father and son. That would be shameful. He loves my mother, and I saw how he held her in his arms. I did think at one time he loved Katerina Nikolaevna, but now I know for certain that though he may once have loved her, he has hated her for a long time now, and wants to revenge himself on her. And she's afraid of him. For I tell you, Lambert, he is very terrible when he begins to revenge himself. He becomes almost insane. When he's in a rage with her, he doesn't stick at anything. This is a feud in the old style on account of the loftiest principles. In our time we don't care a hang for any general principles. Nowadays there are no general principles, but only special cases. Ah, Lambert, you don't understand. You are as stupid as a post. I am talking to you about these principles, but I am sure you don't understand. You are awfully uneducated. Do you remember you used to beat me? Now I'm stronger than you are. Do you know that?
Arkasha, come home with me. We'll spend the evening and drink another bottle, and Alphonsine will sing to the guitar.
No, I'm not coming. Listen, Lambert, I've got an idea. If I don't succeed and don't marry, I shall fall back on the idea. But you haven't an idea.
All right, you shall tell me about it. Come along.
I am not coming, I said, getting up. I don't want to, and I'm not coming. I shall come and see you, but you are a blackguard. I'll give you 30,000, but I am cleaner and better than you. I see you want to deceive me all around. But I forbid you even to think of her. She's above everyone, and your plan is so low that I really wonder at you, Lambert. I want to be married. That's a different matter. But I don't want money. I despise money. I wouldn't take it if she begged me to on her knees. But marriage, that's a different matter. But you know that was quite right what you said, that one ought to keep a tight hand on her. It's a good thing to love passionately, with all the generosity of which a man is capable, and which can never be found in a woman. But to be despotic is a good thing, too. For do you know, Lambert, a woman loves despotism. You understand woman, Lambert. But you are wonderfully stupid in everything else. And do you know, Lambert, you are not at all such a blackguard as you seem. You're simple. I like you. Oh, Lambert, why are you such a rogue? What a jolly time we might have if you weren't. You know, Trishatov's a dear. These last incoherent phrases I muttered in the street. No, I set all this down in every trivial detail, that the reader may see that, with all my enthusiasm and vows and promises to reform and to strive for seemliness, I was capable then of falling so easily and into such filth. And I swear that if I were not fully convinced that I am no longer the same, but have gained strength of character by practical life, I should not have confessed all this to the reader. We went out of the shop, and Lambert supported me slightly, putting his arm round me. Suddenly I looked at him, and saw in his fixed, terribly intent, and perfectly sober eyes the very same expression as I had seen that morning when I was frozen, and when he had led me to the cab with his arm round me in the same way, and listened, all eyes and ears, to my incoherent babble. Men who are drunk, but not quite hopelessly drunk, sometimes have moments of absolute soberness. "I'm not going home with you for anything," I declared firmly and coherently, looking at him sarcastically and putting aside his arm. "Come, nonsense! I'll tell Alphonsine to make tea for us. Come." He was horribly confident that I should not get away. He put his arm round me and held me with a sort of relish, as his prey, and the prey was what he needed, of course, that evening and in that condition. It will be clear later why. "I'm not coming," I repeated. "Cab!" At that instant a sledge drove up, and I jumped into it. "Where are you off to? What are you about?" yelled Lambert, clutching at my fur coat in extreme dismay. "And don't you dare to follow me," I cried. "Don't drive after me." At that very instant the sledge started, and my coat was torn out of Lambert's hands.
"You'll come all the same," he shouted after me in an angry voice.
"I shall come if I want to. I can do as I like," I retorted, turning round in the sledge. II. He did not follow me, of course, because there did not happen to be another sledge at hand, and I succeeded in getting out of his sight. I drove on as far as the Haymarket, and there I stopped and dismissed the sledge. I had a great desire to walk. I was not conscious of being tired or of being much intoxicated. I felt full of vigor. I was aware of a fresh flow of energy, of an exceptional readiness for any sort of enterprise, and of innumerable pleasant ideas in my brain. My heart was thudding violently and loudly. I could hear every beat. And everything seemed so charming, so easy. When I passed the sentry at the Haymarket, I felt inclined to go up and kiss him. There was a thaw. The marketplace was dingy and evil-smelling, but I was delighted even with the marketplace. I am in the Obuhovsky Prospect, I thought, and afterwards I shall turn to the left and come out in the Semyonovsky Quarter. I shall take a short-cut. That's delightful. It's all delightful. My coat is unbuttoned. How is it no one snatches it off? Where are the thieves? They say there are thieves in the Haymarket. Let them come. I might give them my fur coat. What do I want with a fur coat? A fur coat is property. La propriété c'est le vol. But what nonsense! And how nice everything is! It's nice that the snow is melting. Why frost? There's no need of a frost at all. It's nice to talk nonsense, too. What was it I said to Lambert about principles? I said there were no general principles, but only special cases. That was stuff, utter stuff. And I said it on purpose, out of swagger. I am a little ashamed, but after all, it doesn't matter. I'll make up for it. Don't be ashamed. Don't distress yourself, Arkady Makarovitch. Arkady Makarovitch, I like you. I like you very much, in fact, my young friend. It's a pity you're a little rascal. Yes. I suddenly stood still, and my heart began to ache with ecstasy again. Good God, what was it he said? He said that she loves me. Oh, he is a scoundrel. He told a lot of lies. That was to make me stay the night with him. But perhaps not. He said Anna Andreevna thinks so too. Bah, but Darya Onisimovna might have found out something about it for him. She pokes her nose into everything. And why didn't I go to him? I should have found out everything. He has a plan, and I had a presentiment of it all, every bit of it. The dream. A bold scheme, Monsieur Lambert. Only let me tell you it won't be so. Perhaps it will, though. Perhaps it will. And can he bring off my marriage? Perhaps he can. He is naive, and he believes it. He is stupid and impudent, like all practical people. Stupidity and impudence combined are a great force. But confess, you were really afraid of Lambert, Arkady Makarovitch. And what does he want with honest people? He says so seriously, there isn't an honest man here. Why, what are you yourself? And what am I? Don't scoundrels need honest men? In swindling, honest men are needed more than anywhere. You did not know that till now, Arkady Makarovitch. You were so innocent. Good God! What if he really were to bring about my marriage? I stood still again. Here I must confess something stupid, as it is all so long ago. I must confess that I had long before been wishing to be married. At least, not wishing. It would never have happened, and I can guarantee it never will in the future. But more than once, a great many times in fact, I had dreamed how splendid it would be to be married, especially as I was falling asleep at night. I began to dream of it when I was about 16. I had a schoolfellow of my own age at the high school called Lavrovsky. Such a quiet, sweet, pretty boy, not particularly distinguished in any other way, however. I hardly ever talked to him. One day we happened to be sitting side by side, and he was very dreamy, and suddenly he said to me, "Now, Dokoriki, what do you think? We ought to be married now. Yes, really, when should we be married if not now? Now would be the very best time, and yet it's impossible." And he said that so frankly. And I agreed with it at once entirely, for I already had visions of something of the sort. For several days afterwards we met and talked, as it were in secret, only of that, however. But afterwards, I don't know how it happened, but we left off talking to each other and drifted apart. And from that time I began to dream of marriage. This, of course, would not have been worth mentioning, only I wanted to show how far back this feeling sometimes goes. "There is only one serious objection," I mused as I went on again. "Oh, of course, the trivial difference in our ages is no real obstacle. But she is such an aristocrat, and I am simply Dolgoruki. It's awfully horrid. Couldn't Versilov marry Mother and petition the government for me to be legitimized as a reward for his services, so to say? He's been in the service, so must have rendered services. He was a mediator at the emancipation. Oh, damn it all, how loathsome!" I suddenly uttered this exclamation and stood still for the third time. But this time I felt as though I had been crushed to the earth. The agonizing feeling of humiliation, from the consciousness that I could desire anything so shameful as the change of my surname by being legitimized, this treachery to my whole childhood, all this in one flash shattered my previous mood, and all my joyfulness was dissipated like smoke. "No, I'll never tell that to anyone," I thought, turning crimson. "I've sunk so low because I'm in love and stupid. No, if Lambert is right in anything, it is that nowadays, in our age, the man is what matters, and afterwards his money. Or rather, not his money, but rather his property. With a capital like that I would throw myself into the idea, and all Russia would ring with my fame in 10 years, and I would revenge myself on them all. And there's no need to stand on ceremony with her. Lambert's right there. She'll be frightened and simply marry me. She'll consent in the simplest and most abject way and marry me. You don't know in what little back rooms that happened." I remembered Lambert's words. "That's true," I went on musing. "Lambert's right in everything, 1,000 times more right than Versilov and I and all the idealists. He is a realist. She shall see that I have strength of will, and she will say, 'He has will.' Lambert's a scoundrel, and all he wants is to get 30,000 out of me. And yet he is the only friend I have. There is no other sort of friendship, and there can be no other. That's all been invented by unpractical people. And I shan't be even degrading her. Shall I be degrading her? Not in the least. All women are like that. Are there any women who are not abject? That's why she must have a man over her. That's why she's created a subordinate creature. Woman is vice and temptation, and man is honor and generosity. So it will be to the end of time. And what if I do mean to use that document? That does not matter. That does not prevent honor or generosity. Pure, unadulterated Schillers don't exist. They are invented. It does not matter if one has to pass through filth to get there, as long as the goal is magnificent. It will all be washed off. It will all be smoothed away afterwards. And now it's only breadth. It's only life. It's only vital truth. That's what it is called nowadays. Oh, I repeat again, I must be forgiven for recording all my drunken ravings at the time. Of course, this is only the essence of what I thought then, but I fancy I used those very words. I was bound to record them because I have sat down to write in order to condemn myself. And what is to be condemned if not that? Can there be anything graver in my life? Wine is no justification. In vino veritas. Entirely absorbed in such dreams, I did not notice that I had reached home, that is, mother's lodgings. I did not even notice going in, but as soon as I slipped into our tiny entrance, I realized at once that something unusual was happening. There were loud voices and outcries in the room, and I could hear that mother was crying. In the doorway I almost fell over Lucaria, who was running from Makar Ivanovitch's room to the kitchen. I flung down my fur coat and went in to Makar Ivanovitch, for they were all gathered together in his room. There I found Mother and Versilov. Mother was supported in his arms, and he was pressing her to his heart. Makar Ivanovitch was sitting as usual on his little bench, but he seemed overcome with weakness, and Lisa had her arms round his shoulders, and with an effort was holding him up, and it was evident that he was on the point of falling. I took a rapid step towards him, and realized with a shudder that the old man was dead. He had only just died, 1 minute before I arrived. Only 10 minutes before, he had felt just as usual. No one was with him then but Lisa. She had been sitting with him, telling her grief, and he had been stroking her head just as he had done the day before. Suddenly he began to tremble, Lisa told us, tried to stand up, tried to cry out, and began falling on his left side, and was silent. "Rupture of the heart," said Versilov. Lisa uttered a scream that could be heard all over the house, and they had all run in at once, and all that only the minute before I came in. "Arkady," Versilov cried, "run instantly to Tatyana Pavlovna. She's sure to be at home. Ask her to come at once. Take a sledge. Make haste, I entreat you." His eyes were shining. I remember that clearly. I did not notice in his face anything like simple pity, anything like tears. The others, Mother, Lisa, and Lucaria were crying. I was struck, on the contrary, and I remember this very well, by a look of unusual excitement, almost of elation in his face. I ran for Tatyana Pavlovna. It was not far to go, as a reader knows already. I did not take a sledge, but ran all the way without stopping. My mind was in confusion, and yet there was something almost like elation in my heart, too. I realized something momentous was happening. Every trace of drunkenness had disappeared completely, and with it every ignoble thought by the time I was ringing at Tatyana Pavlovna's door. The Finnish cook opened the door. "Not at home," she said, and would have shut it at once. "Not at home?" I cried, and rushed headlong into the passage. "Impossible! Makar Ivanovitch is dead!" "What?" I heard Tatyana Pavlovna cry out in her drawing-room through the closed door. "He is dead! Makar Ivanovitch is dead! Andrei Petrovitch begs you to go this minute." "What nonsense you're talking!" The bolt clicked, but the door only opened an inch. "What has happened? Tell me." "I don't know. He was dead when I arrived. Andrei Petrovitch says it's a rupture of the heart." "I'll come at once, this minute. Run and tell them I'm coming. Run along, run along, run along. What are you stopping for?" But through the half-opened door, I had distinctly seen someone come suddenly out from behind the curtain that screened Tatyana Pavlovna's bed. And that someone was standing at the back of the room behind Tatyana Pavlovna. Mechanically and instinctively, I clutched at the lock and would not let the door be shut. "Arkady Makarovitch, is it really true that he's dead?" I heard a soft, smooth, ringing voice, a well-known voice that thrilled everything in my heart at once. In the question was a note of some emotion that deeply stirred her heart. "Oh, if that's how it is," cried Tatyana Pavlovna, abandoning the door. "If that's how it is, you may settle it to please yourself. It's your own doing." She ran full speed out of the flat, flinging on her kerchief and her fur coat as she went downstairs. We were left alone. I threw off my fur coat, took a step forward, and shut the door. She stood before me as she had done that time before, with a bright face, and just as she had done then, she held out both hands to me. As though I had been struck down, I literally fell at her feet. III. I was beginning to cry. I don't know why. I don't remember how she made me sit down beside her. I only remember, as one of my most precious memories, that we sat side by side, hand in hand, and talked eagerly. She was questioning me about the old man and his death, and I was telling her about him, so that it might have been supposed that I had been crying over Makar Ivanovitch, though that would have been the acme of absurdity, and I know that she could not possibly have suspected me of such childish banality. All at once I pulled myself together and felt ashamed. I imagine now that I cried simply from joy, and I believe she knew that perfectly well, so that my heart is quite at rest when I remember it. It suddenly struck me as very strange that she should go on questioning me about Makar Ivanovitch. "Why, did you know him?" I asked in surprise. "Yes. I have never seen him, but he has played a part in my life too. I was told a great deal about him at one time, by that man whom I fear. You know what man I mean." "All I know is that that man has been in the past much nearer to your heart than you told me before," I said. I don't know what I meant to express by this, but I spoke, as it were, reproachfully and with a frown. "You say he was kissing your mother just now, holding her in his arms. You saw that yourself?" She did not hear what I said, but went on cross-examining me. "Yes, I saw it, and believe me," I hastened to assure her, seeing her joy, "it was with true and generous feeling." "God grant it," she said, crossing herself. "Now he is set free. That admirable old man simply held his life in bondage. His death will mean for him a renewal of duty and dignity, as they were renewed once before. Oh, he is before all things generous. He will give peace of heart to your mother, whom he loves more than anything on earth, and will at last be at peace himself. And thank God, it's high time." "He is dear to you?" "Yes, very dear, though not in the way he would have liked to be, and you mean by your question." "And is it for yourself or for him that you are afraid now?" I asked suddenly. "Oh, these are deep questions. Let us leave them." "Let us leave them, of course. But I knew nothing of this, nor of too much else, perhaps. But may you be right, now everything will begin anew, and if anyone is to be renewed, it's I first of all. I have been base in my thoughts in regard to you, Katerina Nikolaevna, and not more than an hour ago, perhaps, I was guilty of a low action in regard to you. But do you know, I am sitting beside you and feel no pang of conscience? For everything now is over, and everything is beginning anew, and the man who was plotting vileness against you an hour ago, I don't know, and don't want to know." "Come, calm yourself," she smiled. "One would think you were a little delirious." "And how can one condemn oneself beside you, whether one is good or vile? You are as far beyond one as the sun. Tell me, how could you come out to me after all that's happened? Oh, if only you knew what happened only an hour ago, and what a dream has come true." "I expect I know all that," she smiled softly. "You have just been wanting to punish me in some way. You swore to ruin me, and would certainly have killed, or at least have beaten, anyone who had dared to say one word against me." Oh, she smiled and jested, but this was only from her excessive kindness, for her heart at that moment, as I realized later, was full of such an immense anxiety of her own, such a violent overmastering emotion, that she can only have talked to me and have answered my foolish, irritating questions. She can only have done that as one sometimes answers the persistent prattle of a little child, simply to get rid of it. I understood that dully and felt ashamed, but I could not help persisting. "No," I cried, unable to control myself. "No, I did not kill the man who spoke ill of you. I encouraged him instead." "Oh, for goodness' sake, please don't. There's no need to tell me anything," she said, suddenly putting out her hand to stop me, with a look of compassion in her face. But I leapt up from my seat and was standing before her to tell her everything, and if I had told her, nothing of what happened afterwards would have happened, for it would certainly have ended in my confessing everything and returning the document to her. But she suddenly laughed. "There's no need of anything, no facts at all. I know all your misdoings. I'm ready to bet that you meant to marry me or something of that sort, and you have only just been plotting about it with someone, with some accomplice, some old school friend. Why, I believe I've guessed right," she cried, looking gravely at my face. "What? How could you guess?" I faltered like a fool, tremendously impressed. "Well, what next? But that's enough, I forgive you, but no more about it." She waved her hand again with unmistakable impatience. "I am given to dreaming myself, and if you only knew what shifts I have recourse to in my dreams when I let myself go. That's enough. You make me forget what I was going to say. I am very glad that Tatiana Pavlovna has gone away. I have been very anxious to see you, and we could not have talked as we are doing before her. I believe I was to blame for what happened. I was. Of course I was." "You to blame? But I had betrayed you to him, and what can you have thought of me? I have been thinking of that all this time, all these days. I have been thinking and feeling about it every minute." It was not a lie. "There was no need for you to distress yourself so much. I quite understood at the time how it had all happened. You simply spoke too freely in your joy, and told him that you were in love with me, and that I listened to you. Just what you would do at 20. You love him more than anyone in the world, don't you, and look to him to be your friend, your ideal? I quite understood that, but it was too late. Oh, yes, I was to blame. I ought to have sent for you at the time, and have set your mind at rest, but I felt annoyed. I told them not to admit you. That's what led to the scene at the entrance, and then that night. And do you know, like you, I've been dreaming all this time of meeting you secretly, only I did not know how to arrange it. And what do you suppose I dreaded more than anything? That you would believe what he said against me." "Never," I cried. "The memory of our meetings in the past is dear to me. The boy in you is very dear to me, and perhaps, too, that very sincerity. You know, I'm a very serious person. I am one of the most serious and gloomy characters among modern women, let me tell you. We'll have another talk sometime, but now I'm not quite myself. I am upset, and I believe I'm a little hysterical. But at last, he will let me too live in peace." This exclamation broke from her unconsciously. I understood it at once, and did not want to catch it up, but I trembled all over. "He knows I've forgiven him," she exclaimed suddenly again, as though to herself. "Could you really forgive him that letter? And how could he tell that you forgave him?" I could not help exclaiming. "How could he tell? Oh, he knows," she went on, answering me, yet she looked as though she had forgotten my existence and were talking to herself. He has come to his senses now, and how could he not know that I forgave him, when he knows every secret of my soul by heart? Why, he knows that I am a little after his kind myself. You? Why, yes, he knows that. Oh, I'm not passionate, I'm calm. But like him, I should like all men to be fine. Of course, there was something made him love me. How could he say that you had all the vices? He only said that. He has another secret in his heart. And didn't he write an awfully funny letter? Funny? I was listening to her with strained attention. I imagined that she really was hysterical and was speaking, perhaps, not for my benefit, but I could not resist the question. Oh, yes, funny, and how I should have laughed if I hadn't been frightened. Though I'm not such a coward, don't think it. But I didn't sleep all night after that letter. It seemed written in blood and frenzy, and after such a letter what was left to come? I love life. I'm horribly afraid for my life. I'm horribly cowardly in that. Ah, listen, she cried, suddenly darting at me. Go to him. He's alone now. He can't be there still. Most likely he's gone off somewhere alone. Make haste and find him. You must make haste. Run to him. Show him that you are his son and love him. Prove that you are the dear, kind boy, my student whom Oh, God give you happiness. I love nobody, and it is better so. But I want everyone to be happy, everyone, and him above all. And let him know that, at once, I should be very glad. She got up and suddenly disappeared behind the curtain. At that instant, tears were shining on her face, hysterical after her laughter. I remained alone, agitated and confused. I was completely at a loss to what to ascribe such emotion in her, an emotion which I never should have suspected. Something seemed to be clutching at my heart. I waited 5 minutes, 10. The profound silence suddenly struck me, and I ventured to peep out of the door and to call. In answer to my call, Marya appeared and informed me in the most stolid tone that the lady had put on her things long, long ago and gone out by the back way. Breaking in. The death of Makar Ivanovich presents a crisis point for several of our characters. Both biological father and son received exhortations from the dying man in Chapter 4, and in the wake of his death, they now face the test of honoring those wishes. Arkady, of course, encounters the news of the man's death precisely at the point when his thoughts have reached the absolute antithesis of what Makar Ivanovich wanted for him. Moments before encountering his dead legal father, he is even dreaming of disowning the man's surname for the purpose of ensnaring Katerina Nikolaevna in matrimony. Naturally, Lambert represents the polar opposite of the seemliness of Makar Ivanovich, and for a moment he seems to get most of what he wants out of Arkady and their interaction, at least psychologically. There is notable physical contact here, too. His supporting Arkady in the street, and then grasping his fur coat right as Arkady breaks away. That event is worth remembering. And how will Versilov respond to the death of Makar Ivanovich? Arkady observes the excitement in the shining eyes of his father minutes after his passing. Katerina Nikolaevna correctly notes that the man is now free to marry Sonia, and thus to leave Katerina herself in peace. But she herself appears to be agitated by some hidden feelings surrounding Versilov, and perhaps she is facing a crisis point of her own. Obviously enough, Arkady desperately wants his biological parents to legally wed. His interest is not merely familial. There have been intimations of a subliminal jealousy of his father for some time, which become even more apparent here. But our youth is obviously destined to be a loser in this particular love triangle, despite Lambert's outrageous urgings in Section 1. Indeed, if Katerina Nikolaevna is to be believed, there can be no winners, here or elsewhere. But she also says in this interview that Versilov is carrying some other secret in his heart. Perhaps Arkady has some hope of finding what that is, as he has just been instructed to find the man in order to deliver the young woman's message. Expect the next 2 chapters to compose one of the thematic showpieces of the novel. End of comments. Chapter 7. 1. This was enough for me. I snatched up my fur coat and, throwing it on as I went, rushed off with the thought, "She bade me go to him, but where shall I find him?" But together with everything else, I was struck by the question, why does she suppose that something has happened, and that now he will leave her in peace? Of course, because he will marry Mother. But what is she feeling? Is she glad that he will marry Mother, or is she unhappy about it? And was that why she was hysterical? Why is it I can't get to the bottom of it? I note this second thought that flashed upon me, literally in order to record it. It is important. That evening was a momentous one. And really, one is forced to believe in predestination. I had not gone 100 steps in the direction of Mother's lodging when I came across the man I was looking for. He clutched me by the shoulder and stopped me. "It's you!" he cried joyfully, and at the same time with the greatest astonishment. "Only fancy, I've been at your lodgings," he began quickly. "I have been looking for you. I have been asking for you. You are the one person I want in the whole universe. Your landlord told me some extraordinary tale, but you weren't there, and I came away and even forgot to tell him to ask you to run round to me at once. And would you believe it? I set off, nevertheless, with the positive conviction that fate could not fail to send you to me now when I most need you. And here you are the first person to meet me. Come home with me. You've never been to my rooms." In fact, we had been looking for each other, and something of the same sort had happened to each of us. We walked very rapidly. On the way, he uttered only a few brief phrases, telling me he had left Mother with Tatyana Pavlovna and so on. He walked holding my arm. His lodging was not far off, and we soon arrived. I had, in fact, never been in these rooms of his. It was a small flat of 3 rooms which he had taken, or rather Tatiana Pavlovna had taken, simply for that tiny baby. The flat had always been under Tatiana Pavlovna's supervision, and in it had been installed a nurse with the baby, and now Darya Onisimovna too. But there had always been a room there for Vasilov, the outermost of the 3, a fairly good and spacious room, snugly furnished, like a study for literary pursuits. On the table, on the shelves, and on a whatnot, there were numbers of books, while at Mother's there were none at all. There were manuscripts and bundles of letters. In fact, it all looked snug, and as though it had been long inhabited. And I know that in the past Vasilov had sometimes, though not very often, moved into this flat altogether, and had stayed there even for weeks at a time. The first thing that caught my attention was a portrait of Mother that hung over the writing table, a photograph in a magnificent carved frame of rare wood, obviously taken abroad, and judging from its size, a very expensive one. I had never heard of this portrait, and knew nothing of it before. And what struck me most of all was the likeness which was remarkable in a photograph, the spiritual truth of it, so to say. In fact, it looked more like a real portrait by the hand of an artist than a mere mechanical print. When I went in, I could not help stopping before it at once. "Isn't it? Isn't it?" Vasilov repeated behind me, meaning, "Isn't it like?" I glanced at him and was struck by the expression of his face. He was rather pale, but there was a glowing and intense look in his eyes which seemed shining with happiness and strength. I had never seen such an expression on his face. "I did not know that you loved Mother so much," I blurted out, suddenly delighted. He smiled blissfully, though in his smile there was a suggestion of something like a martyr's anguish, or rather something humane and lofty. I don't know how to express it, but highly developed people, I fancy, can never have triumphantly and complacently happy faces. He did not answer, but taking the portrait from the rings with both hands, brought it close to him, kissed it, and gently hung it back on the wall. "Observe," he said, "photographs very rarely turn out good likenesses, and that one can easily understand. The originals, that is all of us, are very rarely like ourselves. Only on rare occasions does a man's face express his leading quality, his most characteristic thought. The artist studies the face and divines its characteristic meaning, though at the actual moment when he's painting, it may not be in the face at all. Photography takes a man as he is, and it is extremely possible that at moments Napoleon would have turned out stupid, and Bismarck tender. Here, in this portrait, by good luck, the sun caught Sonia in her characteristic moment of modest, gentle love, and rather wild, shrinking chastity. And how happy she was when at last she was convinced that I was so eager to have her portrait. Though that photograph was taken not so long ago, still she was younger then and handsomer. Yet even then she had those hollow cheeks, those lines on her forehead, that shrinking timidity in her eyes, which seems to gain upon her with the years and increase as time goes on. Would you believe it, dear boy? I can scarcely picture her now with a different face. And yet, you know, she was once young and charming. Russian women go off quickly. Their beauty is only a passing gleam. And this is not only due to racial peculiarity, but is because they are capable of unlimited love. The Russian woman gives everything at once when she loves. The moment and her whole destiny, and the present and the future. She does not know how to be thrifty. She keeps nothing hidden in reserve, and their beauty is quickly consumed upon him whom they love. Those hollow cheeks, they too were once a beauty that has been consumed on me, on my brief amusement. You are glad that I love your mother, and perhaps you didn't believe that I did love her. Yes, my dear, I did love her very much, but I've done her nothing but harm. Here is another portrait. Look at that, too. He took it from the table and handed it to me. It, too, was a photograph, a great deal smaller, in a thin oval wooden frame. It was the face of a young girl, thin and consumptive, and at the same time very good-looking, dreamy and yet strangely lacking in thought. The features were regular, of the type suggesting the pampering of generations, but it left a painful impression. It looked as though some fixed idea had taken possession of this creature and was torturing her, just because it was too much for her strength. That is a girl you meant to marry, and who died of consumption. Her stepdaughter, I said rather timidly. Yes, I meant to marry her. She died of consumption, her stepdaughter. I knew that you knew all that gossip, though you could have known nothing about it but the gossip. Put the portrait down, my boy. That was a poor, mad girl, and nothing more. Really mad? Or imbecile? I think she was mad, though. She had a child by Prince Sergei. It came about through madness, not through love. It was one of Prince Sergei's most scoundrelly actions. The child is here now, in the next room, and I've long wanted to show it to you. Prince Sergei has never dared come here to look at the child. That was the compact I made with him abroad. I took the child to bring up with your mother's permission. With your mother's permission, I meant at the time to marry that unhappy creature. Could such permission have been possible? I protested warmly. Oh, yes, she allowed it. Jealousy could only have been felt of a woman, and that was not a woman. Not a woman to anyone but Mother? I shall never in my life believe that Mother was not jealous, I cried. And you're right. I guessed it was so when everything was over. That is, when she had given her permission. But enough of that. It all came to nothing through Lydia's death, and perhaps it wouldn't have come off if she had lived. And even now I don't let Mother come to see the child. It was only an episode. My dear boy, I've been looking forward to having you here for ever so long. I've been dreaming of how we should get to know each other here. Do you know how long? For the last 2 years. He looked at me sincerely and truthfully, and with a warmth of heart in which there was no reserve. I gripped his hand. "Why have you put it off? Why did you not invite me long ago? If only you knew all that has been, which would not have been, if only you had sent for me earlier." At that instant the samovar was brought in, and Darya Onisimovna suddenly brought in the baby asleep. "Look at it," said Versilov. "I am fond of it, and I told them to bring it in now, that you might look at it. Well, take it away again, Darya Onisimovna. Sit down to the samovar. I shall imagine that we have always lived together like this, and that we've been meeting every evening with no parting before us. Let me look at you. There, sit like this that I can see your face. How I love your face. How I used to imagine your face when I was expecting you from Moscow. You ask why I did not send for you long ago. Wait a little, perhaps you will understand that now. Can it be that it's only that old man's death that has set your tongue free? That's strange." But though I said that, I looked at him with love. We talked like two friends in the highest and fullest sense of the word. He had asked me to come here to make something clear to me, to tell me something, to justify himself. And yet everything was explained and justified before a word was said. Whatever I might hear from him now, the result was already attained, and we both knew that and were happy, and looked at each other knowing it. "It's not the death of that old man," he answered. "It's not his death alone. There is something else, too, which has happened at the same time. God bless this moment and our future for a long time to come. Let us talk, my dear boy. I keep wandering from the point and letting myself be drawn off. I want to speak about one thing, but I launched into 1,000 side issues. It's always like that when the heart is full. But let us talk. The time has come, and I've been in love with you, boy, for ever so long." He sank back in the armchair and looked at me once more. "How strange it is to hear that! How strange it is!" I repeated in an ecstasy of delight. And then I remember there suddenly came into his face that habitual line, as it were, of sadness and mockery together, which I knew so well. He controlled himself, and with a certain stiffness began. Breaking in. The setting of this interview occurs in Versilov's personal lodgings, far away from the family house. As a reminder, while Versilov effectively lives with Sonia, Arkady's mother, for the sake of social appearances, he keeps a separate set of rooms for himself. We now have final confirmation that the mysterious baby belongs to Prince Sergei, who took advantage of the invalid Lydia Akhmakova a year and a half prior at Ems. We will hear a bit more about Sonia's relation to these events before the interview is over. End of comments. You see, Arkady, if I had asked you to come earlier, what should I have said to you? That question is my whole answer. You mean that now you are mother's husband and my father, well then... You did not know what to say to me before about the social position. Is that it? Not only about that, dear boy. I should not have known what to say to you. There was so much I should have had to be silent about. Much that was absurd indeed and humiliating, because it was like a mountebank performance. Yes, a regular show at a fair. Come, how could we have understood each other before, when I've only understood myself today at 5 o'clock this afternoon, just 2 hours before Makar Ivanovitch's death? You look at me with unpleasant perplexity. Don't be uneasy. I will explain the facts, but what I have just said is absolutely true. My whole life has been lost in mazes and perplexity, and suddenly they are all solved on such a day, at 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's quite mortifying, isn't it? A little while ago I should really have felt mortified. I was listening indeed with painful wonder. That old expression of Versilov's, which I should have liked not to meet that evening after what had been said, was strongly marked. Suddenly I exclaimed, "My God! You've received something from her! At 5 o'clock this afternoon!" He looked at me intently, and was evidently struck at my exclamation, and perhaps at my expression, "from her." "You shall know all about it," he said, with a dreamy smile. "And of course I shall not conceal from you anything you ought to know, for that's what I brought you here for. But let us put that off for a time. You see, my dear boy, I knew long ago that there are children who brood from their earliest years over their family, through being humiliated by the unseemliness of their surroundings and of their parents' lives. I noticed these brooding natures while I was still at school, and I concluded then that it all came from their being prematurely envious. Though I was myself a brooding child, yet— Excuse me, my dear, I'm wonderfully absent-minded. I only meant to say that almost all this time I have been continually uneasy about you. I always imagined you one of those little creatures doomed to solitude, though conscious of being gifted. Like you, I was never fond of my schoolfellows. It is sad for those natures who are flung back on their own resources and dreams, especially when they have a passionate, premature, and almost vindictive longing for seemliness. Yes, vindictive. But enough, dear boy, I'm wandering from the point. Before I had begun to love you, I was picturing you and your solitary wild dreams. But enough. I've actually forgotten what I had begun to speak about. But all this had to be said, however. But what could I have said to you before? Now I see your eyes looking at me, and I feel it's my son looking at me. Why, even yesterday I could not have believed that I should ever be sitting and talking to my boy as I am today. He certainly did seem unable to concentrate his mind, and at the same time he seemed, as it were, softened. I have no need to dream and brood now. It's enough for me now that I have you. I will follow you, I said, dedicating myself to him with my whole heart. Follow me? But my wanderings are just over. They have ended today. You are too late, my dear boy. Today is the end of the last act, and the curtain has gone down. This last act has dragged on long. It began very long ago, the last time I rushed off abroad. I threw up everything then, and you must know, my dear, I broke off all relations for good with your mother, and told her I was doing so myself. That you ought to know. I told her then I was going away forever, that you would never see me again. What was worst of all, I even forgot to leave her any money. I did not think of you either, not for 1 minute. I went away meaning to remain in Europe and never to return home, my dear. I emigrated. To Herzen, to take part in the revolutionary propaganda abroad. Probably all your life you have been taking part in political conspiracies, I cried, unable to restrain myself. No, my dear, I've never taken part in any conspiracy. But how your eyes sparkle! I like your exclamations, my dear. No, I simply went away then from a sudden attack of melancholy. It was the typical melancholy of the Russian nobleman. I really don't know how to describe it better. The melancholy of our upper class and nothing else. Of the serf owner, the emancipation of the serfs, I was beginning to mutter, breathless. Serf owner, you think I was grieving for the loss of it? That I could not endure the emancipation of the serfs? Oh no, my boy. Why, we were all for the emancipation. I emigrated with no resentful feeling. I had only just been a mediator, and exerted myself to the utmost. I exerted myself disinterestedly, and I did not even go away because I got very little for my liberalism. We none of us got anything in those days. That is to say again, not those that were like me. I went away more in pride than in penitence, and believe me, I was far from imagining that the time had come for me to end my life as a modest shoemaker. Je suis gentilhomme avant tout, mais je mourrai gentilhomme. Yet all the same I was sad. There are perhaps 1,000 of my sort in Russia, no more perhaps really, but you know that is quite enough to keep the idea alive. We are the bearers of the idea, my dear boy. I am talking, my darling, in the strange hope that you may understand this rigmarole. I've brought you here acting on a caprice of the heart. I've long been dreaming of how I might tell you something. You and no one else. However... No, tell me, I cried. I see the look of sincerity in your face again. Tell me, did Europe bring you back to life again? And what do you mean by the melancholy of the nobleman? Forgive me, darling, I don't understand yet. Europe bring me back to life? Why, I went to bury Europe. To bury? I repeated in surprise. He smiled. Arkady dear, my soul was weary then, and I was troubled in spirit. I shall never forget my first moments in Europe that time. I had stayed in Europe before, but this was a special time, and I had never gone there before with such desperate sadness and with such love as on that occasion. I will tell you about one of my first impressions, one of the dreams I had in those days, a real dream. It was when I was in Germany. I had only just left Dresden, and in absence of mind I passed the station at which I ought to have got out, and went off to another line. I had to get out at once to change. It was between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. A fine day. It was a little German town. I was directed to a hotel. I had to wait. The next train was at 11 o'clock at night. I was quite glad of the adventure, for I was in no particular haste to get anywhere, and was simply wandering from place to place, my dear. The hotel turned out to be small and poor, but all surrounded by green trees and flower beds, as is always the case in Germany. They gave me a tiny room, and as I had been travelling all night, I fell asleep after dinner at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I dreamed a dream that was a complete surprise to me, for I had never had any dreams of the sort before. In the gallery at Dresden, there is a picture by Claude Lorraine, called in the catalogue Acis and Galatea, but I used to call it the Golden Age. I don't know why. I had seen it before, but I had noticed it again in passing 3 days earlier. I dreamed of this picture, but not as a picture, but as it were a reality. I don't know exactly what I did dream, though. It was just as in the picture, a corner of the Grecian archipelago, and time seemed to have gone back 3,000 years. Blue, smiling waves, isles and rocks, a flowery shore, a view like fairyland in the distance, a setting sun that seemed calling to me. There's no putting it into words. It seemed a memory of the cradle of Europe, and that thought seemed to fill my soul too, with a love as of kinship. Here was the earthly paradise of man. The gods came down from the skies, and were of one kin with men. No, here lived a splendid race. They rose up and lay down to sleep, happy and innocent. The woods and meadows were filled with their songs and merry voices. Their wealth of untouched strength was spent on simple-hearted joy and love. The sun bathed them in warmth and light, rejoicing in her splendid children. Marvelous dream, lofty error of mankind! The Golden Age is the most unlikely of all the dreams that have been, but for it men have given up their life and all their strength. For the sake of it, prophets have died and been slain. Without it the peoples will not live and cannot die. And the feeling of all this I lived through, as it were, in that dream. Rocks and sea, and the slanting rays of the setting sun. All this I seemed still to see when I woke up and opened my eyes, literally wet with tears. And I remembered that I was glad. A sensation of happiness I had never known before thrilled my heart till it ached. It was the love of all humanity. It was by then quite evening. Through the green of the flowers that stood in the windows of my little room broke slanting rays that flooded me with light. And then, my dear, that setting sun of the first day of European civilization which I had seen in my dream was transformed for me at once on waking into the setting sun of the last day of civilization. One seemed to hear the death knell ringing over Europe in those days. I am not speaking of the war and the Tuileries. Apart from that, I knew that all would pass away, the whole face of the old world of Europe, sooner or later. But I, as a Russian European, could not accept it.
Yes, they had only just burnt the Tuileries. Oh, rest assured, I knew it was logical. I quite understand the irresistible force of the idea. But as the bearer of the idea of the highest Russian culture, I could not accept it. For the highest Russian thought is the reconciliation of ideas. And who in the whole world could understand such a thought at that time? I was a solitary wanderer. I am not speaking of myself personally. It's the Russian idea I'm speaking of. There all was strife and logic. There the Frenchman was nothing but a Frenchman. The German was nothing but a German. And this more intensely so than at any time in their whole history. Consequently, never had the Frenchman done so much harm to France, or the German to Germany, as just at that time. In those days in all Europe there was not one European. I alone among all the vitriol throwers could have told them to their face that their Tuileries was a mistake. And I alone among the avenging reactionists could have told them that the Tuileries, although a crime, was none the less logical. And that, my boy, was because I, as a Russian, was the only European in Europe. I am not talking of myself. I am talking of the whole Russian idea. I have been a wanderer, my boy. I was a wanderer, and I knew well that I must wander and be silent. But yet I was sad. I cannot help respecting my position as a Russian nobleman. My boy, I believe you are laughing. No, I am not laughing, I said in a voice full of feeling. I'm not laughing at all. You thrilled my heart by your vision of the Golden Age, and I assure you, I'm beginning to understand you. But above all, I'm glad that you have such a respect for yourself. I hasten to tell you so. I never expected that of you. I've told you already that I love your exclamations, dear boy. He smiled again at my naive exclamation, and getting up from his chair, began unconsciously walking up and down the room. I too got up. He went on talking in his strange language, which was yet so deeply pregnant with thought. III. Yes, boy, I tell you again, I cannot help respecting my position as a Russian nobleman. Among us has been created by the ages a type of the highest culture never seen before, and existing nowhere else in the world. The type of worldwide compassion for all. It is a Russian type, but since it is taken from the most highly cultured stratum of the Russian people, I have the honor of being a representative of it. That type is the custodian of the future of Russia. There are perhaps only 1,000 of us in Russia, possibly more, possibly less. But all Russia has existed so far only to produce that 1,000. I shall be told with indignation that the result is poor, if so many ages and so many millions of people have been spent to produce only this 1,000. I don't think it little. I listened with strained attention. A conviction, the guiding principle of a whole life, was emerging. That 1,000 men made his personality stand out in such strong relief. I felt that his expansiveness with me was due to some external shock. He talked so warmly to me because he loved me. But the reason he had suddenly begun to talk, and the reason he wanted to talk to me especially,
I could not guess. I emigrated, he went on, and I regretted nothing I had left behind. I had served Russia to the utmost of my abilities as long as I was there. When I went away, I went on serving her too, but in a wider sense. But serving her in that way, I served her far more than if I had remained only a Russian, just as the Frenchman at that time was a Frenchman, and a German only a German. In Europe, they don't understand that yet. Europe has created a noble type of Frenchman, of Englishman, and of German, but of the man of the future she scarcely knows at present. And I fancy so far she does not want to know. And that one can well imagine. They are not free, and we are free. I, with my Russian melancholy, was the only one free in Europe. Take note, my dear, of a strange fact. Every Frenchman can serve not only his France, but humanity, only on condition that he remains French to the utmost possible degree. And it's the same for the Englishman and the German. Only to the Russian, even in our day, has been vouchsafed the capacity to become most of all Russian only when he is most European. And this is true even in our day, that is, long before the millennium has been reached. That is the most essential difference between us Russians and all the rest. And in that respect, the position in Russia is as nowhere else. I am in France a Frenchman, with a German I am a German, with the ancient Greeks I am a Greek, and by that very fact I am most typically a Russian. By that very fact I am a true Russian, and am most truly serving Russia, for I am bringing out her leading idea. I am a pioneer of that idea. I was an emigrant then, but had I forsaken Russia? No, I was still serving her. What though I did nothing in Europe? What if I only went there as a wanderer? Indeed, I know that was so. It was enough that I went there with my thought and my consciousness. I carried thither my Russian melancholy. Oh, it was not only the bloodshed in those days that appalled me, and it was not the Tuileries, but all that was bound to follow it. They are doomed to strife for a long time yet, because they are still too German and too French, and have not yet finished struggling in those national characters. And I regret the destruction that must come before they have finished. To the Russian, Europe is as precious as Russia. Every stone in her is cherished and dear. Europe is as much our fatherland as Russia. Oh, even more so. No one could love Russia more than I do, but I never reproached myself that Venice, Rome, Paris, the treasures of their arts and sciences, their whole history, are dearer to me than Russia. Oh, those old stones of foreign lands, those wonders of God's ancient world, those fragments of holy marvels are dear to the Russian, and are even dearer to us than to the inhabitants of those lands themselves. They now have other thoughts and other feelings, and they have ceased to treasure the old stones. There the conservative struggles only for existence, and the vitriol thrower is only fighting for a crust of bread. Only Russia lives not for herself, but for an idea. And you must admit, my dear, the remarkable fact that for almost the last 100 years Russia has lived absolutely not for herself, but only for the other states of Europe. And what of them? Though they are doomed to pass through fearful agonies before they attain the kingdom of God. I must confess I listened in great perplexity. The very tone of his talk alarmed me. though I could not help being impressed by his ideas. I was morbidly afraid of falsity. I suddenly observed in a stern voice, "You spoke just now of the kingdom of God. I've heard that you used to preach, used to wear chains." "Let my chains alone," he said with a smile. "That's quite a different matter. I did not preach anything in those days, but that I grieved for their God. That is true. Atheism was proclaimed, only by one group of them, but that made no difference. It was only the hotheads, but it was the first active step. That's what mattered. In that, too, you have their logic, but there's always melancholy in logic. I was the outcome of a different culture, and my heart could not accept it. The ingratitude with which they parted from the idea, the hisses and pelting with mud, were intolerable to me. The brutality of the process shocked me. Reality always has a smack of the brutal about it, even when there's an unmistakable striving towards the ideal. And, of course, I ought to have known that. But yet I was a man of another type. I was free to choose, and they were not. And I wept. I wept for them. I wept for the old idea. And I wept perhaps with real tears, with no figure of speech. "Did you believe so much in God?" I asked incredulously. "My dear boy, that question perhaps is unnecessary. Supposing I did not believe very much, yet I could not help grieving for the idea. I could not help wondering at times how man could live without God, and whether that will ever be possible. My heart always decided that it was impossible, but at a certain period perhaps it is possible. I have no doubt that it is coming, but I always imagined a different picture." "What picture?" It was true that he had told me before that he was happy. There was, of course, a great deal of enthusiasm in his words. That is how I take a great deal that he said. Respecting him as I do, I can't bring myself to record here, on paper, all our conversation. But some points in the strange picture I succeeded in getting out of him I will quote. What had always worried me most was the thought of those chains, and I wanted to clear up the matter now, and so I persisted. Some fantastic and extremely strange ideas, to which he gave utterance then, have remained in my heart forever. "I picture to myself, my boy," he said with a dreamy smile, "that war is at an end, and strife has ceased. After curses, pelting with mud and hisses, has come a lull, and men are left alone according to their desire. The great idea of old has left them. The great source of strength that till then had nourished and fostered them was vanishing, like the majestic sun setting in Claude Lorraine's picture. But it was somehow the last day of humanity, and men suddenly understood that they were left quite alone, and at once felt terribly forlorn. I have never, my dear boy, been able to picture men ungrateful and grown stupid. Men left forlorn would begin to draw together more closely and more lovingly. They would clutch one another's hands, realizing that they were all that was left for one another. The great idea of immortality would have vanished, and they would have to fill its place,
and all the wealth of love lavished of old upon him who was immortal would be turned upon the whole of nature, on the world, on men, on every blade of grass. They would inevitably grow to love the earth and life as they gradually became aware of their own transitory and finite nature. And with a special love, not as of old, they would begin to observe and would discover in nature phenomena and secrets which they had not suspected before. For they would look on nature with new eyes, as a lover looking on his beloved. On awakening, they would hasten to kiss one another, eager to love, knowing that the days are short, and that is all that is left them. They would work for one another, and each would give up all that he had to all, and by that only would be happy. Every child would know and feel that everyone on earth was for him like a father or mother. "Tomorrow may be my last day," each one would think, looking at the setting sun. "But no matter, I shall die, but all they will remain, and after them their children." And that thought that they will remain always as loving and as anxious over each other would replace the thought of meeting beyond the tomb. Oh, they would be in haste to love, to stifle the great sorrow in their hearts. They would be proud and brave for themselves, but would grow timid for one another. Everyone would tremble for the life and happiness of each. They would grow tender to one another, and would not be ashamed of it as now, and would be caressing as children. Meeting, they would look at one another with deep and thoughtful eyes, and in their eyes would be love and sorrow. "My dear boy," he broke off with a smile, "this is a fantasy and a most improbable one. But I have pictured it to myself so often. For all my life I could not have lived without it and the thought of it. I am not speaking of my belief. My faith is great. I am a deist, a philosophic deist, like all the 1,000 of us, I imagine, but it's noteworthy that I always complete my picture with Heine's vision of Christ on the Baltic Sea. I could not get on without him. I could not help imagining him, in fact, in the midst of his bereaved people. He comes to them, holds out his hands, and asks them, how could they forget him? And then, as it were, the scales would fall from their eyes, and there would break forth the great rapturous hymn of the new and the last resurrection. Enough of that, my dear. But my chains are all nonsense. Don't trouble your mind about them. And another thing. You know that I am modest and sober of speech. If I'm talking too freely now, it's due to various feelings, and it's with you. To no one else shall I ever speak like this. I add this to set your mind at rest. But I was really touched. There was none of the falsity I had dreaded, and I was particularly delighted to see clearly that you really had been melancholy and suffering, and that you really undoubtedly had loved much, and that was more precious to me than anything. I told him this with impulsive eagerness. But do you know, I added suddenly, it seems to me that in spite of all your melancholy in those days, you must have been very happy. He laughed gaily.
You are particularly apt in your remarks today, he said. Well, yes, I was happy. How could I be unhappy with a melancholy like that? No one is freer and happier than a Russian wanderer in Europe, one of our 1,000. I am not laughing when I say that, and there's a great deal that's serious in it. And I would not have given up my melancholy for any happiness. In that sense, I've always been happy, my dear, all my life. And through being happy, I began then, for the first time in my life, really to love your mother. How do you mean, for the first time in your life? It was just that. Wandering in melancholy, I suddenly began to love her as I had never loved her before, and I sent for her at once. No, tell me about that too. Tell me about Mother. Yes, that's why I asked you here. He smiled gaily. And do you know, I was afraid that you'd forgiven the way I treated your mother for the sake of Herzen or some little conspiracy. Breaking in. We are not done with this pivotal conversation, but as our author is giving us a moment to catch our breath with a chapter break, now is a good time to track down a number of historical and cultural references from the last two sections. Versilov is a man of his time, which stretches from the gentler liberalism of the 1840s and 50s through the liberation of the serfs in 1861, and to the unsettled present day of the mid-1870s. We know from the first chapter of the novel of his literary free-thinking during his young adulthood, and we heard back in Part 1, Chapter 4, from the narrating Arkady, that Versilov was a mediator during the emancipation of the serfs, nobly assisting the division of land among the peasants during that tempestuous time of transition. The character Arkady seems to be discovering this fact for the first time here. But Versilov was never liberal enough to join Herzen in Europe. Alexander Herzen was a radical writer who abandoned Russia for Western Europe, from where he published socialist propaganda. Arkady mistakenly guesses early in this conversation that Versilov might have been drawn into his circle with some associated political conspiracy. But Versilov's ideas are rather subtler and transcend the street-level left-right political divide. I will say more about them later. The dream he describes here, stimulated by Claude Lorraine's painting Acis and Galatea, was first presented by the character Stavrogin in a notorious and notoriously censored chapter from the earlier novel The Possessed. Versilov's version here is the first that Dostoevsky successfully brought to print, although yet a third version would appear again in his story The Dream of a Ridiculous Man. Lorraine's 1657 painting portrays the mythical love between a shepherd and a nymph on the shores of a beautiful Greek island. Versilov associates this scene with a golden age of the past, but finds himself in what he takes to be the twilight of European civilization. The trigger for this judgment seems to be the burning of the royal Tuileries Palace by the radical Paris Commune in 1871, 4 years prior to the publication of the novel. When Versilov claims that he can speak for both the conservative and the vitriol thrower, he is referring in the latter case to the left-wing arsonist. This act of arson had the symbolic force at the time of a civilization falling apart. And indeed, the political turmoil in France makes yet another cameo 2 chapters prior, with Andreev's outrageous scene at the restaurant over the pronunciation of the name Mongeau. Mongeau was a radical elected to political office in the new French Republic, a few years after that burning, and roughly contemporary with the publication of the novel. No wonder, then, that Versilov's language sometimes has an apocalyptic flavor. When he says that, in their day, it is well before the millennium has been reached, he is referring to the prophesied period of earthly peace from the Book of Revelation. The kingdom of God is often referenced in the Gospels, sometimes with eschatological overtones, but often via metaphor in a subtler moral or psychological sense. Versilov seems to embrace both approaches to the expression, anticipating a golden age at the end of civilization, typified by the interpersonal love of the Christian message. His vision has the appearance of being broadly atheistic in nature, precluding any resurrection of the dead. But it is capped off with a reference to a poem by Heinrich Heine, which he describes here as Christ on the Baltic Sea. In fact, the source material is Heine's cycle of poems called The North Sea, and it includes an image of Christ's loving return and the subsequent regeneration of society, rather like the very millennium to which Versilov refers earlier. The spiritual renewal of his European period, Versilov says, was enough to cause him to love Sonia genuinely for the first time in his life, despite having abandoned her shortly earlier. This fact needs elucidation, which we will receive in just a moment. End of comments. Chapter 8. 1. As we talked the whole evening and stayed together till midnight, I am not recording the whole conversation, but am only selecting what cleared up for me one enigmatic point in his life. I will begin by saying that I have no doubt that he loved my mother, and though he did abandon her and break off all relations with her when he went away, it was, of course, only because he was bored or something of that kind, which is apt to happen indeed to everyone on earth, but which is always difficult to explain. Abroad, after some length of time, however, he suddenly began to love mother again, at a distance, that is in thought, and sent for her. I shall be told, perhaps, that it was a caprice, but I think differently. To my mind, it was a question of all that can be serious in human life, in spite of the apparent sloppiness, which I am ready, if you like, to some extent to admit. But I swear that I put his grieving for Europe unmistakably on a level with, and in fact incomparably higher than, any modern practical activity in the construction of railways. His love for humanity I recognize as the most sincere and deep feeling, free from any sort of pose, and his love for mother as something quite beyond dispute, though perhaps a little fantastic. Abroad, in melancholy and happiness, and, I may add, in the strictest monastic solitude. This fact I learned afterwards through Tatiana Pavlovna. He suddenly thought of mother. To be exact, thought of her hollow cheeks, and at once sent for her. My dear, he blurted out among other things, I suddenly reflected that my serving the idea did not release me, as a morally rational creature, from the duty of making, in the course of my life, at least one fellow creature happy in a practical way. Can such a bookish thought have really been the reason of it? I asked him with surprise. It's not a bookish thought, though perhaps it is. It was everything together. You know I loved your mother really, sincerely, not bookishly. If I hadn't loved her, I shouldn't have sent for her, but should have made happy some casual German, man or woman, if I had formulated that thought. To make in one's lifetime at least one fellow creature happy, in a practical way, that is really happy, I would make a binding duty for every educated man, just as I would make it a law or an obligation for every peasant to plant at least one tree in his life to counteract the deforestation of Russia. Though indeed one tree in one's lifetime isn't much, one might order him to plant one every year. The man of higher education and culture, pursuing higher ideas, sometimes loses sight of reality altogether, becomes ridiculous, capricious, and cold, and indeed, I may say, stupid, not only in practical life, but in theory. The duty not to neglect practice and to make at least one real person happy would correct everything and would give fresh life even to the philanthropist himself. As a theory, this is very absurd. But if it were adopted in practice and became a habit, it would not be stupid at all. I have experienced it myself. So soon as I began to develop this idea of a new creed, and at first, of course, in jest, I suddenly began to realize the depth of the love for your mother that lay hidden in my heart. Until then, I had not understood that I loved her. While I lived with her, I was only charmed with her while she was pretty. Then I began to be moody and changeable. It was only in Germany that I understood that I loved her. It began with her hollow cheeks, of which I could never think, and sometimes not even see, without a pain in my heart, real physical pain. There are memories that hurt, my dear, that cause actual pain. Almost everyone has some such memories, only people forget them. But it does happen that they suddenly recall them, or perhaps only some feature of them, and then they cannot shake them off. I began to recall 1,000 details of my life with Sonia. In the end, they recalled themselves and came crowding on my mind and almost tortured me while I was waiting for her coming. What distressed me most of all was the memory of her everlasting submissiveness to me, and the way she continually thought herself inferior to me in every respect, even, imagine it, physically. She was ashamed and flushed crimson when I looked at her hands and fingers, which were by no means aristocratic. And not her fingers only. She was ashamed of everything in herself, in spite of my loving her beauty. She was always shrinkingly modest with me. But what was wrong was that in it there was always a sort of fear. In short, she thought herself something insignificant beside me, something almost unseemly, in fact. I used really sometimes to think at first that she still looked upon me as her master, and was afraid of me. But it was not that at all. Yet I assure you, no one was more capable of understanding my failings, and I have never in my life met a woman with so much insight and delicacy of heart.
No, how unhappy she was if I insisted at first, when she was so pretty, on her dressing smartly. It was a question of vanity, and some other feeling that was wounded. She realized that it would never be in her line to be a lady, and that in any dress but her own she would simply be ridiculous. As a woman, she did not want to be ridiculous in her dress, and knew that every woman has her own style of dress, which thousands and hundreds of thousands of women will never understand, so long as they are dressed in the fashion. She feared my ironical looks. That was what she feared. But it was particularly sad for me to recall the look of deep amazement which I often caught fixed upon me during the time we were together. In her eyes there was the fullest comprehension of her lot and of the future awaiting her, so that I too felt weighed down by that look in them, though I must admit in those days I did not discuss things with her, and treated all this somewhat disdainfully. And, you know, she wasn't always such a timorous, shy creature as she is now. Even now it happens that she will all at once grow gay, and look as pretty as a girl of 20. And in those days, in her youth, she was very fond of chattering and laughing, only with people she was at home with girls and women belonging to the household. And how she started if I came on her unawares! If she were laughing, how she blushed, and how timorously she looked at me! Once, not long before I went abroad, almost on the eve of my breaking off all relations with her, in fact, I went into a room and found her alone, at a little table, without any work in her hands, but deep in thought, resting her elbow on the table. It had hardly ever happened to her before to sit without work. At that time I had quite given up showing her affection. I succeeded in stealing in very quietly, on tiptoe, and suddenly embracing and kissing her. She leapt up, and I shall never forget the rapture, the bliss in her eyes. And suddenly it was succeeded by a swift rush of color, and her eyes flashed. Do you know what I read in those flashing eyes? You are kissing me as a charity, that's what it is. She began sobbing hysterically, making the excuse that I had startled her, but even at the time it made me think. And in fact all such reminiscences are very dreary things, dear boy. It's like those painful scenes which you sometimes find in the works of great artists, which one remembers ever afterwards with pain. For instance, Othello's last monologue in Shakespeare, Yevgeny at the feet of Tatiana, nor the meeting of the runaway convict with a little girl on the cold night at the well in Les Miserables of Victor Hugo. It stabs the heart once for all and leaves a wound forever. Oh, how eager I was for Sonia to come, and how I longed to hold her in my arms! I dreamed with feverish impatience of a complete new program of existence. I dreamed that gradually, by systematic efforts, I would break down that constant fear of me in her soul, would make her appreciate her own value, and all in which she was actually superior to me. No, I knew quite well, even then, that I always began to love your mother as soon as we were parted, and always grew cold to her at once as soon as we were together again. But that time it was different.
then it was different. I was astonished. And she? The idea flashed across me. Well, and how did Mother and you meet then? I asked cautiously. Then? Oh, we didn't meet then at all. She only got as far as Königsberg and stopped there, and I was on the Rhine. I didn't go to her, and I told her to stay there and wait. We only saw each other again long after, when I went to her to ask her to consent to my marriage. II. Now I'm coming to the core of it all. That is, as far as I was able to grasp it myself, for indeed his own account began to be somewhat disconnected. His talk became 10 times as incoherent and rambling as soon as he reached this part of the story. He met Katerina Nikolaevna suddenly, just when he was expecting Mother, at the moment of most impatient expectation. They were all at the time on the Rhine, at some spa, all drinking the waters. Katerina Nikolaevna's husband was by then almost dying. He had, at any rate, been given up by the doctors. She made an impression on him at the first meeting, as it were, cast a sort of spell upon him. It was a case of fate. It's remarkable that, recalling it and writing it down now, I don't remember that he once used the word love in connection with her, or spoke of being in love. The word fate, I remember. And of course it was fate. He did not choose it. He did not want to love her. I don't know whether I can give a clear account of it, but his whole soul was in revolt at the fact that this could have happened to him. Everything in him that was free was annihilated by this meeting. And the man was fettered for life to a woman who had really nothing to do with him. He did not desire this slavery of passion. To state the fact plainly, Katerina Nikolaevna is a type rare amongst society women, a type perhaps unique in that circle. That is, she is an extremely good-natured and straightforward woman. I've heard, indeed I know for a fact, that this was what made her irresistible in the fashionable world whenever she made her appearance in it. She used at times to withdraw into complete seclusion. Versilov did not believe, of course, when he first met her, that she was like that. In fact, he believed she was the exact opposite, that she was a hypocrite and a Jesuit. At this point, I will anticipate by quoting her own criticism of him. She declared that he could not help thinking what he did of her, because an idealist always runs his head against reality, and is more inclined than other people to assume anything horrid. I don't know if this is true of idealists in general, but it was entirely true of him, no doubt. I may perhaps add here my own judgment, which flashed across my mind while I was listening to him then. I thought that he loved Mother more, so to say, with the humane love one feels for all mankind, than with the simple love with which women are loved as a rule, and that as soon as he met a woman whom he began to love with that simple love, he at once turned against that love, most probably because the feeling was new to him. Perhaps, though, this idea is incorrect. I did not, of course, utter it to him. It would have been indelicate, and he really was in such a condition that it was almost necessary to spare him. He was agitated. At some points in his story he simply broke off and was silent for some moments, walking about the room with a vindictive face. She soon divined his secret. Oh, perhaps she flirted with him on purpose. Even the most candid women are base in these cases, and it is their overwhelming instinct. It ended in a rupture full of rankling bitterness, and I believe he tried to kill her. He frightened her, and would have killed her, perhaps, but it was all turned to hatred. Then there came a strange period. He was suddenly possessed by the strange idea of torturing himself by a discipline, the same as that used by the monks. Gradually, by systematic practice, you overcome your will, beginning with the most absurd and trivial things, and end by conquering your will completely and become free. He added that this practice of the monks is a serious thing. In the course of 1,000 years, it has been brought by them to a science. But what is most remarkable is that he gave himself up to this idea of discipline, not in order to get rid of the image of Katerina Nikolaevna, but in the full conviction that he had not only ceased to love her, but hated her. He so thoroughly believed in his hatred for her as to conceive the idea of loving and marrying her stepdaughter, who had been seduced by Prince Sergei, to persuade himself absolutely of this new love, and to win the poor imbecile's heart completely, by his devotion making her perfectly happy. Why, instead of devoting himself to her, he did not think of Mother, who was all this time waiting for him at Königsberg, remained for me inexplicable. He quite forgot Mother, indeed, and even neglected to send money for her maintenance, so that Tatyana Pavlovna had to come to her rescue. Yet finally he did go to Mother, to ask her permission to marry the young lady, pleading that such a bride was not a woman. No, perhaps all this is only a portrait of a theatrical man, as Katerina Nikolaevna said of him later. But why is it, though, that these theatrical people, if they really are theatrical people, are capable of such very real suffering, and end in such very real tragedy? On that evening, however, I looked at it differently, and I was disturbed by the thought, all your development, your whole soul, has been won by the suffering and the struggle of your whole life, while her perfection has cost her nothing. That's unjust. Woman is revolting in that way. I said this without the least intention of flattering him, speaking with warmth and indignation. Perfection? Her perfection? But she has no sort of perfection, he said suddenly, seeming almost surprised at my words. She is the most ordinary woman. She is really a contemptible woman. But she is bound to have every perfection. Why is she bound to? Because she has such power, she is bound to have every sort of perfection, he cried vindictively. The saddest thing is that you are so harassed even now, I could not help blurting out suddenly. How harassed? She repeated my words again, standing still before me as though in some perplexity. And suddenly A slow, gentle, dreamy smile lighted up his whole face, and he held up his finger as though considering. Then, as though waking up, he took from the table an open letter and flung it down in front of me. "Read it. You must know everything. And why have you made me rake up all this bygone foolishness? It has only roused up nasty and spiteful feelings in my heart." I cannot describe my astonishment. The letter was from her to him, received by him that afternoon at 5 o'clock. I read it, almost shaking with emotion. It was not long, and was written so simply and straightforwardly that as I read it I seemed to see her before me and hear her words. With the most simple truthfulness, and so almost touchingly, she confessed her terror, and then simply besought him to leave her in peace. In conclusion, she told him that she definitely was to marry Buring. Till then, she had never written a word to him. And this is what I could make out of his explanation. As soon as he had read the letter that day, he was aware of a new sensation. For the first time in those fatal 2 years, he felt not the slightest hatred for her, or the slightest shock of emotion, such as had driven him out of his mind at a mere rumor of Buring. "On the contrary, I sent her my blessing with perfect sincerity," he told me, with deep feeling. I heard these words with ecstasy. Then all the passion and agony that had possessed him had vanished all at once of itself, like a dream, like an obsession that had lasted 2 years. Hardly yet able to believe in himself, he hastened to Mother's and arrived at the very moment when she was set free by the death of the old man who had bequeathed her to him. The coincidence of these 2 events had deeply stirred his soul. Not long afterwards he rushed to find me, and that immediate thought of me I shall never forget. I shall never forget the end of that evening either. The whole man was suddenly transformed again. We did not separate till late at night. The effect that all he told me had upon me I will describe later in its proper place, and will confine myself now to a few words in conclusion about him. Reflecting upon it now, I realize that what captivated me so much at the time was his humility, so to speak, with me, his frank sincerity with a boy like me. "It was infatuation, but my blessings on it," he exclaimed. "But for that blind obsession, I might perhaps have never discovered in my heart my sole queen, my suffering darling, your mother." These passionate words, wrung from him by overmastering feeling, I note particularly, in view of what followed. But at the time he gained complete possession of my heart and conquered it. I remember in the end we became very cheerful. He asked for some champagne, and we drank to Mother and to the future. Oh, he was so full of life and so eager to live. But we suddenly became extremely merry. Not from the wine. We only drank 2 glasses. I don't know why. but in the end we laughed almost helplessly. We began talking of quite extraneous matters. He began telling me an anecdote, and I told him one. And our laughter and our anecdotes were by no means malicious or amusing, but we were merry. He was unwilling to let me go. "Stay a little longer," he repeated, and I stayed. He even came out to see me home. It was an exquisite evening, with a slight frost. "Tell me, have you sent her an answer yet?" I asked, quite casually, as I pressed his hand for the last time at the crossroad. "No, not yet, but that's no matter. Come tomorrow, come early. Oh, and another thing. Drop Lambert altogether, and tear up that document, and make haste about it. Goodbye." Saying this, he went away quickly. I remained standing still, and so much taken aback that I could not bring myself to call after him. The expression, "the document," startled me particularly. How could he have known of it, and that particular word, too, if not from Lambert? I went home in great confusion. And how can it have happened, the question flashed upon me suddenly, that such an obsession for 2 years can have vanished like a dream, like a vapor, like a phantom? Breaking in. Arkady tells us in the first chapter of the novel that he came to Petersburg to judge his biological father. We are now in a much better position to do so ourselves, and as we look back to the past 450 pages, the enigmatic black and white footage of Versilov's character should now be suffused with color, as we see the ideas and crises that have motivated him for the last 2 years. I will reserve most of my comments on this theme for later, but we are now able to close the circle on the rumors surrounding the man's adventures abroad, which involved not only his vision of the kingdom of God, but also his interfacing with 3 separate women. When he says that he met Katerina Nikolaevna on the Rhine, he is speaking, of course, of Ems, the site of the unseemly society disorder which Kraft told us about back in Part 1. We now know that the falling out with Katerina Nikolaevna occurred before his interaction with her stepdaughter Lydia. The proposed marriage with Lydia was both an altruistic act, sparing her the social disgrace caused by Prince Sergei, and an ascetic one, an attempt to purify his own soul through self-sacrifice. As both Kraft and the old prince allege in Part 1, he did come to Ems with a kind of religious fervor, even if neither of those sources understood it. Back in Part 1, Chapter 2, the old prince recalls that Versilov pestered him with ideas about the Day of Judgment. But now we have a clearer picture of what that eschatological vision may have been from the man himself. It is unclear whether he in fact wore chains, as the old prince claims, but we know that he did attempt some monk-like, self-mortifying discipline in order to silence his own passions. Arkady wonders why, at this point, Versilov transferred his attentions to Lydia rather than back to Sonia, whom he simply forgot about. It is a question we may ask as well, and I will have some words on this score in the future. Back in Part 1, Arkady narrates that Versilov once abandoned Sonia in Königsberg while abroad. And while the details don't match up, probably due to authorial oversight, we may assume that he was referring to this episode. Versilov refers to Sonia as his suffering darling, and in connection with her recalls painful but moving scenes in great literature. Othello needs no introduction, and indeed has been referenced at least twice before already. The meeting in Hugo between the convict and the girl at the well is, of course, between Jean Valjean and Cosette in Les Miserables. When he mentions Yevgeny at the feet of Tatiana, he is referencing the final passage from Pushkin's novel Evgeny Onegin, where the protagonist is rejected by the woman he loves. Despite the revelations of this chapter, the relation between Versilov and Katerina Nikolaevna remains mysterious, perhaps even to the man himself, given that, according to Arkady, he becomes less coherent at this stage of the conversation. Versilov describes the attraction as more a matter of fate than of love. As well he might, since it appears he might also have hated her. From her own angle, we can see why the young woman was apparently hysterical 2 chapters prior, as she was awaiting Versilov's response to her message. Apparently, she has some emotional investment in this connection as well. We might wonder, as per Arkady's last sentence here, whether Versilov could have so successfully transcended his own feelings for her so swiftly. That question still hangs in the balance. So, too, does the crisis facing the son. That is, whether Arkady can successfully give up Lambert and that document. And to make matters more complicated, we have an intimation that the father, too, has been in contact with Lambert. Finally, this chapter brings to a close the day that started back in Chapter 4, Section 3. In one day, our raw youth has been to the old prince, his own personal lodgings, Anna Andreevna's, Lambert's, a restaurant with Trishatov and Andreev, another restaurant with Lambert alone, the family residence and the recently expired body of his legal father, Tatiana Pavlovna's with Katerina Nikolaevna, and now Versilov's personal residence for an extended and revelatory visit. We shall see what the morning brings. End of comments. Chapter 9. 1. But I woke up next morning feeling fresher and in better heart. I unconsciously reproached myself indeed, with perfect sincerity, for a certain levity and, as it were, superciliousness, with which it seemed to me, recalling it, I had listened to some parts of his confession the evening before. Supposing it had been to some extent muddled, and some revelations had been, as it were, a little delirious and incoherent, He had not, of course, prepared to deliver a speech when he invited me the day before. He had simply done me a great honor in turning to me, as his one friend at such a moment, and I shall never forget his doing it. On the contrary, his confession was touching, though people may laugh at me for saying so, and if there were glimpses from time to time of something cynical, or even something that seemed ridiculous, I was not so narrow as to be unable to understand and accept realism, which did not, however, detract from the ideal. The great point was now that I understood the man, and I even felt, and was almost vexed at feeling, that it had all turned out to be so simple. I had always in my heart set that man on a supreme pinnacle, in the clouds, and had insisted on shrouding his life in mystery, so that I had naturally wished not to fit the key to it so easily. In his meeting with her, however, and in the sufferings he had endured for 2 years, there was much that was complex. He did not want to live under the yoke of fate. He wanted to be free and not a slave to fate. Through his bondage to fate, he had been forced to hurt Mother, who was still waiting for him at Königsberg. Besides, I looked upon him in any case as a preacher. He cherished in his heart the Golden Age, and knew all about the future of atheism. And then the meeting with her had shattered everything, distorted everything. Oh, I was not a traitor to her, but still I was on his side. Mother, for instance, I reflected, would have been no hindrance, nor would marriage with her be so indeed. That I understood. That was something utterly different from his meeting with that woman. Mother, it is true, would not have given him peace either, but that was all the better. One cannot judge of such men as of others, and their life must always be different, and that's not unseemly at all. On the contrary, it would be unseemly if they settled down and became altogether like ordinary people. His praises of the nobility, and his words, "J'aimerais gentilhomme," did not disconcert me in the least. I understood what sort of gentilhomme he was. He was a man ready to abandon everything and to become the champion of political rights for all and the leading Russian thought of a universal harmony of ideas. And even though all this might be nonsense, that is, the universal harmony of ideas, which is of course inconceivable, yet the very fact that he had all his life bowed down to an idea, and not to the stupid golden calf, was good. My God! Why, conceiving my idea, had I myself, could I have been bowing down to the golden calf? Could I have been aiming only at money then? I swear that all I wanted was the idea. I swear I would not have had one chair, one sofa upholstered in velvet, and I would have eaten the same plate of soup as now, if I had had millions. I dressed and hurried off impatiently to see him. I may add that in regard to his outburst yesterday about the document, I was ever so much more at ease in my mind than I had been the day before. To begin with, I hoped to have it out with him. And besides, what was there in Lambert's having wormed his way into him and having talked to him of something? But what rejoiced me most was an extraordinary sensation. It came from the thought that he no longer loved her. I put absolute faith in it, and felt as if someone had lifted a fearful weight off my heart. I recall a conjecture that flashed upon me at the time, that the unseemliness and senselessness of his last violent outbreak on hearing about Buring, and the sending of that insulting letter, that final crisis might be taken as a sign and augury of a change in his feeling, and an approaching return to sanity. It must be as it is an illness, I thought, and in fact he is bound to reach the opposite extreme. It is a pathological episode, and nothing more. This thought made me happy. And let her arrange her life as she pleases. Let her marry her Buring as much as she likes, so long as he, my father, my friend, loves her no longer, I exclaimed. I had, however, certain secret feelings of my own, on which I do not care to enlarge in my notes here. That's enough. And now, without further reflections, I will give an account of the awful event that followed, and how the facts worked together to bring it about. II. At 10 o'clock, just as I was getting ready to go out, to see him, of course, Darya Onisimovna appeared. I asked her joyfully whether she came from him, and heard with vexation that she did not come from him, but from Anna Andreevna, and that she, Darya Onisimovna, had left the lodging as soon as it was light. What lodging? Why, the same where you were yesterday. You know, the lodging where you were yesterday, where the baby is. It is taken in my name now, and Tatiana Pavlovna pays the rent. Oh, well, that's nothing to me, I interrupted with annoyance. Is he at home, anyway? Shall I find him? And to my surprise, I heard from her that he had gone out even before she had. So she had gone out as soon as it was light, and he had gone out even earlier. Then has he come back yet? No, he's certainly not back yet, and perhaps he won't come back at all, she declared, turning upon me the same sharp and furtive eye, and keeping it fixed on me, as she had done on the occasion I have described, when she visited me as I lay ill in bed. What infuriated me most was that their mysteries and imbecilities should be forced on me again, and that these people could not get on without secrets and intrigues. Why do you say he will certainly not come back? What do you mean by that? He has gone to see Mother, that's all. I don't know. Then what have you come for? She told me that she had just come from Anna Andreevna, who had sent her for me, and urgently expected me at once, or else it would be too late. These last enigmatic words finally exasperated me. Why too late? I don't want to come, and I'm not coming. I won't let them take possession of me again. And if she sends Lambert to me, I'll kick him out. You can tell her so. Darya Onisimovna was awfully alarmed. Oh, no, she said, taking a step towards me, clasping her hands as though she were beseeching me. Don't be so hasty. There's something very important the matter. Very important to yourself, to them too, to Andrei Petrovitch, to your mamma, to everyone. Go and see Anna Andreevna at once. She can't wait any longer. I assure you, on my honor. And afterwards you can make your decision." I looked at her with surprise and repulsion. "Nonsense! It will be nothing! I'm not coming!" I shouted obstinately and vindictively. "Now everything's different. Though how could you understand that? Goodbye, Darya Onesibovna. I won't go on purpose. I won't question you on purpose. You simply bother me. I don't want to know anything about your mysteries." As she did not go away, however, but still stood waiting, I snatched up my fur coat and cap and went out myself, leaving her in the middle of the room. There were no letters or papers in my room, and I never used to lock my door when I went out. But before I had reached the front door, my landlord ran after me downstairs, without his hat, and not in full uniform. "Arkady Makarovich! Arkady Makarovich! What now? Have you no instructions to leave?" "No, nothing." He looked at me with eyes like gimlets, in evident uneasiness. "About your room, for instance?" "What about my room? Why, I sent you the rent when it was due." "No, no, sir, I was not thinking of the money," he said with a broad smile, his eyes still piercing into me like pins. "Why, what on earth's the matter with you all?" I shouted at last, growing almost savage. "What do you want too?" He waited for a few seconds longer, still seeming to expect something from me. "Well, then, you will give instructions later, if you are not in the humor now," he muttered, grinning more broadly than ever. "You go on, and I'll see to it." He ran back upstairs. Of course, all this might well make one reflect. I purposely avoid omitting a single detail in all that petty tomfoolery, for every little detail helped to make up the final situation and had its place in it, a fact of which the reader will be convinced. But that they really did bother me was true. If I was upset and irritated, it was at hearing again in their words that tone of intrigue and mystery of which I was so sick, and which so brought back the past. But to continue. It turned out that Versilov was not at home, and it appeared that he really had gone out as soon as it was light. "To mother's, of course." I stuck obstinately to my idea. I did not question the nurse, rather a stupid peasant woman, and there was no one else in the lodging. I ran to mother's, and I must admit I was so anxious that I took a sledge halfway. He had not been at mother's since the evening before. There was no one with mother except Tatyana Pavlovna and Lisa. Lisa began getting ready to go out as soon as I went in. They were all sitting upstairs in my coffin. In the drawing-room, Makar Ivanovitch was laid out on the table, and an old man was reading the Psalter over him in an even, monotonous voice. For the future, I am not going to describe anything more that does not relate to the matter in hand. I will only say that the coffin, which they had already made, was standing in the middle of the room, and was not a plain one, though it was black. It was upholstered in velvet, and the pall was of an expensive sumptuousness that was not in keeping with the character of a monk, or with the convictions of the dead man. But such was the special desire of my mother and Tatyana Pavlovna, who arranged the matter together. I had not, of course, expected to find them cheerful, but the peculiar, overwhelming distress mixed with uneasiness and anxiety which I read in their eyes struck me at once, and I instantly concluded that sorrow for the dead was certainly not the only cause. All this, I repeat, I remember perfectly. In spite of everything, I embraced Mother tenderly, and at once asked about him. A gleam of tremulous curiosity came into Mother's eyes at once. I made haste to mention that we had spent the whole evening together, till late at night, but that today he had been away from home since early morning, though at parting last night he had asked me to come as early as I could this morning. Mother made no answer, and Tatyana Pavlovna, seizing a favorable moment, shook her finger at me meaningly. "Goodbye, brother," Lisa blurted out, going quickly out of the room. I ran after her, of course, but she stopped short at the outer door. "I thought you would guess you must come with me," she said in a rapid whisper. "Lisa, what's the matter?" "I don't know what, but a great deal. No doubt the last chapter of the same old story. He has not come, but they have heard something about him. They won't tell you. You needn't trouble yourself, and you won't ask if you are sensible. But Mother's shattered. I've not asked about anything either. Goodbye." She opened the door. "And Lisa, about you yourself, have you nothing to tell me?" I dashed after her into the entry. Her terribly exhausted and despairing face pierced my heart. She looked at me, not simply with anger, but with a sort of exasperated fury, laughed bitterly, and waved me off. "If only he were dead, I should thank God," she flung up at me from the stairs, and was gone. She said this of Prince Sergei, and he at that very time was lying delirious and unconscious. I went upstairs, sad but excited. "The same old story? What same old story?" I thought defiantly, and I had suddenly an irresistible impulse to tell them at least a part of the impression left upon me by his last night's confession, and the confession too. "They're thinking some evil of him now, so let them know all about it," floated through my mind. I remember that I succeeded very cleverly in beginning to tell them my story. Instantly their faces betrayed an intense curiosity. This time Tatyana Pavlovna positively fixed me with her eyes, but Mother showed more reserve. She was very grave, but the glimmer of a faint, beautiful, though utterly hopeless smile came into her face, and scarcely left it all the time I was talking. I told the story well, of course, though I knew that it would be almost beyond their comprehension. To my surprise, Tatyana Pavlovna did not attack me, did not insist on minute details, or try to pick holes as she usually did as soon as I began telling anything. She only pinched up her lips and screwed up her eyes, as though making an effort to get to the bottom of it. At times I positively fancied that they understood it all, though that could hardly have been so. I spoke, for instance, of his convictions, but principally of his enthusiasm last night, his enthusiastic feeling for Mother, his love for Mother, and how he had kissed her portrait. Hearing this, they exchanged a rapid, silent glance with each other, and Mother flushed all over, though both continued silent. Then I could not, of course, before Mother, touch on the principal point, that is, his meeting with her and all the rest of it. Above all, her letter to him the day before, and his moral resurrection after getting that letter. And that indeed was the chief point, so that all his feeling, with which I had hoped to please Mother so much, naturally remained inexplicable, though of course that was not my fault. I had told all that could be told extremely well. I ended in complete confusion. Their silence was still unbroken, and I began to feel very uncomfortable with them. "Most likely he's come back now, and may be at my lodgings waiting for me," I said, and got up to go. Go and see, Tatiana Pavlovna urged me resolutely. "Have you been downstairs?" Mother asked me, in a sort of half-whisper, as she said goodbye. "Yes, I have been, and I bowed down and prayed for him. What a peaceful, serene face he has, Mother. Thank you, Mother, for not sparing expense over his coffin. At first I thought it strange, but I thought at once that I should have done the same." "Will you come to the church tomorrow?" she asked, and her lips trembled. "What do you mean, Mother?" I asked in surprise. "I shall come to the Requiem service today, and I shall come again, and... Besides, tomorrow is your birthday, Mother darling. To think that he died only 3 days before." I went away painfully surprised. How could she ask such questions, whether I were coming to the funeral service in the church? If that's what they think of me, what must they think of him? I knew that Tatiana Pavlovna would run after me, and I purposely waited at the outer door of the flat. But she pushed me out onto the stairs and closed the door behind her. "Tatiana Pavlovna, don't you expect Andrei Petrovitch today or tomorrow, then? I am alarmed."
"Hold your tongue. Much it matters your being alarmed. Tell me what you kept back when you were telling us about that rigmarole last night."
I didn't think it necessary to conceal it, and feeling almost irritated with Versilov, I told her all about Katerina Nikolaevna's letter to him the day before, and of the effect of the letter, that is, of his resurrection into a new life. To my amazement, the fact of the letter did not surprise her in the least, and I guessed that she knew of it already.
"But you are lying."
"No, I'm not."
"I dare say."
She smiled malignantly, as though meditating.
"Risen again, has he? So that's the latest, is it? But is it true that he kissed her portrait?"
"Yes, Tatiana Pavlovna."
"Did he kiss it with feeling? He wasn't putting it on?"
"Putting it on? As though he ever did! For shame, Tatiana Pavlovna! You've a coarse soul, a woman's soul." I said this with heat, but she did not seem to hear me. She seemed to be pondering something again, in spite of the terrible chilliness of the stairs. I had on my fur coat, but she was in her indoor dress.
"I might have asked you to do something. The only pity is you're so stupid," she said with contempt and apparent vexation. "Listen, go to Anna Andreevna's and see what's going on there. But no, don't go. A booby's always a booby. Go along, quick march. Why do you stand like a post?"
"And I'm not going to Anna Andreevna's. Anna Andreevna sent to ask me herself."
"She did? Darya Onisimovna?"
She turned to me quickly. She had been on the point of going away, and had already opened the door, but she shut it again with a slam. "Nothing will induce me to go to Anna Andreevna's," I repeated with spiteful enjoyment. "I won't go because I've just been called a booby, though I've never been so sharp-sighted as today. I see all you're doing, it's as clear as day, but I'm not going to Anna Andreevna all the same."
"I know it," she exclaimed,
but again pursuing her own thoughts and taking no notice of my words at all.
"They will devour her now completely, and draw her into a deadly noose."
"Anna Andreevna?"
"Fool!
Then whom do you mean? Surely not Katerina Nikolaevna. What sort of deadly noose?" I was terribly frightened. A vague but terrible idea set my whole heart quivering. Tatyana Pavlovna looked at me searchingly.
"What are you up to there?" she asked suddenly. "What are you meddling in there? I've heard something about you, too. You'd better look out."
"Listen, Tatyana Pavlovna, I'll tell you a terrible secret. Only not just now, there's not time now, but tomorrow when we're alone. But in return you tell me the whole truth, how and what you mean by a deadly noose, for I am all in a tremble."
"Much I care for your trembling," she exclaimed. "What's this other secret you want to tell tomorrow? Why, you know nothing whatever."
She transfixed me with a questioning look.
"Why, you swore then that Kraft had burnt the letter, didn't you?"
"Tatyana Pavlovna, I tell you again, don't torment me," I persisted in my turn, not answering her question, for I was beside myself. "Take care, Tatyana Pavlovna, that your hiding this from me may not lead to something worse. Why, yesterday he was absolutely turning over a new leaf."
"Go along, you idiot. You are like a lovesick sparrow yourself, I'll be bound. Father and son in love with the same idol? Foo, horrid creatures!"
She vanished, slamming the door indignantly. Furious at the impudent, shameless cynicism of these last words, a cynicism of which only a woman would have been capable, I ran away, deeply insulted. But I won't describe my vague sensations, as I have vowed to keep to facts which will explain everything now. On my way, of course, I called in at his lodging, and heard from the nurse that he had not been home at all. "And isn't he coming at all?" "Goodness knows." III. Facts. But will the reader understand? I remember how these facts overwhelmed me and prevented me from thinking clearly, so that by the end of the day my head was in a perfect whirl. And so I think I must say 2 or 3 words by way of introduction. The question that tormented me was this: if he really had gone through a spiritual change and had ceased to love her, in that case, where should he have been now? The answer was, first of all, with me, whom he had embraced the evening before, and next with Mother, whose portrait he had kissed. And yet, in spite of these natural alternatives, he had suddenly, as soon as it was light, left home and gone off somewhere, and Darya Onisimovna had for some reason babbled of his not being likely to return. What's more, Lisa had hinted at the last chapter of some same-old story, and of Mother's having some news of him, and the latest news, too. Moreover, they undoubtedly knew of Katerina Nikolaevna's letter, too. I noticed that. And yet they did not believe in his resurrection into a new life, though they had listened to me attentively. Mother was crushed, and Tatyana Pavlovna had been diabolically sarcastic at the word resurrection. But if all this was so, it must mean that some revulsion of feeling had come over him again in the night. Another crisis. And this, after yesterday's enthusiasm, emotion, pathos. So all his resurrection had burst like a soap bubble, and he perhaps was rushing about somewhere again now, in the same frenzy as he had been after hearing the news of Buring. There was the question, too, what would become of Mother, of me, of all of us, and finally, what would become of her? What was the deadly noose Tatyana had babbled of when she was sending me to Anna Andreevna? So that deadly noose was there, at Anna Andreevna's. Why at Anna Andreevna's? Of course I should run to Anna Andreevna's. I had said that I wouldn't go on purpose, only in annoyance. I would run there at once. But what was it Tatyana had said about the document? And hadn't he himself said to me the evening before, "Burn the document"? These were my thoughts. This was what strangled me, too, in a deadly noose. But what I wanted most of all was him. With him I could have decided everything. I felt that. We should have understood each other in 2 words. I should have gripped his hands, pressed them. I should have found burning words in my heart. This was the dream that haunted me. Oh, I would have calmed his frenzy. But where was he? Where was he? And, as though this were not enough, Lambert must needs turn up at such a moment, when I was so excited. When I was only a few steps from my door, I met him. He uttered a yell of delight on seeing me, and seized me by the arm. "I've been to see you 3 times already. Enfant, come and have lunch." "Stay, have you been to my rooms? Was Andrei Petrovitch there?"
"No, there was no one there. Drop them all. You're a fool. You were cross yesterday. You were drunk. And I've something important to tell you. I've heard a splendid piece of news this morning about what we were discussing yesterday."
"Lambert," I interrupted hurriedly, breathing hard and unconsciously declaiming a little. I am only stopping with you now to finish with you for good. I told you yesterday, but you still won't understand. Lambert, you're a baby and as stupid as a Frenchman. You persist in thinking that it's the same as it was at Touchard's, and that I'm as stupid as at Touchard's. But I'm not so silly as I was at Touchard's. I was drunk yesterday, but not from wine, but because I was excited. And if I seemed to agree with the stuff you talked, it was because I pretended so as to find out what you were driving at. I deceived you, and you were delighted and believed it, and went on talking nonsense. Let me tell you that marrying her is such nonsense that it wouldn't take in a schoolboy in the first form. How could you imagine I should believe it? Did you believe it? You believed it because you have never been in aristocratic society, and don't know how things are done among decent people. Things aren't done so simply in aristocratic society, and it's not possible for her so simply to go and get married. Now I will tell you plainly what it is you want. You mean to entice me so as to make me drunk, and to get me to give up the document, and to join you in some scoundrelly plot against Katerina Nikolaevna. So I tell you, it's nonsense. I'll never come to you. And you may as well know that tomorrow or the day after, that letter will be in her own hands, for it belongs to her, for it was written by her, and I'll give it to her myself. And if you care to know where, I can tell you that through Tatyana Pavlovna, her friend, I shall give it at Tatyana Pavlovna's, and in Tatyana Pavlovna's presence, and I'll take nothing from her for giving it to her. And now be off, and keep away from me forever, or else I shan't treat you so civilly next time, Lambert. As I finished, I was in a slight shudder all over. A very serious thing, and the nastiest habit in life, which vitiates everything and all one does, is showing off. Some evil spirit prompted me to work myself up with Lambert, till, rapping out the words with relish, and raising my voice higher and higher, in my heat I ended up by dragging in the quite unnecessary detail that I should return the document through Tatyana Pavlovna, and in her lodging. But I had such a longing to crush him. When I burst out so directly about the letter, and suddenly saw his stupid alarm, I immediately felt a desire to overwhelm him by giving him precise details. And this womanish, boastful babbling was afterwards the cause of terrible misfortunes. For that detail about Tatyana Pavlovna and her lodging was naturally caught up and retained by a scoundrel who had a practical mind for little things. In more exalted and important matters he was useless and unintelligent. But for such trifles he had a keen sense nevertheless. If I had held my tongue about Tatyana Pavlovna, great disasters would not have occurred. Yet when he heard what I said, for the first minute he was terribly upset. "Listen," he muttered. Alphonsine will sing. Alphonsine has been to see her. Listen. I have a letter, almost a letter, in which Madame Akhmakov writes of you. The pockmarked fellow got it for me. Do you remember him? And you will see, come along. You are lying. Show me the letter. It's at home. Alphonsine has got it. Come along. He was lying and talking wildly, of course, trembling for fear I should run away from him. But I suddenly abandoned him in the middle of the street, and when he seemed disposed to follow me, I stood still and shook my fist at him. But he already stood hesitating and let me get away. Perhaps a new plan had dawned upon him. But the meetings and surprises in store for me were not yet over. And when I remember the whole of that disastrous day, it always seems as though all those surprises and unforeseen accidents were somehow conspiring together and were showered on my head from some accursed horn of plenty. I had scarcely opened the door of my lodging, when in the entry I jostled against a tall young man, of dignified and elegant exterior, with a long, pale face, wearing a magnificent fur coat. He had a pince-nez on his nose, but as soon as he saw me, he took it off, evidently as a mark of politeness, and courteously lifting his top hat, but without stopping, however, said to me with an elegant smile, "Hello, bonsoir," and passing me went downstairs. We recognized each other at once, though I had only seen him for a moment in Moscow. It was Anna Andreevna's brother, the young Kammerjunker, Versilov's son, and consequently almost my brother. He was accompanied by my landlady. The landlord was not yet back from his office. As soon as he had gone, I simply pounced on her. "What has he been doing here? Has he been in my room?" "He's not been in your room at all. He came to see me," she snapped out briefly and dryly, and returned to her room. "No, you can't put me off like that," I cried. "Kindly answer me. Why did he come?" "My goodness, am I always to tell you why people come to see me? We may have our own interests to consider, mayn't we? The young man may have wanted to borrow money. He found out an address from me. Perhaps I promised it him last time." "Last time? When?" "Oh, my goodness, why, it's not the first time he's been." She went away. The chief thing I gathered was the change of tone. They had begun to be rude to me. It was clear that this was another secret. Secrets were accumulating with every step, with every hour. For the first time, young Versilov had come with his sister, with Anna Andreevna, when I was ill. I remember that perfectly, as well as Anna Andreevna's amazing words the day before. That, perhaps, the old prince would stay at my rooms. But all this was so mixed up and so monstrous that I could scarcely gather anything from it. Clapping my hands to my forehead, and not even sitting down to rest, I ran to Anna Andreevna's. It appeared that she was not at home, and I received from the porter the information that she had gone to Tsarskoe, and might perhaps not be back till about this time tomorrow. She was at Tsarskoe, and no doubt with the old prince, and her brother was examining my lodgings. "No, that shall not be," I cried, gnashing my teeth. "And if there really is some deadly noose, I will defend the poor woman." From Anna Andreevna's I did not return home, for there suddenly flashed upon my feverish brain the thought of the restaurant on the canal side, where Andrei Petrovitch had the habit of going in his gloomy hours. Delighted at this conjecture, I instantly ran thither. It was by now 4 o'clock, and was already beginning to get dark. In the restaurant, I was told that he had been there, stayed a little while, and had gone away, but perhaps he would come back. I suddenly determined to wait for him, and ordered dinner. There was a hope, anyhow. I ate my dinner, ate indeed more than I wanted, so as to have a right to stay as long as possible, and I stayed, I believe, 4 hours. I won't describe my disappointment and feverish impatience. Everything within me seemed shaking and quivering. That organ, those diners, oh, all the dreariness of it is stamped upon my soul, perhaps for the rest of my life. I won't describe the ideas that whirled in my head like a crowd of dry leaves in autumn after a hurricane. It really was something like that, and I confess that I felt at times that my reason was beginning to desert me. But what worried me till it was a positive pain, in a side current, of course, besides my chief torment, was a persistent, poisonous impression, persistent as a venomous autumn fly, which one does not think about, but which whirls about one, pesters one, and suddenly bites one painfully. It was only a reminiscence, an incident of which I had never spoken to anyone in the world before. This was what it was, since it seems I must tell this too. Breaking in case it wasn't obvious, we are now going to encounter a flashback, which will tell us a bit more about that suave Kammerjunker Arkady just encountered at his lodgings. That is, Anna Andreevna's brother and Versilov's legitimate son. As a quick reminder of Arkady's backstory, just before arriving in Petersburg, he was living in Moscow under the roof of an associate of Versilov named Nikolai Semyonovich. End of comments. (4) When it was settled that I was to leave Moscow and come to Petersburg, I received instructions through Nikolai Semyonovich to wait for money to be sent me for the journey. From whom the money was coming, I did not ask. I knew it was from Versilov, and as I dreamed day and night of my meeting with him, making exalted plans about it while my heart almost swooned within me, I had quite given up speaking about him aloud, even to Marya Ivanovna. I remember that I had money of my own, but I proceeded to wait expectantly for the money to come by post. Suddenly, however, Nikolai Semyonovich, returning home, informed me, as usual, briefly and without going off into explanations, that I was to go next day to Myasnitsky at 11 o'clock in the morning to Prince V.'s flat, and that there Andrei Petrovitch's son, the Kammerjunker Versilov, who had just arrived from Petersburg and was staying with his schoolfellow, Prince V., would hand over to me a sum of money for my journey. On the face of it, the arrangement was simple enough. Andrei Petrovitch might well send the money by his son rather than by post. But the news crushed me and filled me with alarm. I had no doubt that Versilov wished to bring his son, my brother, and me together. This threw a light upon the intentions and feelings of the man of whom I dreamed. But a question of the utmost magnitude presented itself to me. How should I and how must I behave at this utterly unexpected interview, and how could I best keep up my dignity? Next day, exactly at 11 o'clock, I turned up at Prince V.'s flat, which, as I was able to judge, was splendidly furnished, though it was a bachelor's establishment. I was kept waiting in the hall where there were several lackeys in livery. And from the next room came sounds of loud talk and laughter. Prince V had other visitors besides the Kammerjunker. I told the footman to announce me, and, I fancy, in rather haughty terms. Anyway, he looked at me strangely, and, as I fancied, not so respectfully as he should have done. To my amazement, he was a very long time in announcing me, 5 minutes, and all the while the same laughter and the same sounds of conversation reached me. I waited standing, knowing that it would be impossible and unseemly for me, just as much a gentleman, to sit down in a hall where there were footmen. My pride would have prevented me under any circumstances from entering the drawing-room without a special invitation. Over fastidious pride, perhaps it was, but that was only fitting. To my amazement, the 2 lackeys who were left in the hall had the impertinence to sit down. I turned away to avoid noticing it, and yet I could not help quivering all over. And suddenly turning and stepping up to one of the footmen, I ordered him to go at once and take in my name again. In spite of my stern expression and extreme excitement, the lackey looked at me lazily, without getting up, and the other one answered for him. "It's been taken in. Don't disturb yourself." I made up my mind to wait only another minute, or possibly even less, and then to go. I was very well dressed. My suit and overcoat were new anyway, and my linen was perfectly fresh. Marya Ivanovna had seen to that, with a special view to the occasion. But I learned for a fact, much later, when I was in Petersburg, that these lackeys had heard the evening before from young Versilov's valet that the young gentleman's bastard brother, a student, was coming. I know this now for a fact. The minute passed. It's a strange sensation when one decides and cannot decide. "Shall I go or not? Shall I go or not?" I repeated to myself every second, almost in a fever, and suddenly the lackey who had taken my name returned. Between his fingers he held fluttering 4 red notes, 40 roubles. "Here, sir, will you please take 40 roubles?" I boiled over. This was such an insult. All the night before I had been dreaming of the meeting Versilov had arranged between us 2 brothers. I had spent the whole night in feverish visions of the demeanor I ought to adopt, that I might not discredit the whole cycle of ideas which I had worked out in my solitude, and which might have made me feel proud in any circle. I dreamed of how proud, gentlemanly, and sad, perhaps, I would be even in Prince V's society, and how in that way I should be admitted into that circle. Oh, I'm not sparing myself, and so be it, for it's just such details that I ought to record. And then, to be given 40 roubles by a lackey in the hall, and after being kept 10 minutes waiting, and not even in an envelope, not even on a salver, but straight from the lackey's fingers. I shouted so violently at the lackey that he started and stepped back. I told him he must go back at once, and his master must bring the money himself. In fact, my request was, of course, incoherent and incomprehensible to the man. But I shouted so that he went. To make things worse, my shouting was heard in the room, and the talk and laughter suddenly subsided. Almost at the same time, I heard footsteps, dignified, quiet, unhurried, and a tall figure of a handsome and haughty-looking young man. He seemed to me then even thinner and paler than when I met him today. Appeared in the doorway a yard from the door leading into the passage. He was wearing a magnificent red silk dressing-gown and slippers, and had a pince-nez on his nose. Without uttering a word, he fixed me with his pince-nez and proceeded to stare at me. I took one step towards him like a wild beast, and began glaring at him defiantly. But he only scrutinized me for a moment, 10 seconds at the utmost. Suddenly I detected on his lips a scarcely perceptible but most malignant smile. What made it so malignant was that it was scarcely perceptible. He turned round without a word and went back into the room, just as deliberately, just as quietly and smoothly as he had come. Oh, these insolent fellows are trained by their mothers from childhood to be insolent. I lost my head, of course. Oh, why did I lose my head? Almost at that moment, the same lackey reappeared, with the same notes in his hand. "Be so good as to take this. It is sent you from Petersburg, but his honor can't see you. Perhaps another time when he's more at leisure." I felt that these last words were his own addition. But I was still overwhelmed with confusion. I took the money and walked to the door. I took it simply because I was confused. I ought not to have taken it. But the lackey, no doubt wanting to mortify me further, ventured upon a regular flunkey's impertinence. He flung the door extra wide open before me, and pronounced with exaggerated emphasis and dignity, as I went out, "This way, if you please." "You blackguard!" I roared at him, and I raised my hand, but I did not bring it down. "And your master's a blackguard too. Tell him so directly," I added, and went down the stairs. "Don't you dare! If I were to report that to my master, you would be taken that very minute with a note to the police station. And don't you dare threaten me." I went down the stairs. It was a grand open staircase, and above I could be watched as I went down the red carpeted stairs. All 3 lackeys came out and stood looking over the banisters. I made up my mind to keep quiet, of course. To brawl with lackeys was impossible. I walked the whole length of the stairs without increasing my pace. I believe I even moved more slowly. Oh, there may be philosophers, and shame upon them, who will say that all this is nonsense, the irritability of a milksop. Let them say so. But for me it was a wound which has not healed to this day, even to the present moment when I am writing this, when all is over and even avenged. No, I swear I am not given to harboring malice, and I am not revengeful. No doubt I always, even before my illness, wanted to avenge myself when I was insulted. But I swear it was only to avenge myself by magnanimity. Let me avenge myself magnanimously, but so that he felt it and understood, and I should have been avenged. And, by the way, I must add that though I am not revengeful, I have a good memory for injuries, in spite of being magnanimous. I wonder whether others are the same. Then I went with generous feelings, perhaps absurd, but no matter. Better they were absurd and generous than not absurd, but mean, vulgar, and mediocre. I never told anyone of that meeting with my brother, even Marya Ivanovna, even Lisa. That interview was exactly like an insulting slap in the face. And now I came across this gentleman when I least expected to meet him. He smiles to me, takes off his hat, and says bonsoir in quite a friendly way. That gives one something to think about, of course. But the wound was reopened. V. After sitting for more than 4 hours in the restaurant, I suddenly rushed away as though I were in a fit. Again to Versilov's, of course, and again, of course, I did not find him at home. He had not been to the house at all. The nurse was bored, and she asked me to send Darya Onisimovna, as though I had thoughts for that. I ran to Mother's, but did not go in. Calling Lukeria into the passage, I learnt from her that he had not been there either, and that Lisa, too, was not at home. I saw that Lukeria, too, would have liked to ask me something, and also perhaps to give me some commission, but I had no thoughts for that. There was one last hope left, that he had gone to my lodging, but I had no faith in this. I have already stated that I was almost out of my mind. And lo and behold, in my room I found Alphonsine and my landlord. They were coming out, it is true, and in Pyotr Ippolitovitch's hand was a candle. "What's this?" I yelled at the landlord, almost senselessly. "How dare you take that hussy into my room?" "Tiens!" cried Alphonsine. "Elle est amie?" "Get out!" I roared. "Mais c'est un ours!" She whisked out into the passage, pretending to be alarmed, and instantly disappeared into the landlady's room. Pyotr Ippolitovitch, still holding the candle in his hand, came up to me with a severe face. "Allow me to observe, Arkady Makarovitch, that you are too hasty. With all respect to you, Mademoiselle Alphonsine is not a hussy, but quite the contrary indeed. Is here, not as your visitor, but as my wife's, with whom she has been for some time past acquainted." "And how dared you take her into my room?" I repeated, clutching at my head, which almost suddenly began to ache violently. "By chance. I went in to shut the window, which I had opened to air the room, and as Alphonsine Karlovna and I were continuing our conversation, she came into your room simply following me." "That's a lie. Alphonsine's a spy. Lambert's a spy. Perhaps you're a spy, too. And Alphonsine came into my room to steal something." "That's as you please. You'll say one thing today, but tomorrow you'll speak differently. And I've let our rooms for some time, and have moved with my wife into the little room, so that Alphonsine Karlovna is almost as much a lodger here as you are." "You've let your rooms to Lambert?" I cried in dismay. "No, not to Lambert," he answered with the same broad grin, in which, however, the hesitation I had seen in the morning was replaced by determination. "I imagine that you know to whom, and only affect not to know for the sake of appearances, and that's why you're angry. Good night, sir." Yes, leave me alone." I waved my hand, almost crying, so that he looked at me in surprise. He went away, however. I fastened the door with a hook and threw myself on my bed with my face in the pillow. And that is how I passed that awful day, the first of those 3 momentous days with which my story concludes. Breaking in. Despite what Arkady says in his final sentence here, by my count, this is the end of the second of a continuous stream of 4 days narrated in Part 3. But perhaps he is simply counting 3 momentous days after his evening interview with Versilov. And indeed, since that moment, events have been hurtling towards some crisis. Arkady's landlord and landlady are now openly allied with Lambert, Alphonsine, Anna Andreevna, and her brother. Pyotr Ippolitovitch is playing coy about who the expected new lodger is going to be, but perhaps attentive readers might hazard an educated guess. We won't be in suspense for long. Arkady is surprised by his mother's question about whether he will attend the funeral of Makar Ivanovitch. At the time, the tradition would be to keep the dead body in the home while a coffin was being prepared, which is why Arkady passes the body during his visit to the family home in Section 2. The memorial and burial services would be performed in the days afterward. It would seem unthinkable that any core members of the family should miss these events, despite the extraordinary complications in their lives. Naturally, then, Versilov's sudden disappearance at this moment takes on even greater significance. We may guess what Lisa means when she says that he is wrapped up in, quote, "the last chapter of the same old story," unquote. Once again, we won't be in suspense for long. End of comments. Chapter 10. 1. But, again anticipating the course of events, I find it is necessary to explain to the reader something of what is coming, for the logical sequence of the story is obscured by such numerous incidents that otherwise it would be impossible to understand it. That something is the deadly noose to which Tatyana Pavlovna let slip an allusion. It appeared that Anna Andreevna had ventured at last on the most audacious step that could be imagined in her position. She certainly had a will of her own. On the pretext of his health, the old prince had been, in the nick of time, carried off to Tsarskoye Selo, so that the news of his approaching marriage with Anna Andreevna might not be spread abroad, but might for the time be stifled, so to say, in embryo. Yet the feeble old man, with whom one could do anything else, would not, on any consideration, have consented to give up his idea and jilt Anna Andreevna, who had made him an offer. On this subject he was a paragon of chivalry, so that he might sooner or later bestir himself, and suddenly proceed to carry out his intentions with that irresistible force which is so very frequently met with in weak characters, for they often have a line beyond which they cannot be driven. Moreover, he fully recognized the delicacy of the position of Anna Andreevna, for whom he had an unbounded respect. He was quite alive to the possibility of rumors, of gibes, of injurious gossip. The only thing that checked him and kept him quiet for the time was that Katerina Nikolaevna had never once allowed herself to drop the faintest hint reflecting on Anna Andreevna in his presence, or to raise the faintest objection to his intention of marrying her. On the contrary, she showed the greatest cordiality and every attention to her father's fiancée. In this way, Anna Andreevna was placed in an extremely awkward position, perceiving with her subtle feminine instinct that she would wound all the old prince's tenderest feelings, and would arouse his distrust and even perhaps his indignation by the slightest criticism of Katerina Nikolaevna, whom he worshipped too, and now more than ever, just because she had so graciously and dutifully consented to his marriage. And so, for the present, the conflict was waged on that plane. The two rivals vied with one another in delicacy and patience, and as time went on, the prince did not know which of them to admire the most, and like all weak but tender-hearted people, he ended by being miserable and blaming himself for everything. His depression of spirits reached a morbid point, I was told. His nerves were thoroughly upset, and instead of regaining health in Tsarskoe, he was, so I was assured, on the point of taking to his bed. Here I may note in parenthesis what I only learnt long afterwards, that Buring had bluntly proposed to Katerina Nikolaevna that they should take the old gentleman abroad, inducing him to go by some sort of strategy, letting people know privately meanwhile that he had gone out of his mind, and obtaining a doctor's certificate to that effect abroad. But Katerina Nikolaevna would not consent to that on any account. So at least it was declared afterwards. She seems to have rejected the project with indignation. All this is only a rather roundabout rumor, but I believe it. And just when things had reached this apparently hopeless position, Anna Andreevna suddenly learnt through Lambert that there was in existence a letter in which the daughter had consulted a lawyer about declaring her father insane. Her proud and revengeful mind was roused to the utmost. Recalling previous conversations with me, and putting together many trifling circumstances, she could not doubt the truth of it. Then, inevitably, the plan of a bold stroke matured in her resolute, inflexible, feminine heart. That plan was to tell the prince all about it, suddenly, with no preliminaries or negotiations, to frighten him, to give him a shock, to prove to him that what inevitably awaited him was the lunatic asylum. And if he were perverse, if he refused to believe and expressed indignation, to show him his daughter's letter, as though to say, since there was once an intention of declaring him insane, it might well be tried again in order to prevent his marriage. Then to take the frightened and shattered old man to Petersburg, straight to my lodging. It was a terrible risk, but she had complete confidence in her powers. Here I will digress for a moment to observe that the later course of events proved that she had not been mistaken as to the effect of this blow. What is more, the effect of it exceeded her expectations. The news of the existence of this letter produced, perhaps, a far stronger effect on the old prince than she or any of us had anticipated. I had no idea until then that the old prince had heard of this letter before. But like all weak and timid people, he did not believe the rumor, and did his utmost to dismiss it from his mind in order to preserve his serenity. What is more, he reproached himself for his baseness in being ready to believe it. I may add that the fact, that is, the existence of the letter, had a far greater effect on Katerina Nikolaevna than I had expected. In fact, this scrap of paper turned out to be of far greater consequence than I, carrying it in my pocket, had imagined. But I am running too far ahead. But why, I shall be asked, to my lodgings? Why convey the old prince to my pitiful little den, and alarm him, perhaps, by the sordidness of his surroundings? If not to his own home, where all her plans might be thwarted at once, why not to some sumptuous private apartments, as Lambert urged? But it was just on this that Anna Andreevna reckoned in her desperate step. Her chief object was to confront the prince with the document, but nothing would have induced me to give it up. And as there was no time to lose, Anna Andreevna, relying on her power to carry off the position, resolved to begin without the document, bringing the old prince straight to me. For what purpose? To catch me by that same step, so to say, to kill two birds with one stone. She reckoned on working upon me by the sudden blow, the shock, the unexpectedness of it. She anticipated that when I found the old man in my room, when I saw his helplessness and his alarm, and heard them all imploring me, I should give in and show the document. I must confess her calculation was crafty and clever, and showed psychological insight. What is more, she was very nearly successful. As for the old man, Anna Andreevna had succeeded in bringing him away, and had forced him to believe her simply by telling him that she was bringing him to me. All this I learned later. The mere statement that the letter was in my hands extinguished in his timid heart the last doubts of the fact. So great were his love and respect for me. I may remark, too, that Anna Andreevna herself never for a moment doubted that I still had the letter, and had not let it go out of my hands. Her great mistake was that she had a wrong conception of my character, and was cynically reckoning on my innocence, my good nature, and even my sentimentality. And, on the other hand, she imagined that even if I had made up my mind to give up the letter, to Katerina Nikolaevna, for instance, I should only do so under special conditions, and she made haste to anticipate those conditions by the suddenness, the unexpectedness of her masterstroke. And finally, Lambert confirmed her in all this. I have mentioned already that Lambert's position at this time was most critical. The traitor would have liked above everything to lure me from Anna Andreevna, so that with him I might sell the letter to Madame Akhmakov, which he for some reason considered a more profitable course. But since nothing would induce me to give up the document till the last moment, he decided, at any rate, to act with Anna Andreevna also, so that he might not risk losing everything, and therefore he did his utmost to force his services on her till the very last hour, and I know that he even offered to procure a priest if necessary. But Anna Andreevna had asked him, with a contemptuous smile, not to suggest this. Lambert struck her as horribly coarse, and aroused her utmost aversion. But, to be on the safe side, she still accepted his services, as a spy, for instance. By the way, I do not know for certain to this day whether they bought over Pyotr Ippolitovitch, my landlord, and whether he got anything at all from them for his services, or whether he simply worked for them for the joy of intrigue. But that he acted as a spy upon me, and that his wife did also, I know for a fact. The reader will understand now that though I was to some extent forewarned, yet I could not have guessed that the next day, or the day after, I should find the old prince in my lodgings, and in such circumstances. Indeed, I never could have conceived of such audacity from Anna Andreevna. One may talk freely and hint at anything one likes, but to decide, to act, and to carry things out, well, that really is character. To continue. I woke up late in the morning. I slept an exceptionally sound and dreamless sleep, as I remember with wonder, so that I woke up next morning feeling unusually confident again, as though nothing had happened the day before. I intended not going first to Mother's, but straight to the church of the cemetery, with the idea of returning to Mother's after the ceremony and remaining the rest of the day. I was firmly convinced that in any case I should meet him sooner or later at Mother's. Neither Alphonsine nor the landlord had been at the flat for a long time. I would not on any account question the landlady, and indeed I made up my mind to cut off all relations with them for the future, and even to give up my lodgings as soon as I could. And so, as soon as my coffee had been brought, I put the hook on the door again. But suddenly there was a knock at the door, and to my surprise it turned out to be Trishatov. I opened the door at once, and, delighted to see him, asked him to come in, but he refused. "I will only say 2 words from the door, or perhaps I will come in, for I fancy one must talk in a whisper here. Only I won't sit down. You are looking at my horrid coat. Lambert took my greatcoat." He was, in fact, wearing a wretched old greatcoat, which did not fit him. He stood before me without taking off his hat, a gloomy, dejected figure, with his hands in his pockets. "I won't sit down. I won't sit down. Listen, Dolgoruki, I know nothing in detail, but I know that Lambert is preparing some treachery against you at once, and you won't escape it, and that's certain. And so be careful. I was told by that pockmarked fellow, do you remember him? But he did not tell me anything more about it, so I can't tell you. I've only come to warn you. Goodbye." "But sit down, dear Trishatov. Though I'm in a hurry, I'm so glad to see you," I cried. "I won't sit down. I won't sit down. But I shall remember you were glad to see me. Oh, Dolgoruki, why deceive others? I've consciously, of my own free will, consented to every sort of abomination, to things so vile that I can't speak of them before you. Now we are at the pockmarked fellow's. Goodbye. I am not worthy to sit down with you. Nonsense, Trishatov, dear. No, you see, Dolgoruki, I keep a bold face before everyone, and I'm going to have a rollicking time. I shall soon have a better fur coat than my old one, and shall be driving a fast trotter. But I shall know in my own mind that I did not sit down in your room, because I judge myself unworthy, because I'm low compared with you. It will always be nice for me to remember that when I'm in the midst of disgraceful debauchery. Goodbye, goodbye. And I won't give you my hand. Why, Alphonsine won't take my hand. And please don't follow me or come to see me. That's a compact between us. The strange boy turned and went out. I had no time then, but I made up my mind to seek him out as soon as I had settled our affairs. I won't describe the rest of that morning, though there is a great deal that might be recalled. Versilov was not at the funeral service in the church, and I fancy from their faces I could have gathered that they did not expect him there. Mother prayed devoutly and seemed entirely absorbed in the service. There were only Lisa and Tatyana Pavlovna by the coffin. But I will describe nothing. After the burial, we all returned and sat down to a meal, and again I gathered by their faces that he was not expected to it. When we rose from the table, I went up to Mother, embraced her, and congratulated her on her birthday. Lisa did the same after me. "Listen, brother," Lisa whispered to me on the sly. "They are expecting him." "I guess so, Lisa. I see it." "He's certainly coming." So, they must have heard something positive, I thought, but I didn't ask any question. Though I'm not going to describe my feelings, all this mystery began to weigh like a stone upon my heart again, in spite of my confident mood. We all settled down in the drawing-room, near Mother, at the round table. Oh, how I liked being with her then, and looking at her. Mother suddenly asked me to read something out of the Gospel. I read a chapter from St. Luke. She did not weep and was not even very sorrowful, but her face had never seemed to me so full of spiritual meaning. There was the light of thought in her gentle eyes, but I could not trace in them any sign that she expected something with apprehension. The conversation never flagged. We recalled many reminiscences of Makar Ivanovitch. Tatyana Pavlovna, too, told us many things about him of which I had no idea before. And, in fact, it would make an interesting chapter if it were all written down. Even Tatyana Pavlovna wore quite a different air from usual. She was very gentle, very affectionate, and, what is more, also very quiet, though she talked a good deal to distract Mother's mind. But one detail I remember well. Mother was sitting on the sofa, and on a special round table on her left, there lay, apparently put there for some purpose, a plain antique icon, with halos on the heads of the saints, of which there were two. This icon had belonged to Makar Ivanovitch. I knew that, and knew also that the old man had never parted from it, and looked upon it with superstitious reverence. Tatyana Pavlovna glanced at it several times. "Listen, Sofya," she said, suddenly changing the conversation. "Instead of the icon's lying down, would it not be better to stand it up on the table against the wall, and to light the lamp before it?" "No, better as it is," said Mother.
"I dare say you're right. It might seem making too much fuss."
I did not understand at the time, but this icon had long ago been verbally bequeathed by Makar Ivanovitch to Andrei Petrovitch, and Mother was preparing to give it to him now. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We were still talking when I noticed a sudden quiver in Mother's face. She drew herself up quickly and began listening, while Tatyana Pavlovna, who was speaking at the time, went on talking without noticing anything. I at once turned to the door, and an instant later saw Andrei Petrovitch in the doorway. He had come in by the back stairs, through the kitchen and the passage, and Mother was the only one of us who had heard his footsteps. Now I will describe the whole of the insane scene that followed, word by word and gesture by gesture. It was brief. To begin with, I did not, at the first glance anyway, observe the slightest change in his face. He was dressed as always, that is, almost foppishly. In his hand was a small but expensive nosegay of fresh flowers. He went up and handed it to Mother with a smile. She was looking at him with frightened perplexity, but she took the nosegay, and a faint flush at once glowed on her pale cheeks, and there was a gleam of pleasure in her eyes. "I knew you would take it like that, Sonia," she said. As we all got up when he came in, he took Lisa's easy-chair, which was on the left of Mother, and sat down in it without noticing he was taking her seat. And so he was quite close to the little table on which the icon was lying. "Good evening to you all. I felt I must bring you this nosegay on your birthday, Sonia, and so I did not go to the funeral, as I could not come to the grave with the nosegay, and you didn't expect me at the funeral, I know. The old man certainly won't be angry at these flowers, for he bequeathed us joy himself, didn't he? I believe he's somewhere in the room." Mother looked at him strangely. Tatyana Pavlovna seemed to wince. "Who's here in the room?" she asked. "Makar Ivanovitch." "Never mind. You know that the man who is not entirely a believer in these marvels is always more prone to superstition. But I had better tell you about the nosegay. How I succeeded in bringing it I don't know. 3 times on the way I had a longing to throw it in the snow and trample on it." Mother shuddered. "A terrible longing. You must have pity on me and my poor head, Sonia. I longed to, because they are too beautiful. Is there any object in the world more beautiful than a flower? I carried it with snow and frost all round. Our frost and flowers, such an incongruity. I wasn't thinking of that, though. I simply longed to crush it because it was so lovely. Sonia, though I'm disappearing again now, I shall soon come back, for I believe I shall be afraid. If I am afraid, who will heal me of my terrors? Where can I find an angel like Sonia? What is this icon you've got here? Ah, Makar Ivanovitch's, I remember. It belonged to his family, his ancestors. He would never part from it. I know, I remember he left it to me. I quite remember. And I fancy it's an unorthodox one. Let me have a look at it." He took up the icon, carried it to the light, and looked at it intently. but after holding it a few seconds only, laid it on the table before him. I was astonished, but all his strange speech was uttered so quickly that I had not time to reflect upon it. All I remember is that a sick feeling of dread began to clutch at my heart. Mother's alarm had passed into perplexity and compassion. She looked on him as someone, above all, to be pitied. It had sometimes happened in the past that he had talked almost as strangely as now. Lisa, for some reason, became suddenly very pale, and strangely made a sign to me with a motion of her head towards him. But most frightened of all was Tatyana Pavlovna. "What's the matter with you, Andrei Petrovich, darling?" she inquired cautiously. "I really don't know, Tatyana Pavlovna, dear, what's the matter with me. Don't be uneasy, I still remember that you are Tatyana Pavlovna, and that you are dear. But I've only come for a minute, though. I should like to say something nice to Sonia, and I keep trying to find the right word, though my heart is full of words which I don't know how to utter. Yes, really, all such strange words, somehow. Do you know, I feel as though I were split in two." He looked round at us all with a terribly serious face and with perfectly genuine candor. "Yes, I am really split in two mentally, and I'm horribly afraid of it. It's just as though one's second self were standing beside one. One is sensible and rational oneself, but the other self is impelled to do something perfectly senseless, and sometimes very funny. And suddenly you notice that you are longing to do that amusing thing, goodness knows why. That is, you want to, as it were, against your will. Though you fight against it with all your might, you want to. I once knew a doctor who suddenly began whistling in church at his father's funeral. I really was afraid to come to the funeral today, because for some reason I was possessed by a firm conviction that I should begin to whistle or laugh in church, like that unfortunate doctor, who came to rather a bad end. And I really don't know why, but I've been haunted by the thought of that doctor all day. I am so haunted by him that I can't shake him off. Do you know, Sonia, here I've taken up the icon again." He had picked it up and was turning it about in his hand. "And do you know, I have a dreadful longing now, this very second, to smash it against the stove, against this corner. I am sure it would break into two halves, neither more nor less." What was most striking was that he said this without the slightest trace of affectation or whimsical caprice. He spoke quite simply, but that made it all the more terrible, and he seemed really frightened of something. I noticed suddenly that his hands were trembling a little. "Andrei Petrovich!" cried Mother, clasping her hands. "Let the icon alone! Let it alone, Andrei Petrovich! Let it alone! Put it down!" cried Tatyana Pavlovna, jumping up. "Undress and go to bed. Arkady, run for the doctor!" But what a fuss you're making," he said gently, scrutinizing us all intently. Then he suddenly put both elbows on the table and leaned his head in his hands. "I'm scaring you, but I tell you what, my friends, try to comfort me a little. Sit down again and all be calm, if only for a minute. Sonia, I did not come to talk of this at all. I came to tell you something, but it was quite different. Goodbye, Sonia. I'm going off on my wanderings again, as I have left you several times before. But no doubt I shall come back to you again one day. In that sense you are inevitable. To whom should I come back when all is over? Believe, Sonia, that I've come to you now as to an angel, and not as to an enemy. How could you be an enemy to me? How could you be an enemy? Don't imagine that I came to break this icon. For do you know, Sonia, I am still longing to break it all the same. When Tatyana Pavlovna had cried out, "Let the icon alone!" she had snatched it out of his hands and was holding it in hers. Suddenly, at his last word, he jumped up impulsively, snatched the icon in a flash from Tatyana's hands, and with a ferocious swing smashed it with all his might against the corner of the tiled stove. The icon was broken into 2 pieces. He turned to us, and his pale face suddenly flushed red, almost purple, and every feature in his face quivered and worked. Don't take it for a symbol, Sonia. It's not as Makar's legacy I have broken it, but only to break something. And anyway, I shall come back to you, my last angel. You may take it as a symbol, though. Of course it must have been so. And with sudden haste he went out of the room, going again through the kitchen, where he had left his fur coat and cap. I won't attempt to describe what happened to Mother. In mortal terror she stood clasping her hands above her, and she suddenly screamed after him, "Andrei Petrovich, come back, if only to say goodbye, dear." "He'll come, Sofya, he'll come, don't worry yourself," Tatyana shrieked, trembling all over in a terrible rage, a really brutal rage. "Why, you heard he promised to come back himself. Let him go and amuse himself for the last time, the fool. He's getting old, and who'll nurse him when he's bedridden except you, his old nurse? Why, he tells you so himself, he's not ashamed." As for us, Lisa was in a swoon. I would have run after him, but I rushed to Mother. I threw my arms round her and held her tight. Lucaria ran in with a glass of water for Lisa, but Mother soon came to herself. She sank on the sofa, hid her face in her hands, and began crying. But you'd better run after him," Tatyana Pavlovna shouted suddenly with all her might, as though she had suddenly woken up. Go along, overtake him. Don't leave him for a minute. Go along. She pulled me forcibly away from Mother. "No, I shall run myself." "Akasha, run after him, make haste," Mother cried suddenly, too. I ran off, full speed, through the kitchen and through the yard, but there was no sign of him anywhere. In the distance I saw black shadows in the darkness. I ran after them and examined each passer-by carefully as I overtook them. So I ran on to the crossroads. "People are not angry with the insane," suddenly flashed through my mind. "But Tatyana was wild with rage at him, so he's not mad at all." No, it seemed to me all the time that it was symbolic, and that he was bent on putting an end to everything as he did to the icon, and showing that to us, to Mother and all. But that second self was unmistakably beside him too. Of that there could be no doubt. III. He was nowhere to be found, however, and I could not run to him. It was difficult to believe that he would have simply gone home. Suddenly an idea flashed upon me, and I rushed off to Anna Andreevna. Anna Andreevna had just returned, and I was shown up at once. I went in, controlling myself as far as I could. Without sitting down, I at once described to her the scene which had just taken place. That is, the second self. I shall never forget the greedy but pitilessly composed and self-complacent curiosity with which she listened, also standing, and I shall never forgive her for it. "Where is he? Perhaps you know," I ended insistently. "Tatiana Pavlovna sent me to you yesterday." "I sent for you too yesterday." "Yesterday he was at Tsarskoye Selo. He came to see me too. And now," she looked at her watch, "now it is 7 o'clock, so he's pretty sure to be at home." "I see that you know all about it, so tell me, I cried. "I know a good deal, but I don't know everything. Of course there's no reason to conceal it from you." She scanned me with a strange glance, smiling and as though deliberating. "Yesterday morning, in answer to a letter, he made Katerina Nikolaevna a formal offer of marriage." "That's false," I said, opening my eyes wide. "The letter went through my hands. I took it to her myself unopened. This time he behaved chivalrously and concealed nothing from me." "Anna Andreevna, I can't understand it." "Of course it's hard to understand it, but it's like a gambler who stakes his last crown while he has a loaded pistol ready in his pocket. That's what his offer amounts to. It's 10 to 1 she won't accept his offer, but still he's reckoning on that 10th chance, and I confess that's very curious. I imagine, though, that it may be a case of frenzy, that second self, as you said so well just now." "And you laugh? And am I really to believe that the letter was given through you? Why, you are the fiancé of her father. Spare me, Anna Andreevna." "He asked me to sacrifice my future to his happiness, though he didn't really ask. It was all done rather silently. I simply read it all in his eyes. Oh, my goodness, what will he do next? Why, he went to Königsberg to ask your mother's leave to marry Katerina Nikolaevna's stepdaughter. That's very like his pitching on me for his go-between and confidant yesterday." She was rather pale, but her calmness was only exaggerated sarcasm. Oh, I forgave her much then, as I began to grasp the position. For a minute I pondered. She waited in silence. "Do you know," I laughed suddenly, "you delivered the letter because there was not the slightest risk for you, because there's no chance of a marriage. But what of him? Of her, too? Of course she will reject his offer, and then what may not happen then? Where is he now, Anna Andreevna?" I cried. "Every minute is precious now. Any minute there may be trouble." "He's at home. I have told you so. In the letter to Katerina Nikolaevna, which I delivered, he asked her, in any case, to grant him an interview in his lodgings today at 7 o'clock this evening. She promised. She's going to his lodging? How can that be? Why not? The lodging is Darya Onisimovna's. They might very well meet there as her guests. But she's afraid of him. He may kill her. Anna Andreevna only smiled. In spite of the terror which I detected in her myself, Katerina Nikolaevna has always from the first cherished a certain reverence and admiration for the nobility of Andrei Petrovitch's principles and the loftiness of his mind. She is trusting herself to him this once, so as to have done with him forever. In his letter he gave her the most solemn and chivalrous promise that she should have nothing to fear. In short, I don't remember the words of the letter, but she trusted herself, so to speak, for the last time, and, so to speak, responding with the same heroic feelings. There may have been a sort of chivalrous rivalry on both sides. "But the second self! The second self!" I exclaimed. "Besides, he's out of his mind." Yesterday, when she gave her promise to grant him an interview, Katerina Nikolaevna probably did not conceive of the possibility of that. I suddenly turned and was rushing out. To him, to them, of course. But from the next room I ran back for a second. "But perhaps that is just what would suit you, that he should kill her," I cried, and ran out of the house. I was shaking all over, as though in a fit, but I went into the lodging quietly, through the kitchen, and asked in a whisper to see Darya Onisimovna. She came out at once, and fastened a gaze of intense curiosity upon me. "His Honor, he's not at home." But in a rapid whisper I explained, bluntly and exactly, that I knew all about it from Anna Andreevna, and that I had just come from her. "Darya Onisimovna, where are they?" "They are in the room where you sat the day before yesterday, at the table." "Darya Onisimovna, let me go in." "That's impossible." "Not in there, but in the next room." "Darya Onisimovna, Anna Andreevna wishes it, perhaps. If she didn't wish it, she wouldn't have told me herself. They won't hear me. She wishes it herself." "And if she doesn't wish it," said Darya Onisimovna, her eyes still riveted upon me. "Darya Onisimovna, I remember your Olya. Let me in." Her lips and chin suddenly began to quiver. "Dear friend, for Olya's sake, for the sake of your feeling, don't desert Anna Andreevna. My dear, you won't desert her, will you? You won't desert her?" "No, I won't." "Give me your solemn promise you won't rush out upon them. You won't call out if I hide you in there." "I swear on my honor, Darya Onisimovna." She took me by my coat, led me into a dark room, next to the one where they were sitting, guided me almost noiselessly over the soft carpet to the doorway, stationed me at the curtain that hung over it, and lifting the curtain a fraction of an inch, showed me them both. I remained. She went away. Of course I remained. I knew that I was eavesdropping, spying on other people's secrets, but I remained. How could I help remaining with the thought of the second self in my mind? Why, he had smashed the icon before my eyes. 4. They were sitting facing one another at the table at which we had yesterday drunk to his resurrection. I got a good view of their faces. She was wearing a simple black dress, and was as beautiful and apparently calm as always. He was speaking. She was listening with intense and sympathetic attention. Perhaps there was some trace of timidity in her, too. He was terribly excited. I had come in the middle of their conversation, and so for some time I could make nothing of it. I remember she suddenly asked, "And I was the cause?" "No, I was the cause," he answered, "and you were only innocently guilty. You know that there are the innocently guilty. Those are generally the most unpardonable crimes, and they almost always bring their punishment," he added, laughing strangely. "And I actually thought for a moment that I had forgotten you and could laugh at my stupid passion. But you know that. What is he to me, though, that man you're going to marry? Yesterday I made you an offer. Forgive me for it. It was absurd, and yet I had no alternative but that. What could I have done but that absurd thing? I don't know." As he said this, he laughed hopelessly, suddenly lifting his eyes to her. Till then he had looked away as he talked. If I had been in her place, I should have been frightened at that laugh. I felt that. He suddenly got up from his chair. "Tell me, how could you consent to come here?" he asked suddenly, as though remembering the real point. "My invitation and my whole letter was absurd. Stay, I can quite imagine how it came to pass that you consented to come, but why did you come? That's the question. Can you have come simply from fear?" "I came to see you," she said, looking at him with timid caution. Both were silent for half a minute. Versilov sank back in his chair, and in a voice soft but almost trembling and full of intense feeling, began. "It's so terribly long since I've seen you, Katerina Nikolaevna. So long that I scarcely thought it possible I should ever be sitting beside you again, as I now am, looking into your face and listening to your voice. For 2 years we've not seen each other. For 2 years we've not talked. I never thought to speak to you again. But so be it. What is past, and what is will vanish like smoke tomorrow. So be it. I assent because there is no alternative again. But don't let your coming be in vain," he added suddenly, almost imploringly. "Since you have shown me this charity and have come, don't let it be in vain. Answer me one question." "What question?" "You know we shall never see each other again, and what is it to you? Tell me the truth for once, and answer me one question which sensible people never ask. Did you ever love me, or was I mistaken?" She flushed crimson. "I did love you," she brought out. I expected she would say that. Oh, always truthful, always sincere, always honest. "And now," he went on, I don't love you now.
And you are laughing?
No, I laughed just now by accident, because I knew you would ask, and I smiled at that, because when one guesses right, one always does smile.
It seemed quite strange to me. I had never seen her so much on her guard, almost timid indeed, and embarrassed. His eyes devoured her. I know that you don't love me, and you don't love me at all.
Perhaps not at all. I don't love you,
she added firmly, without smiling or flushing.
Yes, I did love you, but not for long. I very soon got over it.
I know, you saw that it was not what you wanted, but what do you want? Explain that once more.
Have I ever explained that to you? What do I want? Why, I'm the most ordinary woman. I'm a peaceful person. I like cheerful people.
Cheerful?
You see, I don't know even how to talk to you. I believe that if you could have loved me less, I should have loved you then.
She smiled timidly again.
The most absolute sincerity was transparent in her answer.
And was it possible she did not realize that her answer was the most final summing up of their relations, explaining everything? Oh, how well he must have understood that. But he looked at her and smiled strangely. Is Buring a cheerful person? He went on, questioning her.
He ought not to trouble you at all,
she answered with some haste.
I'm marrying him simply because with him I shall be most at peace. My whole heart remains in my own keeping.
They say that you have grown fond of society, of the fashionable world again.
Not fond of it. I know that there is just the same disorderliness in good society as everywhere else, but the outer forms are still attractive, so that if one lives only to pass the time, one can do it better there than anywhere.
I've often heard the word disorderliness of late. You used to be afraid of my disorderliness, too. Chains, ideas, and imbecilities.
No, it was not quite that.
What then? For God's sake, tell me all, frankly.
Well, I'll tell you frankly, for I look on you as a man of great intellect. I always felt there was something ridiculous about you.
When she had said this, she suddenly flushed crimson, as though she feared she had said something fearfully indiscreet. For what you have just said, I can forgive you a great deal, he commented strangely.
I hadn't finished,
she said hurriedly, still flushing.
It's I who am ridiculous to talk to you like a fool.
No, you are not ridiculous. You are only a depraved worldly woman, he said, turning horribly white. I did not finish either when I asked you why you had come. Would you like me to finish? There is a document, a letter in existence, and you're awfully afraid of it, because if that letter comes into your father's hands, he may curse you and cut you out of his will. You're afraid of that letter, and you've come for that letter, he brought out. He was shaking all over, and his teeth were almost chattering. She listened to him with a despondent and pained expression of face.
I know that you can do all sorts of things to harm me, she said, as if warding off his words. But I have come not so much to persuade you not to persecute me, as to see you yourself. I've been wanting to meet you very much for a long time. But I find you just the same as ever, she added suddenly, as though carried away by a special and striking thought, and even by some strange sudden emotion. Did you hope to see me different, after my letter about your depravity? Tell me, did you come here without any fear? I came because I once loved you. But do you know, I beg you not to threaten me, please, with anything. While we are now together, don't remind me of my evil thoughts and feelings. If you could talk to me of something else, I should be very glad. Let threats come afterwards, but it should be different now. I came really to see you for a minute and to hear you. Oh, well, if you can't help it, kill me straight off. Only don't threaten me and don't torture yourself before me, she concluded, looking at him in strange expectation, as though she really thought he might kill her. He got up from his seat again, and looking at her with glowing eyes, said resolutely, "While you are here, you will suffer not the slightest annoyance." "Oh, yes, your word of honor," she said, smiling. "No, not only because I gave my word of honor in my letter, but because I want to think of you all night." "To torture yourself?" "I picture you in my mind whenever I'm alone. I do nothing but talk to you. I go into some squalid, dirty hole, and as a contrast, you appear to me at once. But you always laugh at me as you do now." He said this as though he were beside himself. "I have never laughed at you, never!" she exclaimed in a voice full of feeling, and with a look of the greatest compassion in her face. "In coming here, I tried my utmost to do it so that you should have no reason to be mortified," she added suddenly. "I came here to tell you that I almost love you. Forgive me, perhaps I used the wrong words," she went on hurriedly. He laughed. "How is it you cannot dissemble? Why is it you are such a simple creature? Why is it you're not like all the rest? Why, how can you tell a man you are turning away that you almost love him?" "It's only that I could not express myself," she put in hurriedly. "I used the wrong words. It's because I've always felt abashed and unable to talk to you from the first time I met you, and if I used the wrong words, saying that I almost love you, in my thought it was almost so. So that's why I said so, though I love you with that, well, with that general love with which one loves everyone and which one is never ashamed to own." He listened in silence, fixing his glowing eyes upon her. "I am offending you, of course," he went on, as though beside himself. "This must really be what they call passion. All I know is that in your presence I am done for, in your absence too. It's just the same whether you are there or not. Wherever you may be, you are always before me. I know, too, that I can hate you intensely, more than I can love you. But I've long given up thinking about anything now. It's all the same to me. I am only sorry I should love a woman like you." His voice broke. He went on, as it were, gasping for breath. "What is it to you? You think it wild of me to talk like that?" He smiled a pale smile. "I believe, if only that would charm you, I would be ready to stand for 30 years like a post on one leg. I see you are sorry for me. Your face says, 'I would love you if I could, but I can't.' Yes? Never mind, I've no pride. I'm ready to take any charity from you like a beggar. Do you hear? Any. A beggar has no pride." She got up and went to him. "Dear friend," she said, with inexpressible feeling in her face, touching his shoulder with her hand. "I can't hear you talk like that. I shall think of you all my life as someone most precious, great-hearted, as something most sacred of all that I respect and love. Andrei Petrovitch, understand what I say. Why, it's not for nothing I've come here now, dear friend, dear to me then and now. I shall never forget how deeply you stirred my mind when first we met. Let us part as friends, and you will be for me the most earnest and dearest thought in my whole life. Let us part, and then I will love you. I will love you. Only let us part. Listen," he brought out, perfectly white. "Grant me one charity more. Don't love me, don't live with me. Let us never meet. I will be your slave if you summon me, and I will vanish at once if you don't want to see me or hear me. Only don't marry anyone." It sent a pang to my heart to hear those words. That naively humiliating entreaty was the more pitiful, the more heartrending, for being so flagrant and impossible. Yes, indeed, he was asking charity. Could he imagine she would consent? Yet he had humbled himself to put it to the test. He had tried entreating her. This depth of spiritual degradation was insufferable to watch. Every feature in her face seemed suddenly distorted with pain. But before she had time to utter a word, he suddenly realized what he had done. "I will strangle you," he said suddenly, in a strange, distorted voice unlike his own. But she answered him strangely too, and she too spoke in a different voice, unlike her own. "If I granted you charity," she said with sudden firmness, "you would punish me for it afterwards worse than you threaten me now, for you would never forget that you stood before me as a beggar. I can't listen to threats from you," she added, looking at him with indignation, almost defiance. "Threats from you? You mean from such a beggar?" "I was joking," he said softly, smiling. "I won't touch you, don't be afraid, go away. And I'll do my utmost to send you that letter. Only go, go. I wrote you a stupid letter, and you answered my stupid letter in kind by coming. We are quits. This is your way." He pointed towards the door. She was moving towards the room in which I was standing behind the curtain. "Forgive me if you can," she said, stopping in the doorway. "What if we meet some day quite friends and recall this scene with laughter? he said suddenly, but his face was quivering all over like the face of a man in convulsions. "Oh, God grant we may!" she cried, clasping her hands, though she watched his face timidly, as though trying to guess what he meant. "Go along. Much sense we have, the pair of us. But you... Oh, you are one of my own kind. I wrote you a mad letter, and you agreed to come to tell me that you almost love me. Yes, we are possessed by the same madness. Be always as mad, don't change, and we shall meet as friends. That I predict, that I swear. And then I shall certainly love you, for I feel that even now." The woman in her could not resist flinging those last words to him from the doorway. She went out. With noiseless haste I went into the kitchen, and scarcely glancing at Darya Onisimovna, who was waiting for me, I went down the back staircase and across the yard into the street. But I had only time to see her get into the sledge that was waiting for her at the steps. I ran down the street. Breaking in. At last we have had our long-awaited interview. Despite its impropriety, it seems to have been destined to occur. I will postpone my comments on this and the broken icon incident for my closing remarks. At this point, the chessboard has been set up. All that remains is for the pieces to make their final moves. The center of the board is occupied by the two female rivals and the wealth of the feeble old Prince Sokolsky. Anna Andreevna is digging for gold via matrimony, while attempting to pry his loyalty away from his daughter, Katerina Nikolaevna. She has already swept him away to the suburb Tsarskoye Selo. Now she plans on whisking him back to Petersburg, to Arkady's lodgings, with the hope that the shock to both the youth and the prince would convince the youth to produce the letter, and the prince to believe in all its contents, thus sealing his break with his daughter. For her own part, Katerina Nikolaevna wants to protect her relationship with her father and to ward off the predation of Anna Andreevna. The latter goal will be shared by Baron Buring, who, as Katerina Nikolaevna's betrothed, stands to lose much of the dowry if the old man gets married. Lambert, of course, is involved in all this, hoping to gain materially from his scheming with Anna Andreevna, and perhaps from getting access to Katerina Nikolaevna. And we know from Trishatov that some terrible trap is being prepared for Arkady. Further, our narrator has hinted that there is some further, as yet undisclosed, circumstance about Arkady's recent interactions with Lambert that the youth himself was unaware of at the time. Lambert, it seems, has also interacted with Versilov, although we don't know exactly how. And Versilov has cast off his resurrection of 2 nights ago, and has once again succumbed to the second self and his passion for Katerina Nikolaevna, which wavers between love and potentially murderous hatred. Where it will lead we cannot yet know, although we know that it will have a devastating effect on Arkady, to whom we must now return. End of comments. Chapter 11. 1. I ran to Lambert. Oh, how I should have liked to give a show of logic to my behavior, and to find some trace of common sense in my actions that evening and all that night. But even now, when I can reflect on it all, I am utterly unable to present my conduct in any clear and logical connection. It was a case of feeling, or rather a perfect chaos of feelings, in the midst of which I was naturally bound to go astray. It is true there was one dominant feeling which mastered me completely and overwhelmed all the others, but need I confess to it? Especially as I am not certain. I ran to Lambert, beside myself, of course. I positively scared Alphonsine and him for the first minute. I have always noticed that even the most profligate, the most degraded Frenchmen are in their domestic life extremely given to a sort of bourgeois routine, a sort of very prosaic daily ceremonial of life established once and forever. Lambert quickly realized, however, that something had happened, and was delighted that I had come to him at last, and that I was in his clutches. He had been thinking of nothing else day and night. Oh, how badly he needed me! And behold, now, when he had lost all hope, I had suddenly appeared of my own accord, and in such a frantic state, just in the state which suited him. "Lambert, wine!" I cried. "Let's drink! Let's have a jolly time! Alphonsine, where's your guitar?" I won't describe the scene. It's unnecessary. We drank, and I told him all about it. Everything. He listened greedily. I openly, of my own accord, suggested a plot, a general flare-up. To begin with, we were by letter to ask Katerina Nikolaevna to come to us. "That's possible," Lambert assented, gloating over every word I said. Secondly, we must send a copy of the document in full, that she might see at once that she was not being deceived. "That's right, that's what we must do," Lambert agreed, continually exchanging glances with Alphonsine. Thirdly, Lambert must ask her to come, writing as though he were an unknown person and had just arrived from Moscow, and I must bring Versilov. "And we might have Versilov too," Lambert assented. "Not might, but must," I cried. "It's essential. It's for his sake it's all being done," I explained, taking one sip after another from my glass. We were all three drinking. Well, I believe I really drank the whole bottle of champagne, while they only made a show of drinking. "Versilov and I will sit in the next room." Lambert would have to take the next room. And suddenly, when she had agreed to everything, to paying the cash and to his other demands too, for all women are abject creatures, then Versilov and I would come in and convict her of being abject. And Versilov, seeing what a horrid woman she is, would at once be cured and reject her with scorn. Only we ought to have Buring too, that he might see her put to shame. "No, we don't want Buring," Lambert observed. We do," I yelled again. "You don't know anything about it, Lambert, for you are a fool. On the contrary, let it make a scandal in fashionable society. It will be our revenge on fashionable society, and upon her, and let her be punished. Lambert, she will give you an IOU. I don't want money. I don't care a damn for money. But you can't stoop to pick it up and stuff it in your pocket, and my curse with it. But I shall crush her."
"Yes, yes," Lambert kept approving. "You are right there." He kept exchanging glances with Alphonsine.
"Lambert, she has an awful reverence for Vasilov. I saw that for certain just now," I babbled to him.
"It's a good thing you did peep and see it all. I should never have thought that you would have made such a good spy and that you had so much sense."
He said this to flatter me. "That's a lie, Frenchman. I'm not a spy, but I have plenty of sense. And do you know, Lambert, she loves him, really." I went on, making desperate efforts to express myself. "But she won't marry him because Buring's an officer in the Guards, and Versilov is only a noble-hearted man and a friend of humanity. To their thinking a comic person and nothing else. Oh, she understands his passion and gloats over it, flirts, is carried away by it, but won't marry him. She's a woman, she's a serpent. Every woman is a serpent, and every serpent is a woman. He must be cured. We must tear the scales off his eyes, let him see what she is, and be cured. I will bring him to you, Lambert."
"Just so," Lambert kept repeating, filling up my glass every minute.
He was in a perfect tremble of anxiety to avoid contradicting or offending me, and to make me go on drinking. It was so coarse and obvious that even at the time I could not help noticing it. But nothing could have made me go away. I kept drinking and talking, and was desperately anxious to give full expression to what I was feeling. When Lambert brought in another bottle, Alphonsine was playing some Spanish air on the guitar. I was almost in tears. "Lambert, do you know everything?" I exclaimed with intense feeling. "That man must be saved, for he's spellbound. By sorcery. If she were to marry him, he would spurn her from him the day after the wedding, for that does happen sometimes. For such a wild, outrageous love is like a fit, like a deadly noose, like an illness, and as soon as it is gratified, the scales fall from the eyes at once, and the opposite feeling comes. Loathing and hatred, the desire to strangle, to crush. Do you know the story of Abishag, Lambert? Have you read it?"
"No, I don't remember. A novel?"
muttered Lambert. "Oh, you know nothing. Lambert, you're fearfully, fearfully ignorant. But I don't care a damn for that. It's no matter. No, he loves Mother. He kissed her portrait. He'll spurn that woman next morning and come back to Mother of himself. But then it will be too late, so we must save him now." In the end, I began crying bitterly. But I still went on talking and drank a fearful quantity of champagne. It was most characteristic of Lambert that all that evening he did not once ask about the document, where it was, that I should show it, should put it on the table. What would have been more natural than to inquire about it, since we were planning to take action? Another point. We kept saying that we must do this, that we certainly would do this, but of the place, the time, and manner, we did not say a word. He only assented to all I said, and kept looking at Alphonsine. That was all. Of course I was incapable of reflecting on that at the time, but I remember it. I ended by falling asleep on his sofa without undressing. I slept a long time and woke up very late. I remember that after waking, I lay for a long time on the sofa, as it were petrified, trying to reflect and remember, and pretending that I was still asleep. But it appeared that Lambert was not in the room. He had gone out. It was past 9 o'clock. The stove had been heated and was crackling exactly as it had done when I found myself the first time at Lambert's after that night. But Alphonsine was behind the screen, keeping guard on me. I noticed it at once, for she had twice peeped out and glanced at me. But each time I shut my eyes and pretended to be asleep. I did this because I was overwhelmed and wanted to think over my position. I felt with horror all the ineptitude and loathsomeness of my confession to Lambert, my plotting with him, the blunder I had made in running to him. But, thank God, the letter was still in my keeping. It was still sewn up in my side pocket. I felt with my hand. It was there. So all I had to do was to get up and run away. I need not care what Lambert thought of me afterwards. Lambert was not worth it. But I was ashamed of myself. I was my own judge, and, my God, what was there in my heart? But there's no need to describe that hellish, insufferable feeling, and that consciousness of filth and vileness. But yet I must confess it, for I feel the time has come. It must be recorded in my story. So let it be known that I meant to shame her, and planned to be almost a witness of her yielding to Lambert's demands. Oh, the baseness! Not for the sake of saving Versilov in his madness and bringing him back to mother, but because... perhaps because I was myself in love and jealous. Jealous of whom? Of Buring? Of Versilov? Of anyone she might look at or talk to at a ball, while I should be standing in a corner ashamed of myself. Oh, the hideousness of it! In short, I don't know of whom I was jealous on her account. But all I felt and knew the evening before was that as certainly as twice two make four, she was lost to me. That woman would spurn me and laugh at me for falseness and absurdity. She was truthful and honest, while I was a spy using letters to threaten her. All this I have kept hidden in my heart ever since. But now the day has come, and I make up my account, but again for the last time. Perhaps fully half, or perhaps even 75% of what I am saying is a libel upon myself. That night I hated her in a kind of delirium, and afterwards like a drunken rowdy. I have said already that it was a chaos of feelings and sensations in which I could distinguish nothing clearly myself. But still I have had to confess it, for though only a part of what I felt, it was certainly present. With an overpowering sense of disgust and a firm determination to cancel all that had happened, I suddenly jumped up from the sofa. But as I jumped up, Alphonsine instantly popped out. I seized my overcoat and cap, and told her to tell Lambert that I had been raving the evening before, that I had slandered a woman, that I had been joking, and that Lambert must not dare come near me again. All this I expressed in a blundering fashion, talking hurriedly in French, and, of course, anything but clearly. But to my surprise, Alphonsine understood everything perfectly, and what was most surprising of all, she seemed positively relieved at something. "Oui, oui," she said approvingly. "C'est une honte, une dame. Oh, vous autres généreux, vous. Soyez tranquille, je ferai voir raison à Lambert." So that I was even at that moment puzzled to explain the sudden change in her attitude, and consequently, I suppose, in Lambert's. I went away, however, saying nothing. All was confusion within me, and I was hardly capable of reasoning. Oh, afterwards I could explain it all, but then it was too late. Oh, what a hellish plot it was! I will pause here and explain it beforehand, as otherwise it will be impossible for the reader to understand it. The fact was that at my very first interview with Lambert, when I was thawing in his lodging, I had muttered to him like a fool that the letter was sewn up in my pocket. Then I had suddenly fallen asleep for a time on the sofa in the corner, and Lambert had promptly felt my pocket and was convinced that there was a piece of paper sewn up in it. Several times afterwards he made sure that the paper was still there. When we were dining, for instance, at the Tatars, I remember that he several times put his arms round my waist on purpose. Grasping the importance of the letter, he made a separate plan of his own, of which I had no suspicion at all. I, like a fool, imagined all the time that he urged me to come home so persistently, to get me to join his gang and to act only in concert with him. But alas, he invited me with quite a different object. He wanted to make me dead drunk, and when I was stretched snoring and unconscious, to rip open my pocket and take possession of the letter. This was precisely what he and Alphonsine had done that night. Alphonsine had unpicked the pocket, taking out the letter, her letter, the document I had brought from Moscow. They had taken a piece of plain notepaper the same size, put it in the pocket, and sewn it up again, as if nothing had happened, so that I might notice no difference. Alphonsine had sewn it up, and I, up to the very end, for another day and a half, still went on believing that I was in possession of the secret, and that Katerina Nikolaevna's fate was still in my hands. A last word. That theft of the letter was the cause of everything and of all the other disasters that followed. II. The last 24 hours of my story have come, and I am at the end. It was, I believe, about 10:30, when, excited, and, as far as I remember, strangely absent-minded, but with a firm determination in my heart, I dragged myself to my lodgings. I was not in a hurry. I knew how I was going to act. And scarcely had I stepped into the passage when I realized at once that a new calamity had occurred, and an extraordinary complication had arisen. The old prince had just been brought from Tsarskoye Selo, and was in the flat, and with him was Anna Andreevna. He had been put not in my room, but in the 2 rooms next to mine that had been occupied by my landlord and his wife. The day before, as it appeared, some changes and improvements had been made in the room, but only of the most superficial kind. The landlord and his wife had moved into the little room of the whimsical lodger marked with smallpox, whom I have mentioned already, and that individual had been temporarily banished. I don't know where. I was met by the landlord, who at once whisked into my room. He looked less sure of his ground than he had done the evening before, but was in an unusual state of excitement, so to say, at the climax of the affair. I said nothing to him, but moving aside into a corner and clutching my head in my hands, I stood so for a moment. He thought for the first moment that I was putting it on, but at last his fortitude gave way, and he could not help being scared. "Can anything be wrong?" he muttered. "I've been waiting for you to ask," he added, seeing I did not answer, "whether you preferred that door to be opened so that you may have direct access to the prince's rooms, instead of going by the passage." He pointed to the door at the side, always locked, which led to the landlord's rooms, and now the old prince's apartments. "Look here, Pyotr Ippolitovitch," I turned to him with a stern air. "I humbly beg you to go to Anna Andreevna and ask her to come here at once to discuss the situation. Have they been here long?" "Going on for an hour." "Go and fetch her, then." He went and brought the strange reply that Anna Andreevna and Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch were impatiently expecting me in the next room, so Anna Andreevna would not come. I smoothed out my coat, which was creased from sleeping in it that night, brushed it, washed, combed my hair. I did all this deliberately, realizing how necessary it was to be careful, and I went in to the old prince. The prince was sitting on the sofa at a round table, and Anna Andreevna in another corner, at another table covered with a cloth, on which the landlady's samovar, polished as it had never been before, was boiling for tea. I walked in with the same stern look on my face, and the old man instantly noticed this and winced, and the smile on his face was instantly replaced by a look of terror. But I could not keep it up. I instantly laughed and held out my hands to him. The poor old fellow simply flung himself into my arms. I realized unmistakably at once the condition of the man I had to deal with. To begin with, it was as clear as twice two make four that in the interval since I had seen him last, they had turned the old man, till lately almost hale, and to some extent rational, and not altogether without will-power, into a sort of mummy, a scared and mistrustful child. I may add, he quite knew why they had brought him here, and everything had been done as I have explained already. He was suddenly shocked, crushed, and overwhelmed by being told of his daughter's treachery and of a possible madhouse. He had allowed himself to be carried off, so scared that he hardly knew what he was doing. He was told that I was in possession of the secret, and that I had the proof that would establish the fact conclusively. I may mention at once, It was just that proof that would establish the fact which he dreaded more than anything in the world. He was expecting me to go into him with a sort of death sentence in my face and a document in my hand, and was immensely delighted that I was ready meanwhile to laugh and chatter of other things. While we were embracing, he shed tears. I must confess I shed a tear also. I felt suddenly very sorry for him. Alphonsine's little lapdog broke into a bark as shrill as a bell, and made dashes at me from the sofa. He had not parted from this tiny dog since he had had it, and even slept with it.
"Oh, je te sais, qu'il est d'accord,"
he exclaimed, indicating me to Anna Andreevna. "But how much stronger you look, Prince! How well and fresh and strong you look!" I observed. Alas, it was just the opposite. He looked like a mummy, and I only said it to cheer him up.
"N'est-ce pas, n'est-ce pas?"
he repeated joyfully.
"Oh, I've regained my health wonderfully."
"But drink your tea, and if you'll give me a cup, I'll drink some with you."
"That's delightful. Let us drink the cup that cheers. Or how does it go? That's in some poem. Anna Andreevna, give him some tea. Il prend toujours par les sentiments. Give us some tea, my dear."
Anna Andreevna poured out the tea, but suddenly, turning to me, began with extreme solemnity. "Arkady Makarovitch, we both, my benefactor, Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch, and I, have taken refuge with you. I consider that we have come to you alone, and we both beg of you to shelter us. Remember that the whole fate of this saintly, this noble and injured man is in your hands. We await the decision and count upon the justice of your heart." But she could not go on. The old prince was reduced to terror and almost trembling with alarm.
Après, n'est-ce pas, chère amie?"
he kept repeating, holding out his hands to her. I cannot express how disagreeably her outburst impressed me. I made no response but a chilly and dignified bow. Then I sat down to the table, and with undisguised intention began talking of other things, of various trifles, laughing and making jokes. The old man was evidently grateful to me, and was enthusiastically delighted. But enthusiastic as his gaiety was, it was evidently insincere, and might any moment have been followed by absolute dejection. That was clear from the first glance.
"Cher enfant, I hear you've been ill. Ah, pardon, I hear you've been busy with spiritualism all this time."
"I never thought of such a thing," I said, smiling.
"No? Who was it told me about spiritualism?"
"It was your landlord here, Pyotr Ippolitovitch," Anna Andreevna explained. "He's a very amusing man, and knows a great many anecdotes. Shall I ask him in?"
Oui, il est charmant. He knows anecdotes. But better send for him later. We'll send for him, and he'll tell us stories, mais après. Only fancy, they were laying the table just now, and he said, 'Don't be uneasy, it won't fly about, we are not spiritualists.' Is it possible that the tables fly about among the spiritualists?"
"I really don't know. They say so. They say they jump right off the ground.
Mais c'est terrible, ce que tu dis.
He looked at me in alarm. No, don't be uneasy. Of course that's nonsense.
That's what I say too. Nastasia Stepanovna Salomeyev. You know her, of course.
Oh, no, you don't know her. Would you believe it? She believes in spiritualism too. And only fancy, chère enfant. He turned to Anna Andreevna. I said to her, there are tables in the Ministry of Finance, and 8 pairs of clerks' hands are lying on them, writing all the while. So why is it the tables don't dance there? Fancy if they suddenly all began dancing. The revolt of the tables in the Ministry of Finance or Popular Education. That's the last straw. What charming things you say, Prince, just as you always did, I exclaimed, trying to laugh as genuinely as possible.
N'est-ce pas? Je ne parle pas trop, mais je dis bien.
I will bring Pyotr Ippolitovitch, Anna Andreevna said, getting up. There was a gleam of pleasure in her face. She was relieved at seeing how affectionate I was with the old prince. But she had hardly gone out when the old man's face changed instantly. He looked hurriedly at the door, glanced about him, and stooping towards me from the sofa, whispered to me in a frightened voice, "Cher ami, oh, if I could see them both here together! Oh, cher enfant!" Prince, don't distress yourself. Yes, but we'll reconcile them, n'est-ce pas? It's a foolish, petty quarrel between 2 most estimable women, n'est-ce pas? You are my only hope. We'll set everything straight here. And what a queer place this is! He looked about him almost fearfully. And that landlord, you know, he's got such a face. Tell me, he's not dangerous? The landlord? Oh, no, how could he be dangerous? C'est ça, so much the better. Il semble qu'il est bête, ce gentilhomme. Cher enfant, for Christ's sake, don't tell Anna Andreevna that I'm afraid of everything here. I praised everything from the first moment. I praised the landlord, too. Listen, do you know the story of what happened to Vincent? Do you remember? Well, what of it?
Rien du tout. Mais je suis libre ici, n'est-ce pas?
What do you think?
Nothing could happen to me here of the same sort.
But I assure you, dear Prince, upon my word.
Mon ami, mon enfant,
he exclaimed suddenly, clasping his hands before him, not seeking to disguise his alarm.
If you really have something, some document, in fact, if you have something to say to me, don't say it. For God's sake, don't say anything at all. Put it off as long as you can.
He was on the point of throwing himself in my arms. Tears were flowing down his face. I cannot describe how it made my heart ache. The poor old man was like a pitiful, frightened child, stolen from his home by gypsies and carried away to live with strangers. But we were not allowed to embrace. The door opened, and Anna Andreevna walked in, not with the landlord, but with her brother, the Kammerjunker. This new surprise petrified me. I got up and was making for the door. "Arkady Makarovich, allow me to introduce you," Anna Andreevna said aloud, so that I was compelled to stop. "I know your brother too well already," I rapped out, laying special emphasis on the word too. "Ah, that was a terrible blunder. I'm so sorry, dear, and Andrei Makarovich," the young man began lisping, coming up to me with an extraordinarily free and easy air and seizing my hand, which I was incapable of withdrawing. "It was all the fault of my Stepan. He announced you so stupidly that I mistook you for someone else. That was in Moscow," he explained to his sister. "Afterwards I did everything I could to look you up and explain, but I was ill. Ask her. Cher Prince, nous devons notre ami mon droit de naissance." And the impudent young man had the effrontery to put his arm round my shoulder, which was the height of familiarity. I drew back, but, overcome by embarrassment, preferred to beat a hasty retreat without saying a word. Going back to my room, I sat down on my bed in uncertainty and agitation. I felt suffocated by the atmosphere of intrigue, but I could not deal Anna Andreevna such a direct and crushing blow. I suddenly felt that she, too, was dear to me, and that her position was an awful one. Breaking in. One detail of this portrait of the weakening prince requires attention, namely his anxiety over the von Sohn story. Some 5 years before the publication of this novel, an elderly man named von Sohn was murdered in a brothel after having been made drunk amidst prostitutes. This story has apparently worked its way into the old prince's mind, and he irrationally worries that he might share a similar fate, perhaps at the hands of Arkady's landlord. The reference will come up again in just a moment. But in addition to the prince's fragile state, Arkady is also concerned for Anna Andreevna's now precarious social condition, to which we must return. End of comments. III. As I had expected, she came into my room herself, leaving the prince with her brother, who immediately began telling him some society scandal, as fresh as hotcakes, which at once distracted the impressionable old man's attention and cheered him up. I got up from the bed in silence with a look of inquiry. "I have told you everything, Arkady Makarovich," she began directly. "Our fate is in your hands." "But I told you beforehand that I cannot. The most sacred duties prevent me doing what you desire." "Yes. Is that your answer? Well, let me perish. But what of the old prince? What do you expect? Why, he'll be out of his mind by the evening." "No, he'll go out of his mind if I show him the letter in which his daughter writes to a lawyer about certifying him insane," I cried with heat. "That's what would be too much for him. Do you know he won't believe that letter? He's told me so already." I lied, saying he had said this of the letter, but it was effective. "He has said so already? I thought so. In that case, I'm lost. He's been crying already and asking to go home.
Tell me, what's your plan exactly? I asked insistently. She flushed from exasperated haughtiness, so to speak, but she controlled herself.
With that letter of his daughter's in our hands, we are justified in the eyes of the world. I should send it at once to Prince V. and to Boris Mikhailovich Pelishev, the friends of his childhood, both persons highly respected and influential in society, and I know that some years ago they were indignant with the conduct of his greedy and merciless daughter. They will, of course, reconcile him with his daughter at my request. I shall insist on it myself, but the position of affairs will be completely changed. And my relations, too, the Fenaryatovs, will, I judge, make up their minds to support my rights. But what weighs most with me is his happiness. I want him to understand and appreciate who is really devoted to him. Of course, I've always reckoned most on your influence with him, Arkady Makarovich. You are so fond of him. And who does care for him except you and me? He has done nothing but talk about you these last few days. He was pining for you, his young friend. I need not say that for the rest of my life my gratitude will be unmeasured.
She was actually promising me a reward. Money, perhaps. I interrupted her sharply. "Whatever you say, I cannot," I brought out with an air of immovable determination. "I can only repay you with equal frankness and explain my final decision. I shall, at the earliest possible moment, put this fatal letter into Katerina Nikolaevna's hands, but only on condition that all that has happened shall not be made a scandal, and that she gives me her word beforehand that she will not interfere with your happiness. That's all that I can do."
"That's impossible,"
she said, flushing all over. The mere idea that Katerina Nikolaevna would spare her roused her to indignation.
"I shall not change, Anna Andreevna." "Perhaps you will change."
"You had better apply to Lambert."
"Arkady Makarovich, you don't know what misery may come from your obstinacy,"
she said with grim exasperation.
"Misery will follow, that's true. My head is going round. I've had enough of you. I've made up my mind, and that's the end of it. Only I beg you, for God's sake, don't bring your brother into me." "But he is very anxious to make up for—"
"There is nothing to make up for. I don't want it. I don't wish for it. I don't wish for it," I exclaimed, clutching my head. No, perhaps I treated her too disdainfully then. "Tell me, though, where will the prince sleep tonight? Surely not here?"
"He will stay the night here in your flat, and with you."
"I am moving into another lodging this evening." And uttering these ruthless words, I seized my cap and began putting on my greatcoat. Anna Andreevna watched me in sullen silence. I felt sorry for her. Oh, I felt sorry for that proud girl. But I rushed out of the flat without leaving her one word of hope. 4. I will try to be brief.
My decision was taken beyond recall, and I went straight to Tatyana Pavlovna. Alas, a great calamity might have been averted if I had only found her at home. But as though of design, I was pursued by ill luck all that day. I went, of course, to my mother's, in the first place to see her, and secondly, because I reckoned certainly on meeting Tatyana Pavlovna there. But she was not there either. She had only just gone away, while mother was lying down ill, and Lisa was left alone with her. Lisa begged me not to go in, and not to wake mother. "She has not slept all night. She's so worried. Thank God she has fallen asleep at last." I embraced Lisa and said 2 or 3 words to her, telling her I had made an immense and momentous resolution, and should carry it out at once. She listened without particular surprise, as though to the usual thing. Oh, they had all grown used by then to my constantly repeated final resolutions, and the feeble cancelling of them afterwards. But this time it would be a different matter. I went to the eating-house on the canal side, and sat down there to wait a while, in the certainty of finding Tatyana Pavlovna afterwards. I must explain, though, why I found it so necessary to see that lady. The fact is that I wanted to send her at once to Katerina Nikolaevna, to ask her to come back with her, meaning in Tatyana Pavlovna's presence to return the letter, explaining everything once for all. In short, I wanted nothing but what was fitting. I wanted to put myself right once and for all. At the same time, I was quite determined to put in a few words on behalf of Anna Andreevna, and, if possible, to take Katerina Nikolaevna, together with Tatyana Pavlovna, by way of a witness, back with me to see the prince, there to reconcile the hostile ladies, to bring the old prince back to life, and, in fact, in that little group anyway, to make everyone happy on the spot, that very day, so that there would be none left unhappy but Versilov and mother. I could have no doubt of my success. From gratitude for my restoration of the letter, from which I should ask nothing of her in return, Katerina Nikolaevna would not have refused me such a request. Alas, I still imagined I was in possession of the document. Oh, what a stupid and ignominious position I was in, though without suspecting it. It was getting quite dark, about 4 o'clock, when I called at Tatyana Pavlovna's again. Marya answered gruffly that she had not come in. I remember very well now the strange look Marya gave me from under her brows, but of course it did not strike me at the time. I was suddenly stung by another idea. As I went down the stairs from Tatyana Pavlovna's, vexed and somewhat dejected, I thought of the poor old prince who had held out his hands to me that morning, and I suddenly reproached myself bitterly for having deserted him, perhaps indeed from feeling personally aggrieved. I began uneasily imagining that something really very bad might have happened in my absence, and hurriedly went home. At home, however, all that had been happening was this. When Anna Andreevna had gone out of my room in a rage that morning, she had not yet lost heart. I must mention that she had already that morning sent to Lambert. Then she sent to him again, and as Lambert appeared to be still absent from home, she finally dispatched her brother to look for him. In face of my opposition, the poor girl was resting her last hopes on Lambert and his influence on me. She expected him with impatience, and only wondered that, after hovering round her and never leaving her side till that day, he should now have suddenly deserted her and vanished. Alas, she could not possibly have imagined that Lambert, being now in possession of the document, had made entirely different plans, and so, of course, was keeping out of the way and hiding from her on purpose. And so, in her anxiety and growing uneasiness, Anna Andreevna was scarcely capable of entertaining the old man. His uneasiness was growing to threatening proportions. He kept asking strange and timorous questions. He began looking suspiciously at her, and several times fell to weeping. Young Versilov did not stay long. After he had gone, Anna Andreevna was reduced to bringing in Pyotr Ippolitovitch, on whom she was relying. But he did not please the old prince at all, and even aroused his aversion. In fact, the old prince, for some reason, regarded Pyotr Ippolitovitch with increasing distrust and suspicion. As ill luck would have it, the landlord launched again into a disquisition on spiritualism, and described all sorts of tricks which he said he had seen himself at séances. He declared that one medium had, before the whole audience, cut off people's heads so that blood flowed and everyone saw it, and afterwards put them back on their necks, and that they grew on again, also in the sight of the whole audience. And all this happened in the year 1859. The old prince was so frightened, and at the same time for some reason was so indignant, that Anna Andreevna was obliged to get rid of the storyteller promptly. Fortunately, dinner arrived, ordered expressly the evening before from somewhere near, through Lambert and Alphonsine, from a remarkable French cook who was out of a place, and wanted to find a situation in a nobleman's family or a club. The dinner and the champagne that accompanied it greatly cheered the old prince. He ate a great deal and was very jocose. After dinner he felt heavy and drowsy, of course, and as he always took a nap after dinner, Anna Andreevna made up a bed for him. He kept kissing her hand as he fell asleep, and declaring that she was his paradise, his hope, his houri, his golden flower. In fact, he dropped into the most oriental expressions. At last he fell asleep, and it was just then I came back. Anna Andreevna came in to me hurriedly, clasped her hands before me, and said that, not for her own sake, but for the prince's, she besought me not to go away, but to go in to him as soon as he woke up. "He will be lost without you. He will have a nervous attack. I'm afraid he may break down before night." She added that she herself would be compelled to be away, possibly for a couple of hours, and so she would be leaving the prince in my sole charge. I promised her warmly that I would remain till the evening, and that when the prince woke up I would do my very best to entertain him. "And I will do my duty," she declared with energy. She went out. I may add, anticipating events, that she went out to look for Lambert herself. This was her last hope. She also went to her brothers and to her relations, the Fanaryatovs. It may well be understood what her state of mind must have been when she returned. The old prince woke up about an hour after her departure. I heard him groan through the wall, and at once ran into him. I found him sitting on the bed in his dressing-gown, but so terrified by his isolation, the light of the solitary lamp, and the strange room, that when I went in he started, jumped up, and screamed. I flew up to him, and when he recognized me, he began embracing me with tears of joy. "I was told that you had moved into another lodging, that you had taken fright and run away." "Who can have told you that?" "Who could? You see, I may have imagined it myself, or someone may have told me. Only fancy, I've just had a dream. An old man with a beard came in carrying an icon broken in two, and all at once he said, 'So shall your life be broken in two.'" "Good heavens! You must have heard from someone that Versilov broke an icon in two yesterday." "N'est-ce pas? I heard so. I heard from Darya Onisimova yesterday morning. She brought my trunk here and the dog." "And so you dreamed of it?" "Yes, I suppose so. And that old man kept shaking his finger at me. Where is Anna Andreevna?" "She'll be back directly." "Where from? Has she gone away too?" he exclaimed piteously. No, she'll be here directly, and she asked me to stay with you." "Oui, and so our Andrei Petrovitch has gone off his head, so rapidly and unexpectedly. I always predicted that that's how he'd end. Stay, my dear." He suddenly clutched me by the coat and drew me towards him. "The landlord," he whispered, "brought in some photographs just now, horrid photographs of women, naked women in various oriental poses, and began showing them me in a glass. I admired them, of course, though I did not like them. But you know that's just as they brought horrid women to that poor fellow, so as to make him drunk more easily." "Why, you are talking of von Sohn. But that's enough, Prince. The landlord's a fool and nothing more." "A fool and nothing more. C'est mon opinion. My dear, rescue me from here if you can." He suddenly clasped his hands before me. "Prince, I will do everything I can. I am entirely at your service. Dear Prince, wait a little, and perhaps I will put everything right. N'est-ce pas? We'll cut and run, and we'll leave my trunk here to look as though we are coming back." "Where should we run to? And what of Anna Andreevna?" No, we'll go with Anna Andreevna. Oh, mon cher, there's a regular muddle in my head. Stay, there in my bag on the right is Katya's portrait. I slipped it in on the sly so that Anna Andreevna, and still more, that Darya Onesimovna should not notice it. Take it out, for goodness' sake, make haste. Be careful, mind we are not caught. Couldn't you fasten the door with the hook?" I did, in fact, find in the bag a photograph of Katerina Nikolaevna in an oval frame. He took it in his hands, carried it to the light, and tears suddenly flowed down his thin yellow cheeks.
C'est un ange du ciel," he exclaimed. "I have never been as good to her as I ought. And see what's happened now. Chère enfant, I don't believe a word of it, not a word of it. My dear, tell me, can you imagine? They are wanting to put me in a madhouse. J'ai dit des choses charmantes, et tout le monde rit. And all of a sudden they take a man like that to a madhouse."
"That's never happened," I cried. "That's a mistake. I know her feelings."
"You know her feelings, too? That's splendid. My dear, you've given me a new life. How could they say things against you? My dear, fetch Katya here. Let them kiss each other before me, and I will take them home, and we'll get rid of the landlord."
He stood up, clasped his hands, and fell on his knees before me.
"Chère,"
he whispered, shaking like a leaf in a sort of insane terror.
"My dear, tell me the whole truth. Where will they put me now?"
"My God!" I cried, raising him up and making him sit on the bed. "Why, you don't believe in me at last? Do you think that I'm in the plot too? I won't let anyone lay a finger on you."
"C'est ça, don't let them,"
he faltered, clutching me tightly by the elbow with both hands, and still trembling.
"Don't let anyone touch me, and don't tell me lies yourself about anything. For will they take me away from here? Listen, that landlord, Hippolyte, or whatever his name is, isn't a doctor."
"A doctor?"
This isn't a madhouse here, in this room."
But at that instant the door opened, and Anna Andreevna came in. She must have been listening at the door, and could not resist opening the door too suddenly. And the prince, who started at every creak, shrieked and flung himself on his face on the pillow. Finally he had something like a fit, which ended in sobs.
"See, this is your doing,"
I said to her, pointing to the old man.
"No, it's your doing."
She raised her voice harshly.
"I appeal to you for the last time, Arkady Makarovitch. Will you unmask the diabolical intrigue against this defenseless old man, and sacrifice your mad and childish dreams of love to save your own sister?"
"I will save you all, but only in the way I told you this morning. I am running off again, and perhaps in an hour Katerina Nikolaevna will be here herself. I will reconcile you all, and you will all be happy," I exclaimed, almost with inspiration.
Fetch her here,"
cried the prince in a flutter.
"Take me to her. I want to see Katya and to bless her,"
he exclaimed, lifting up his hands and springing off the bed. "You see," I said to Anna Andreevna, motioning towards him. "You hear what he says. Now, at all events, no document will be any help to you."
"I see, but it might help to justify my conduct in the opinion of the world. As it is, I'm disgraced. Enough. My conscience is clear. I am abandoned by everyone, even by my own brother, who has taken fright at my failure. But I will do my duty, and will remain by this unhappy man, to take care of him and be his nurse."
But there was no time to be lost. I ran out of the room. "I shall come back in an hour, and shall not come back alone," I cried from the doorway. Breaking in. The tragedy of this chapter is the weakening of the old prince's mind while under the influence of his predatory caretakers. Anna Andreevna, for whom Arkady has some sympathy, has apparently deceived herself into believing that she is the man's protector against the schemes of Katerina Nikolaevna. But her full brother, the Kammerjunker, appears to be of little help. He can dissemble with the prince, but is clearly disingenuous, even forgetting Arkady's name in Section 2. And the landlord, whose exaggerated anecdotes were so welcome to Versilov back in Part 2, is a toxic influence on the frail old man. His fascination with spiritualistic séances was common in aristocratic society in the early 1870s, and Dostoevsky is not alone in poking fun at this fashion. But the humor here has a tragic undertone. The prince's prescient dream regarding the broken icon has its own spiritualistic flavor. But as is typical of Dostoevsky's dabbling with the spiritual, a naturalistic explanation is available, namely the old man's hearing the rumor of Versilov's episode. But the prophecy from the old man in the dream sounds almost like a message from the deceased Makar Ivanovich, of whom the old prince seems to know little. As we look at the chessboard, the two main developments of this chapter have been the unwitting loss of that fateful letter into the hands of Lambert, and the crumbling of Anna Andreevna's hopes. As we look at other pieces on the board, we can imagine Katerina Nikolaevna being terrified for her father, and Buring being incensed at the possible threat to his dowry. Anna Andreevna mentions a couple of other associates of the old prince, a Prince V and a Pelitchev, whom she takes to be her allies and opponents of Katerina Nikolaevna. But Lambert is now floating about Petersburg with that letter in his possession, and somehow the pockmarked man has been scheming as well. And Versilov is somewhere in the city, abandoned to his passion, and having had some contact with Lambert. We can expect chaos ahead. At the center of Arkady's hopes of restoring order is the woman who seems to know everyone and everything, namely Tatyana Pavlovna. Arkady has been looking for her all day. End of comments. Chapter 12. 1. At last I found Tatyana Pavlovna at home. I at once explained everything to her, all about the document, and every detail of what was going on at my lodgings. Though she quite understood the position, and might have fully grasped what was happening in 2 words, yet the explanation took us, I believe, some 10 minutes. I did the talking. I put aside all shame and told her the whole truth. She sat in her chair, silent and immovable, drawing herself up straight as a knitting needle, with her lips compressed, and her eyes fixed upon me, listening greedily. But when I finished, she promptly jumped up from her chair, and with such impetuosity that I jumped up too. "Ah, you puppy!
So you really had that letter sewn up in your pocket, and it was sewn up there by that fool Marya Ivanovna. Oh, you shameless villains! So you came here to conquer hearts and take the fashionable world by storm. You wanted to revenge yourself on the devil knows who because you're an illegitimate son, eh?
Tatyana Pavlovna, don't dare to abuse me, I cried. Perhaps you and your abuse have been the cause from the very beginning of my vindictiveness here. Yes, I am an illegitimate son, and perhaps I worked to revenge myself for being an illegitimate son, and perhaps I did want to avenge myself on the devil knows who the devil himself could scarcely find who is guilty. But remember, I've cut off all connection with these villains, and have conquered my passions. I will lay the document before her in silence, and will go away without even waiting for a word from her. You'll be the witness of it.
Give me the letter, give me the letter, lay it on the table at once. But you are lying, perhaps.
It's sewn up in my pocket. Marya Ivanovna sewed it up herself, and when I had a new coat made here, I took it out of the old one and sewed it up in the new coat. Here it is. Feel it. I'm not lying.
Give it me. Take it out,
Tatyana Pavlovna stormed. Not on any account, I tell you again. I will lay it before her in your presence, and will go away without waiting for a single word. But she must know and see with her eyes that it is my doing, that I'm giving it up to her of my own accord, without compulsion and without recompense.
Showing off again? You're in love, puppy, eh?
You may say horrid things to me as much as you like. I've deserved them, but I'm not offended. Oh, I may seem to her a paltry boy who has been keeping watch on her and plotting against her. But let her recognize that I have conquered myself and put her happiness above everything on earth. Never mind, Tatyana Pavlovna. Never mind. I keep crying to myself, courage and hope. What if this is my first step in life? Anyway, it is ending well. It is ending honorably. And what if I do love her? I went on fervently, with flashing eyes. I am not ashamed of it. Mother is a heavenly angel, but she is an earthly queen. Versilla will go back to mother, and I've no cause to be ashamed to face her. You know I once heard what Versilla and she were saying. I stood behind the curtain. No, we are all three possessed by the same madness. Oh, and do you know whose phrase that is, possessed by the same madness? They are his words, Andrei Petrovich's. But do you know, perhaps there are more than three of us possessed by the same madness. Yes, I don't mind betting you're a fourth, possessed by the same madness. Shall I say it? I will bet that you've been in love with Andrei Petrovich all your life, and perhaps you are so still. I repeat, I was carried away by excitement and a sort of happiness, but I could not finish. She suddenly, with superhuman quickness, seized me by the hair and twice shook me backwards and forwards with all her might. Then she suddenly abandoned me and retreated into the corner, and hid her face in her handkerchief. You young puppy, never dare say that to me again, she brought out, crying. All this was so unexpected that I was naturally thunderstruck. I stood gazing at her, not knowing what to do. Fool, you stupid! Come here and give me a kiss, though I am an old fool, she said suddenly, laughing and crying. And don't you ever dare to say that to me again. But I love you and have always loved you, you stupid." I kissed her. I may mention in parenthesis that Tatiana and I were friends from that time forward. "But oh, what am I doing?" she said suddenly, slapping herself on the forehead. "But what were you saying? The old prince is at your lodging? But is it true?" "I assure you he is." "Oh, my goodness! It makes me sick!" She hurried to and fro about the room. "And they are doing what they like with him there. Is there nothing will frighten the fools? And ever since the morning. Oh, Anna Andreevna! Oh, the nun! And she, of course, Militrissa, knows nothing about it." "What Militrissa?" "Why, your earthly queen, your ideal. But what's to be done now?" "Tatiana Pavlovna," I cried, coming to myself, "we've been talking nonsense and have forgotten what matters. I ran out to fetch Katerina Nikolaevna, and they're all waiting for me there." And I explained that I should give up the letter only on condition that she promised to be reconciled to Anna Andreevna at once, and even agree to the marriage. "Quite right, too," Tatiana Pavlovna interposed. "And I've said the same thing to her 100 times. Why, he'll die before the wedding. He won't be married anyhow, and if he leaves money to Anna in his will, why, their names are in it as it is, and will remain there." "Surely it's not only the money that Katerina Nikolaevna cares about." "No, she has been afraid all along that the letter was in Anna's hands, and I was afraid of it too. We were keeping watch on her. The daughter did not want to give the old father a shock, and the German, Buring, certainly did feel anxious about the money." "And after that she can marry Buring?" "Why, what's one to do with a little fool? It's a true saying, a fool's a fool and will be a fool forever. He gives her a certain calm, you see. 'Since I must marry someone,' she said, 'I'll marry him. He will suit me better than anyone,' she says. But we shall see afterwards how he suits her. One may tear one's hair afterwards, but then it's too late." "Then why do you allow it? You are fond of her, aren't you? Why, you told her to her face you were in love with her." "Yes, I am in love with her, and I love her more than all the rest of you put together. But she's a senseless little fool all the same." "Well, run and fetch her now, and we'll settle it all, and take her to her father ourselves." "But we can't, you little stupid. That's just it. Now, what are we to do? It makes me sick." She fell to rushing to and fro again, though she snatched up her shawl. "If only you had come to me 4 hours earlier! But now it's 8 o'clock, and she went off just now to the Pellitchevs to dinner, and afterwards she was going with them to the opera." "Good heavens! Can't we run to the opera, then?" No, we can't. What will become of the old man now? He may die in the night." "Listen, don't go there, but go to your mother's for the night, and early tomorrow—" "No, I won't desert the old man, whatever happens." "Well, don't desert him. You are right there. But do you know, I'll run round to her and leave a note. I'll write in our own words, she'll understand,
that the document's here, and that she must be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, punctually. Don't worry yourself, she'll come, she'll obey me. And then we'll put everything right. And you run home and use all your little arts to please the old prince. Put him to bed, and perhaps he'll hold out till the morning. Don't frighten Anna either. I am fond of her too. You are unjust to her because you can't understand. She feels injured. She has been injured from a child. You've all been a burden on me. No, don't forget. Tell her from me that I'll see to this business myself, and with a good will, and tell her not to worry, and her pride shall not suffer. You see, of late we've done nothing but quarrel. We've been spitting and scolding at one another. Come, run along. But stay, show me your pocket again. Is it true? Is it true? Oh, is it true? Give me that letter, if only for the night. What is it to you? Leave it. I won't eat it. You may let it slip out of your hands in the night, you know. You'll change your mind.
Not for anything, I shouted. Here, feel it, look at it, but I won't leave it for anything.
I see it's paper, she said, feeling it with her fingers. Oh, very well, go along, and I'll go round to her. Maybe I'll look in at the theatre too. That was a good idea of yours. But run along, run along.
Tatiana Pavlovna, wait a minute. How is Mother?
She's alive.
And Andrei Petrovitch? She waved her hand. He will come to himself. I ran off, feeling cheered and more hopeful, although I had not been successful as I had reckoned to be. But alas, destiny had decided otherwise, and there were other things in store for me. There certainly is a fate in things. II. From the stairs I heard a noise in my lodging, and the door of the flat turned out to be open. At the door stood a servant in livery whom I did not know. Fyodor Ippolitovitch and his wife were both in the passage too, looking scared and expectant. The door into the prince's room was open, and I could hear within a voice of thunder, which I could recognize at once. The voice of Buring. I had hardly taken 2 steps forward when I saw the old prince, trembling and in tears, led out into the passage by Buring and Baron R., the gentleman who had called on Versilov about the duel. The prince was sobbing loudly, embracing and kissing Buring. Buring was shouting at Anna Andreevna, who had followed the old prince into the passage. Buring was threatening her, and I believe stamped at her. In fact, the coarse German soldier came to the surface in spite of his aristocratic breeding. It afterwards came out that he had somehow got hold of the notion that Anna Andreevna was guilty of something positively criminal, and certainly would have to answer for her conduct before a court of law. In his ignorance he exaggerated it, as the ignorant commonly do, and so considered he had the right to be unceremonious in the extreme. He had not yet got to the bottom of the business. He had been informed of it by an anonymous letter, which I shall have to refer to later, and he had rushed round in that state of fury in which even the most sharp-witted people of his nationality are sometimes prepared to fight like brigands. Anna Andreevna had met all this outburst with the utmost dignity, But I missed that. All I saw was that, after bringing the old man into the passage, Björing left him in the hands of Baron R., and, rushing impetuously back to her, shouted, probably in reply to some remark of hers,
"You're an intriguing adventuress. You're after his money. You've disgraced yourself in society and will answer for it in a court of law."
"You're taking advantage of an unfortunate invalid and driving him to madness, and you're shouting at me because I'm a woman and there's no one to defend me."
"Oh, yes, you are his betrothed, the fine betrothed,"
Björing chuckled with spiteful violence.
"Baron, Baron, cher enfant, je nous aime,"
wailed the prince, stretching out his hands towards Anna Andreevna.
"Go along, prince, go along. There's been a plot against you, and maybe your life was threatened," shouted Björing.
Oui, je comprends. J'ai compris au commencement."
"Prince," Anna Andreevna raised her voice, "you are insulting me and letting me be insulted."
"Get along with you,"
Björing shouted at her suddenly. That I could not endure. "Blackguard!" I yelled at him. "Anna Andreevna, I'm here to defend you." What happened then I cannot describe exactly, and will not attempt to. The scene that followed was horrible and degrading. I seemed suddenly to lose my reason. I believe I dashed up and struck him, or at least gave him a violent push. He struck me with all his might on my head so that I fell on the floor. When I came to, I rushed after them downstairs. I remember that my nose was bleeding. At the entrance, a carriage was waiting for them, and while they were getting the prince in, I ran up, and in spite of the lackey who pushed me back, I rushed at Björing again. At this point, the police turned up, I don't know how. Björing seized me by the collar, and in a threatening voice ordered the police to take me into custody. I shouted that he ought to come with me, that we might make our affirmation together, and that they dare not take me almost from my own lodging. But as it had all happened in the street and not in the flat, and as I shouted and fought like a drunken man, and as Björing was wearing his uniform, the policeman took me. But flying into a perfect frenzy, I believe at that point I struck the policeman too. Then I remember 2 of them suddenly appeared and carried me off. I faintly remember they took me to a room full of tobacco smoke, with all sorts of people standing and sitting about in it, waiting and writing. Here, too, I went on shouting and insisting on making a statement. But things had gone beyond that, and were complicated by violence and resisting the police. Besides, I looked absolutely disreputable. Someone shouted at me angrily. Meanwhile, the policeman charging me with fighting was describing the colonel.
"What's your name?"
someone shouted to me. "Dolgoruki," I yelled.
"Prince Dolgoruki?"
Beside myself, I answered by a very coarse word of abuse, and then I remember they dragged me to a very dark little room set apart for drunkards. Oh, I'm not complaining. Readers will have seen of late in the newspapers a complaint made by a gentleman who was kept all night under arrest, tied up, and in a room set apart for drunkards. But I believe he was quite innocent, while I had done something. I threw myself on the common bed which I shared with two unconscious sleepers. My head ached, my temples throbbed, and so did my heart. I must have been unconscious, and I believe I was delirious. I only remember waking up in the middle of the night and sitting on the bed. I remembered everything at once and understood it in all its bearings, and with my elbow propped on my knees and my head in my hands, I sank into profound meditation. Oh, I am not going to describe my feelings, and there is no time to do it. But I will note one thing only. Perhaps I never spent moments more consolatory to my soul than those moments of reflection in the middle of the night on that prison bed. This will perhaps strike the reader as strange, and he may be inclined to set it down to brag and the desire to be original. And yet it was just as I have said. It was one of those minutes which come perhaps to everyone, but only come once in a lifetime. At such moments men decide their fate, define their point of view, and say to themselves once and for all, "That's where the truth lies, and that is the path to take to attain it." Yes, those moments were the light of my soul. Insulted by haughty Buring, and expecting to be insulted next day by that aristocratic lady, I knew that I could revenge myself on them, but I decided not to revenge myself. I decided, in spite of every temptation, that I would not produce the letter and publish it to the whole world. The idea had been floating in my mind. I repeated to myself that next day I would put that letter before her, and, if need be, instead of gratitude, would bear her ironical smile, and in any case I would not say a word, but would go away from her forever. There is no need to enlarge on this, however. What would happen next day here, how I should be brought before the authorities, and what they would do with me, I almost forgot to think about. I crossed myself with love in my heart, lay down on the bed, and fell into a sound, childlike sleep. I woke up late when it was daylight. I found myself alone in the room. I sat down to wait in silence and waited about an hour. It must have been about 9 o'clock when I was suddenly summoned. I might go into greater detail, but it is not worthwhile, for all this is now irrelevant. I need only record what matters. I must note, however, that to my great astonishment, I was treated with unexpected courtesy. I was questioned. I answered, and I was at once allowed to depart. I went out in silence, and to my satisfaction saw in their faces some surprise at a man who was able to keep up his dignity even in such circumstances. If I had not noticed that, I should not have recorded it. Tatyana Pavlovna was waiting for me at the entrance. I will explain in a couple of words why I was let off so easily. Early in the morning, by 8 o'clock perhaps, Tatyana Pavlovna had flown round to my lodging, that is, to Pyotr Ippolitovitch's, expecting to find the old prince still there, and she heard at once of all the horrors of the previous day, above all that I had been arrested. She instantly rushed off to Katerina Nikolaevna, who, on returning from the theatre the evening before, had had an interview with the father who had been restored to her. Tatiana Pavlovna woke her up, alarmed her, and insisted that I should be at once released. With a note from her, she flew at once to Buring's and demanded from him forthwith another note to the proper authorities, with an urgent request from Buring himself that I should be released, as I had been arrested through a misunderstanding. With this note she presented herself to the prison, and her request was respectfully granted. III. Now I will go on with my story. Tatiana Pavlovna pounced on me, put me in a sledge, and took me home with her. She immediately ordered the samovar, and washed and brushed me herself in the kitchen. In the kitchen she told me in a loud voice that at 11:30 Katerina Nikolaevna would come herself, as they had agreed that morning, to meet me. Marya overheard this. A few minutes later she brought in the samovar, and 2 minutes later, when Tatiana Pavlovna called her, she did not answer. It appeared that she had gone out for something. I beg the reader to make special note of this. It was about 9:45, I believe. Though Tatiana Pavlovna was angry at her disappearance without asking leave, she only thought she had gone out to the shop, and immediately forgot about it. And indeed we had no thoughts to spare for it. We talked away without ceasing, for we had plenty to talk about, so that I, at least, scarcely noticed Marya's disappearance. I beg the reader to make a note of that. As for me, I was in a sort of delirium. I poured out my feelings, and above all we were expecting Katerina Nikolaevna, and the thought that in an hour I should meet her at last, and at such a turning point in my life, made me tremble and quiver. At last, when I had drunk 2 cups of tea, Tatiana Pavlovna suddenly stood up, took a pair of scissors from the table, and said, "Let me have your pocket. I must take out the letter. We can't unpick it when she's here." "Yes," I exclaimed, and unbuttoned my coat. "What a muddle it's in! Who sewed it up?" I did, Tatiana Pavlovna." "Well, I can see you did. Come, here it is." We took it out. The old envelope was the same, but inside was a blank sheet of paper. "What's this?" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, turning it round and round. "What's the matter with you?" But I was standing pale and speechless, and I suddenly sank helplessly into a chair. I really almost fainted. "What does it mean?" wailed Tatiana Pavlovna. "Where is your letter?" "Lambert!" I jumped up suddenly, slapping myself on the forehead as I guessed. With breathless haste I explained to her the night at Lambert's and our plot. I had, however, confessed that to her the night before. "They've stolen it! They've stolen it!" I cried, stamping on the floor and clutching at my hair. "That's terrible!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, grasping what had happened. "What time is it?" It was about 11. "There's no Marya! Marya! Marya!" "What is it, mistress?" Marya responded from the kitchen. "Are you here? What are we to do now? I will fly to her. Oh, slow coach, slow coach!" "And I to Lambert," I yelled, "and I will strangle him if need be." "Mistress," Marya piped suddenly from the kitchen. "Here's a person asking for you very particularly." But before she had time to finish, the person burst in from the kitchen, making a great outcry and lamentation. It was Alphonsine. I will not describe the scene in detail. The scene was a fraud and a deception, but I must say Alphonsine acted it splendidly. With tears of repentance and with violent gesticulations, she babbled, in French of course, that she had unpicked the letter herself, that it was now in Lambert's hands, and that Lambert, together with that brigand, cet homme noir, meant to entice Madame la Générale to shoot her immediately within an hour. That she knew all this from them, and that she had suddenly taken fright because she saw they had a pistol, le pistolet, and now she had rushed off to us, that we might go, might save, might warn that cet homme noir. In fact, it all sounded very probable. The very stupidity of some of Alphonsine's expressions only increased its apparent truthfulness.
"What homme noir?"
cried Tatiana Pavlovna.
"Tiens, j'ai oublié son nom. Un homme affreux. Tiens, Versilov."
"Versilov? It cannot be!" I cried.
"Oh, yes, it can,"
wailed Tatiana Pavlovna.
"Come, tell us, my good woman, without dancing about. Don't wave your arms about. What do they want? Explain, my good woman. I don't believe they mean to shoot her."
My good woman did explain as follows. Nota bene, it was all a lie. I must remind the reader again. Versilov was to sit at the door, and when she went in, Lambert was to show her cette lettre. Then Versilov was to rush in, and they would...
"Oh, ils feront leur vengeance."
That she, Alphonsine, was afraid there would be trouble, because she had had a share in the business herself. Cette dame, la Générale, would certainly come at once, because they had sent her a copy of the letter, and she would see at once that they really had the letter, and would go to interview them. But only Lambert had written the letter, so she knew nothing about Versilov. And Lambert had introduced himself as a stranger who had come from a lady in Moscow, une dame de Moscou. Nota bene, Marya Ivanovna.
"I feel sick, I feel sick,"
exclaimed Tatiana Pavlovna.
"Suivez-la, suivez-la,"
cried Alphonsine. Oh, of course there was something inconsistent, even at first sight, in this mad story. But there was no time to think it over, for in essentials it sounded very probable. Of course, one might still suppose, and with the greatest likelihood, that Katerina Nikolaevna, on receiving Lambert's summons, would come first to Tatiana Pavlovna's to discuss the matter with us. And on the other hand, this might not happen, and she might go straight to him, and then she was lost. It was difficult to believe that she would rush off to a stranger like Lambert at the first summons. Yet again, this might somehow happen, after seeing the copy and satisfying herself that they really had her letter. And then there would be disaster anyway. Above all, we had no time even to reflect. "Versilov will murder her! If he has stooped to make use of Lambert, he'll murder her! It's the second self!" I cried.
"That second self!"
cried Tatiana Pavlovna, wringing her hands. "Well, this is no use," she said decidedly. "Take your cap and coat, and quick march together. Lead us straight to them, my good woman. It's a long way. Marya, if Katerina Nikolaevna comes, tell her I shall be back directly, and make her sit and wait for me. And if she does not want to wait, lock the door and keep her by force. Tell her I told her to. 100 rubles for you, Marya, if you deserve it."
We ran downstairs. No doubt nothing better could have been suggested, for in any case the chief scene of danger was in Lambert's lodging, and if Katerina Nikolaevna did really come first to Tatyana Pavlovna's lodgings, Marya could always detain her. Yet after she had called a sledge, Tatyana Pavlovna changed her mind.
"You go with her,"
she bade me, leaving me with Alphonsine.
"and if need be, die there, do you understand? I'll follow you directly, but first I'll whisk round to her. Maybe I shall find her, for say what you like, I feel suspicious."
And she flew off to Katerina Nikolaevna. Alphonsine and I went our way towards Lambert's. I urged on the driver and continued to question Alphonsine, but she confined herself to exclamations and finally took refuge in tears. But God saved and preserved us all when everything was hanging on a thread. We had not driven a quarter of the way when I suddenly heard a shout behind me. Someone was calling me by name. I looked round. Trishatov was driving after us in another sledge.
"Where are you going?"
he shouted in alarm. "And with her, with Alphonsine." "Trishatov," I cried, "you told the truth. There is trouble. I am going to that scoundrel Lambert's. Let's go together, the more the better." Turn back at once," shouted Trishatov. "Lambert's deceiving you, and Alphonsine's deceiving you. The pock-marked fellow sent me. They are not at home. I met Versilov and Lambert just now. They were driving to Tatyana Pavlovna's. They're there now." I stopped the driver and jumped out to join Trishatov. To this day I don't know how I could make up my mind so quickly, but I believed him at once and made up my mind. Alphonsine raised a terrible outcry, but we did not trouble ourselves about her, and I don't know whether she followed us or went home. Anyway, I did not see her again. In the sledge, Trishatov told me breathlessly that there was some sort of plot on foot, that Lambert had been plotting with the pockmarked man, but that the latter had betrayed him at the last moment and had sent Trishatov to Tatyana Pavlovna's to warn her not to believe Lambert and Alphonsine. Trishatov added that he knew nothing more, and that the pockmarked gentleman had told him nothing more, for he had been in a hurry himself, and it had all been settled in haste. "I saw you driving," Trishatov went on, "and drove after you." It was clear, of course, that this pockmarked individual also knew the whole story, since he had sent Trishatov straight to Tatyana Pavlovna's. But that was another mystery. But to avoid a muddle, I will, before describing the catastrophe, explain the actual fact, and for the last time anticipate the order of events. IV. After stealing the letter, Lambert at once got into communication with Versilov. How Versilov could have brought himself to join Lambert, I won't discuss for the time. That will come later.
What was chiefly responsible was the second self. After joining Versilov, Lambert still had to entice Katerina Nikolaevna as cunningly as he could. Versilov assured him at once that she would not come. But ever since the day before yesterday, when I met him in the street in the evening, broke off all relations with him, and told him that I should give back the letter at Tatyana Pavlovna's lodgings and in her presence, Lambert had arranged to keep a watch on Tatyana Pavlovna's lodgings. Marya was bought over as a spy. Marya was given 20 rubles, and after the theft of the letter, Lambert visited Marya a second time, settling with her finally, and promising to pay her 200 rubles for her services. That was why Marya had rushed from the flat and galloped off in a sledge to Lambert's with the news, as soon as she heard that Katerina Nikolaevna was to be at Tatyana Pavlovna's at 11:30, and that I too should be present. This was just the information she was to bring Lambert. That was precisely the duty assigned her. Versilov happened to be with Lambert at that very moment. In one moment, Versilov had devised the diabolical plan. They say that madmen are at times extraordinarily cunning. The plot was to lure both of us, Tatyana and me, out of the flat at all costs, if only for a quarter of an hour, but before Katerina Nikolaevna arrived. Then they meant to wait in the street, and as soon as Tatyana Pavlovna and I had come out, to run into the flat, which Marya was to open to them, and there to await Katerina Nikolaevna. Alphonsine, meantime, was to do her utmost to detain us where and how she pleased. Katerina Nikolaevna would be sure to come, as she promised, at 11:30, so that she would certainly be there long before we could get back. Of course, Katerina Nikolaevna had received no summons from Lambert. Alphonsine had told us a lie, and Versilov had invented the story in all its details, and Alphonsine had simply played the part of the frightened traitor. Of course it was a risk, but they probably reasoned that if it answered, all would be well. If it failed, nothing would have been lost, for the document would still be in their possession. But it did answer, and could not possibly have failed to do so, for we could not but follow Alphonsine on the barest supposition that what she said might be true. I repeat again, there was no time to reflect. V. We ran with Trishitov into the kitchen and found Marya in a fright. She was horrified to notice that when she let Versilov and Lambert in, that the latter had a revolver in his hand. Though she had taken money, the revolver had not entered into her calculations. She was bewildered and rushed at me as soon as she saw me. "The lady has come, and they've got a pistol." "Trishitov, stay here in the kitchen," I said, "and as soon as I shout, run as quickly as you can to help me." Marya opened the door in the passage, and I slipped into Tatyana Pavlovna's bedroom, into the tiny cupboard of a room in which there was only space for Tatyana Pavlovna's bed, and in which once I had already accidentally played the eavesdropper. I sat down on the bed, and at once found a peephole for myself in the curtain. There was already a noise in the room, and they were talking loudly. I may mention that Katerina Nikolaevna arrived at the flat just a minute after them. I heard the noise and talk from the kitchen. Lambert was shouting. She was sitting on the sofa, and he was standing before her, shouting like a fool. Now I know why he lost his head so stupidly. He was in a hurry and afraid they would be discovered. I will explain later who it was he feared. The letter was in his hand, but Versilov was not in the room. I was ready to rush in at the first sign of danger. I record only the gist of the conversation. Perhaps a good deal I don't remember correctly, but I was too much excited to remember with perfect accuracy.
"This letter's worth 30,000 rubles, and you are surprised? It's worth 100,000, and I ask only 30.
Lambert said in a loud voice, terribly excited. Though Katerina Nikolaevna was evidently frightened, she looked at him with a sort of contemptuous wonder. "I see that a trap has been laid for me, and I don't understand it," she said. "But if only that letter is really in your hands—"
"But here it is, see for yourself. Isn't that it? And I owe you for 30,000 and not a farthing less,"
Lambert interrupted her. "I've no money."
"Right, and I owe you. Here's paper. Then go and get the money, and I will wait a week, no more. Give me the money, and I will give you back the IOU and give you the letter."
"You take such a strange tone. You are making a mistake. That letter will be taken from you if I go today and lodge a complaint."
"To whom? What of the scandal? And we shall show the letter to the prince. Where are they going to find it? I don't keep the document at my lodging. I shall show it to your father through prison. Don't be obstinate, madame. Be thankful that I am not asking much. Any other man would ask for something else besides. You know what, which many a pretty woman would not refuse in such trying circumstances. That's what I mean. Vous êtes belle, vous."
Katerina Nikolaevna rose impetuously, turned crimson, and spat in his face. Then she turned quickly towards the door. It was at this point that the fool Lambert pulled out the revolver. Like an unimaginative fool, he had put blind faith in the effect of the document. His chief error lay in not distinguishing what sort of woman he had to deal with, because, as I have said already, he thought everyone was as mean in their feelings as he was. He angered her from the first word by his rudeness, though perhaps otherwise she might not have declined to consider the question of payment.
"Don't stare,"
he yelled, furious at her spitting at him, clutching her by the shoulder, and showing her the revolver. Simply, of course, to frighten her. She uttered a shriek and sank onto the sofa. I burst into the room, but at the same instant Versilov ran in at the other door. He had been standing outside the door waiting. In a flash he had snatched the revolver from Lambert, and with all his might hit him on the head with it. Lambert staggered and fell senseless. The blood streamed from his head upon the carpet. She saw Versilov, turned suddenly as white as a sheet, gazed at him for some moments immovable with indescribable horror, and fell into a swoon. He rushed to her. It all flashes before my eyes as I write. I remember with what terror I saw his flushed, almost purple face and his bloodshot eyes. I believe that, though he saw me in the room, he did not recognize me. He caught her as she fell unconscious, and with amazing ease lifted her up in his arms as though she were a feather, and began aimlessly carrying her about the room like a baby. It was a tiny room, but he paced to and fro from corner to corner, evidently with no idea why he was doing so. In one instant he had lost his reason. He kept gazing at her face. I ran after him. What I was most afraid of was the revolver, which he seemed to have forgotten in his right hand, and was holding close to her head. But he pushed me away, once with his elbow, and a second time with his foot. I wanted to shout to Trishatov, but I was afraid of irritating the madman. At last I drew back the curtain and began entreating him to put her on the bed. He went up and laid her down on it, stood over her, and gazed at her face, and, suddenly bending down, kissed her twice on her pale lips. Oh, I realized at last that this was a man utterly beside himself. He suddenly waved the revolver over her, but, as though realizing, turned the revolver and aimed it at her face. I instantly seized his arm and shouted to Trishatov. I remember we both struggled with him, but he succeeded in pulling away his arm and firing at himself. He would have shot her and then himself, but since we would not let him get at her, he pressed the revolver against his heart. I succeeded, however, in pushing his arm upwards, and the bullet struck him in the shoulder. At that instant, Tatyana Pavlovna burst into the room shrieking. But he was already lying senseless on the carpet beside Lambert. Breaking in. We have just finished the action of the novel. Some of its details still need explanation, including the role of the pockmarked man, the anonymous letter to Buring, and the association between Versilov and Lambert. Those explanations are forthcoming, as well as a denouement for our characters, in our final chapter, which serves as an epilogue. End of comments. Chapter 13. Conclusion. 1. Almost 6 months have passed since that scene. Much has happened, much has completely changed, and a new life has begun for me since then. But I must settle what I have left doubtful in my story. To me, at least, the first question at the time and long afterwards was how Versilov could have brought himself to act in concert with a man like Lambert, and what were his objects in doing so. Little by little, I have arrived at an explanation of a sort. To my thinking, at those moments, that is, all that last day and the day before, Versilov can have had no definite aim. And I believe, indeed, he did not reflect on the matter at all, but acted under the influence of a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. But the theory of actual madness I cannot accept, especially as he is not in the least mad now. But the second self I do accept unquestionably. What is a second self exactly? The second self, according to a medical book written by an expert, which I purposely read afterwards, is nothing else than the first stage of serious mental derangement, which may lead to something very bad. And in that scene at my mother's, Versilov himself had, with strange frankness, described the duality of his will and feelings. But I repeat again, though that scene at mother's and that broken icon were undoubtedly partly due to the influence of a real second self, yet I have ever since been haunted by the fancy that there was in it an element of a sort of vindictive symbolism, a sort of resentment against the expectations of those women, a sort of angry revolt against their rights and their criticism. And so, hand in hand with the second self, he broke the icon, as though to say, "That's how your expectations will be shattered." In fact, even though the second self did come in, it was partly simply a whim. But all this is only my theory. It would be hard to decide for certain. It is true that, in spite of his adoration for Katerina Nikolaevna, he had a deep-rooted and perfectly genuine disbelief in her moral qualities. I really believe that he waited outside the door then to see her humiliated before Lambert. But did he desire it, if even he waited for it? Again, I repeat, I firmly believe that he had no desire, no intention even. He simply wanted to be there, to rush in afterwards, to say something, perhaps to insult, perhaps even to kill her. Anything might happen then. But when he came with Lambert, he had no idea what would happen. I may add that the revolver was Lambert's, and that he himself came unarmed. Seeing her proud dignity, and above all, exasperated by Lambert's blackguardliness in threatening her, he dashed in, and only then went mad. Did he mean to shoot her at that instant? In my opinion, he did not know what he was doing, but he certainly would have shot her if we had not thrust aside his hand. His wound proved to be not a fatal one, and it healed, and he was ill in bed rather a long time, at mother's, of course. Now, as I am writing these lines, it is the middle of May, an exquisite spring day, and our windows are open. Mother is sitting beside him. He strokes her cheeks and hair, and gazes into her face with tender emotion. Oh, this is only the half of the old Versilov. He never leaves Mother's side now, and will never leave her again. He has even gained the gift of tears, as Makar Ivanovitch, of precious memory, said in his story about the merchant. I fancy, however, that Versilov has a long life before him. With us he is perfectly good-natured and candid as a child, though he never loses his sense of proportion and self-control, and he does not talk too freely. All his intellect and his moral nature have remained unchanged, though all his ideal side has become more marked. I may say frankly that I have never loved him so much as now, and I regret that I have neither time nor space to say more about him. I will, however, tell one recent anecdote about him, and there are many. He had quite recovered by Lent, and in the 6th week declared that he would fast and take the sacrament. He had not taken the sacrament for 30 years or more, I believe. Mother was delighted. They began preparing Lenten dishes, rather expensive, dainty ones, however. In the next room I heard him on Monday and Tuesday chanting to himself, "The bridegroom cometh," and he was delighted with the verses and the chant. He spoke beautifully of religion several times during those days. But on Wednesday the fast suddenly came to an end. Something suddenly irritated him, some amusing contrast, as he expressed it, laughing. He disliked something in the exterior of the priest and the surroundings. Whatever it was, he returned and said with a gentle smile, "My friends, I love God, but I am not fitted for that." The same day roast beef was served at dinner. But I know that even now Mother often sits beside him, and in a low voice, with a gentle smile, begins to talk to him of the most abstract subjects. Now she has somehow grown daring with him, but how this has come to pass, I don't know. She sits beside him and speaks to him usually in a whisper. He listens with a smile, strokes her hair, kisses her hand, and there is the light of perfect happiness in his face. He sometimes has attacks that are almost like hysterics. Then he takes her photograph, the one he kissed that evening, gazes at it with tears, kisses it, recalls the past, gathers us all round him, but at such moments he says little. Katerina Nikolaevna he seems to have completely forgotten, and has never once mentioned. Nothing has been said of marriage with my mother so far, either. They did think of taking him abroad for the summer, but Tatyana Pavlovna strongly opposed it, and he did not desire it himself. They will spend the summer at a villa, in some country place in the neighborhood of Petersburg. By the way, we are all still living at the expense of Tatyana Pavlovna. One thing I will add. I am dreadfully sorry that I have several times in this narrative allowed myself to take up a disrespectful and superior attitude in regard to Versilov. But as I wrote, I imagined myself precisely at each of the moments I was describing. As I finish my narrative and write the last lines, I suddenly feel, by the very process of recalling and recording, I have re-educated myself. I regret a great deal I have written, especially the tone of certain sentences and pages, but I will not cross them out or correct a single word. I have stated that he never says one word of Katerina Nikolaevna, but I really believe that he is quite cured of his passion. Of her I never speak, except sometimes to Tatyana Pavlovna, and then in secret. Katerina Nikolaevna is now abroad. I saw her before she went away, and visited her several times. Since she has been abroad, I have received 2 letters from her, and have answered them. But of what was in her letter and what we discussed, I will say nothing. That is another story, a quite new story, and perhaps it is still in the future. Indeed, there are some things of which I say nothing even to Tatyana Pavlovna. But enough of that. I will only add that she is not married, and that she is traveling with the Pelitchevs. Her father is dead, and she is the richest of widows. At this moment she is in Paris. Her rupture with Buring took place very quickly, and as it were of itself, that is, extremely naturally. I will describe it, however. On the morning of that terrible scene, the pockmarked man to whom Trishitov and his tall friend had gone over succeeded in letting Buring know of the proposed crime. This was how it happened. Lambert still tried to persuade him to work with him, and when he gained possession of the letter, he told him all the details of the undertaking, up to the very last moment, that is, when Versilov suggested the trick to get rid of Tatyana Pavlovna. But at the last moment, the pockmarked man, who had more sense than the rest, and foresaw the possibility of a serious crime being committed, preferred to betray Lambert. He reckoned upon Buring's gratitude as something more secure than the fantastic plan made by Lambert, who was clumsy and hot-headed, and by Versilov, who was almost mad with passion. All this I learned afterwards from Trishitov. I know nothing, by the way, of Lambert's relations with the pockmarked man, and I cannot understand why Lambert could not have acted without him. The question of far more interest for me is why Lambert needed Versilov, when, having the letter in his possession, he might perfectly well have dispensed with the latter's assistance. The answer is clear to me now. Versilov was of use to Lambert from his knowledge of all the circumstances. Moreover, if their plans miscarried, or some accident happened, Lambert reckoned on throwing all responsibility on Versilov. And since the latter did not want money, Lambert thought his help very opportune. But Buring did not arrive in time. When he reached the scene of the action an hour later, Tatyana Pavlovna's flat wore a very different aspect. 5 minutes after Versilov had fallen on the carpet, covered with blood, Lambert, whom we all believed to be dead, raised his head and got up. He looked about him with amazement, quickly grasped the position, went into the kitchen without saying a word, put on his coat, and disappeared forever. The document he left on the table. I have heard that he was not seriously ill, but only slightly indisposed afterwards. The blow from the revolver had stunned him and drawn blood, but had done no further harm. Meanwhile, Trishitov had run for the doctor. But before the doctor arrived, Versilov too returned to consciousness, though before that Tatyana Pavlovna succeeded in bringing Katerina Nikolaevna to herself and taking her home. And so, when Buring ran in upon us, he found in Tatyana Pavlovna's flat only me, the doctor, Versilov, and my mother, who had been fetched by Trishitov, and though still ill, had come in haste, beside herself with anxiety. Buring stared at us with amazement, and as soon as he learned that Katerina Nikolaevna had gone home, he went off to see her without saying another word to us. He was perturbed. He saw clearly that now scandal and gossip were almost inevitable. The affair did not make any great scandal, however. The pistol shot could not be concealed, it is true, but the chief facts remained almost unknown. All that was discovered by the investigation that was made was that a certain V, a man passionately in love, though almost 50 and with a family, had declared his feelings to the young lady, a person worthy of the highest respect, who did not share his sentiments, and in a sudden access of madness had shot himself. Nothing more than this came out, and in that form the story even got into the papers, no names being mentioned but only initials. I know that Lambert was not troubled in any way. Nevertheless, Buring was alarmed. To make matters worse, he chanced to learn of the interview between Katerina Nikolaevna and Versilov 2 days before the catastrophe. This enraged him, and he rather incautiously ventured to observe to Katerina Nikolaevna that after that he was not surprised that such extraordinary adventures could happen to her. Katerina Nikolaevna refused him on the spot, without anger, but without hesitation. All her preconceived ideas of the judiciousness of marrying such a man vanished like smoke. Possibly she had seen through him long before, and perhaps the shock she had been exposed to had changed some of her views and feelings. But of that, again, I will say nothing. I will only add that Lambert made his escape to Moscow, and that I have heard he got into trouble over something there. Trishitov I have lost sight of since that day, though I am still trying to track him. He vanished after the death of his friend, Le Grand Dadais, who shot himself. II. I have mentioned the death of the old prince, Nikolai Ivanovitch. The good-natured, kindly old man died not long after his adventure. His death took place, however, quite a month later in his bed at night from a stroke. I never saw him again after the day he was in my flat. I was told that during that month he became far more rational, more tender in his manner even. He ceased to be apprehensive, shed no more tears, and did not once utter a word about Anna Andreevna. All his affection was centered on his daughter. On one occasion, a week before his death, Katerina Nikolaevna suggested inviting me to entertain him, but he actually frowned. I simply state this fact without trying to explain it. His estate turned out to be in good order at his death, and he left a very considerable fortune as well. A third of this fortune was by his will divided between his innumerable goddaughters, but it struck everyone as strange that there was no mention of Anna Andreevna in his will at all. Her name was omitted. But I know for a fact that a few days before his death, the old man summoned his daughter and his friends, Pelichev and Prince V., and instructed Katerina Nikolaevna, in view of the possibility of his speedy decease, to set aside out of his fortune 60,000 roubles for Anna Andreevna. He expressed his wishes briefly, clearly, and precisely, not indulging in a single exclamation or explanation. After his death, and when his affairs were put in order, Katerina Nikolaevna, through her lawyer, informed Anna Andreevna that the 60,000 roubles were at her disposal. But dryly, with no unnecessary words, Anna Andreevna declined the money. She refused to accept it, in spite of every assurance that this had been the old prince's desire. The money still lies waiting for her, and Katerina Nikolaevna still hopes to induce her to change her mind. But this will never happen. Of that I am positive, for I am now one of Anna Andreevna's closest and most intimate friends. Her refusal made rather a stir, and people talked about it. Her aunt, Madame Fanaryatov, who had been annoyed at first by her scandalous affair with the old prince, suddenly took a different view of it, and, after she refused the money, made her a solemn assurance of her respect. Her brother, on the other hand, quarrelled with her finally on account of it. But though I often go to see Anna Andreevna, I cannot say that we ever discuss anything very intimate. We never refer to the past. She is very glad to see me, but talks to me chiefly of abstract subjects. Among other things, she has told me that she is firmly resolved to go into a convent. That was not long ago, but I don't believe this, and look upon it simply as an expression of bitterness. But what is really tragic is what I have to tell of my sister Lisa's fate. That is real unhappiness. What are all my failures beside her bitter lot? It began with Prince Sergei Petrovitch's dying in the hospital before his trial. He died before Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch. Lisa was left to face the world with her unborn child. She did not shed tears and was outwardly calm. She became gentle and resigned. But all her old fire seemed to have vanished forever. She helped Mother meekly, nursed Andrei Petrovitch through his illness, but became very silent and never seemed to notice anyone or anything, as though nothing mattered to her, as though she were simply passing by. When Versilov was better, she began to sleep a great deal. I used to take her books, but she did not read. She became terribly thin. I did not dare to try to comfort her, though I often went into her intending to. But in her presence I could not approach her, and I found no words to speak to her. It went on like this till something terrible happened. She fell down our stairs. She did not fall far, only 3 steps, but it brought on a miscarriage, and she was ill all the rest of the winter. Now she is on her feet again, but her health has been shaken, and it will be a long time before she is strong. She is still dreamy and silent with us, but she has begun to talk with Mother a little. These last few days we have had bright, clear spring sunshine, and I am all the while inwardly recalling that sunny morning last autumn when she and I walked along the street, both full of joy and hope and love for one another. Alas, what has happened since then? I don't complain. For me a new life has begun. But for her future is a problem, and I cannot look at her even now without pain. 3 weeks ago I did succeed, however, in interesting her with news of VIII. He was released at last, and is now at liberty. That judicious person gave, so I am told, the most precise explanation and the most interesting information, which completely cleared his character in the eyes of those on whom his fate depended. Moreover, his celebrated manuscript turned out to be no more than a translation from the French, upon which he had intended to write an article for a magazine. He is now in the X province, and his stepfather, Stebelkov, is still in prison on the same charge, which I hear grows more extensive and complicated as it goes on. Lisa heard the news of VIII with a strange smile, and even observed that that was just what was sure to have happened to him. But she was evidently pleased, no doubt that Prince Sergei's action had not brought worse harm to VIII. Of Dergachev and his friends, I have nothing to say here. I have finished. Perhaps some reader may care to know what has become of my idea, and what is the new life that is beginning for me now, to which I refer so mysteriously. But that new life, that new way which is opening before me, is my idea, the same as before, though in such a different form that it could hardly be recognized. But I cannot enter into that in this story. That is something quite different. My old life has passed away completely, and the new is just beginning. But I will add one essential matter. Tatyana Pavlovna, a true and dear friend to me, pesters me almost every day with exhortations to enter the university. "When you've taken your degree," she says, "then you can consider the position, but now you must finish your studies." I must confess I am considering her suggestion, but I don't know how I shall decide. Among other objections, I have urged that I have not the right to continue my studies, as it is my duty now to work to maintain Mother and Lisa. But she offers to undertake this, and she says her means are sufficient to do so all the time I am at the university. I have determined at last to ask the advice of someone. Looking about me, I have chosen that someone carefully and critically. I have fixed on Nikolai Semyonovitch, my former tutor in Moscow, the husband of Marya Ivanovna. Not so much that I need advice about anything, but I feel an irresistible longing to hear the opinion of this outsider, who is a rather coldly egoistic, but undoubtedly clever man. I have sent him my whole manuscript, asking him to keep it secret from everyone, especially Tatyana Pavlovna, because I have not shown it to anyone so far. The manuscript came back to me a fortnight later, and with it a rather long letter. From this letter I make a few extracts, as I find in them a certain general view, and something that may be explanatory. Here are the extracts. Breaking in. Many scholars view the following passage, an excerpt from Nikolai Semyonovitch's letter to Arkady in response to his manuscript, to serve as Dostoevsky's own commentary on the novel he has written. It will thus demand some attention in my concluding remarks. End of comments. III. You could never have employed your leisure time more profitably, my ever-precious Arkady Makarovich, than in writing this autobiography. You have given yourself, so to say, an unflinching account of your first stormy, perilous steps on the path of life. I quite believe that you may, by this exposition, have, to a great extent, re-educated yourself, to use your own expression. I shall not, of course, venture upon the smallest criticism, though every page makes one reflect. For instance, the circumstance that you so long and so obstinately retained possession of the document is highly characteristic. But that is only one remark out of hundreds which I permitted myself. I greatly appreciate also the fact of your deciding to confide to me, and apparently to me alone, the secret of your idea, to use your own expression. But your request that I should give you my opinion on that idea, I must resolutely refuse. To begin with, it would be out of place in a letter, and secondly, I am not prepared to give an answer offhand. I must ruminate upon it further. I will only observe that your idea is distinguished by originality, whereas young men of the present generation, for the most part, throw themselves into ready-made ideas, of which there is always an ample provision, and which are a source of danger. Your idea, for instance, did, at any rate, save you, for the time, from the ideas of Messrs. de Gottschev and Company, certainly less original than yours. Finally, I am absolutely in agreement with that honored lady, Tatyana Pavlovna, whom I had till now failed to esteem as she deserves, though I know her personally. Her plan that you should enter the university will be of the greatest possible benefit for you. Study in life will undoubtedly, in 3 or 4 years, widen the horizon of your ideas and aspirations. And if, after the university, you still desire to return to your idea, there will be nothing to prevent it. Now allow me, though you have not requested it, to give you frankly some thoughts and impressions that have occurred to my mind while perusing your extremely candid autobiography. Yes, I agree with Andrei Petrovitch that one might well feel anxiety about you and your solitary youth. And there are more than a few lads like you, and there really is always a danger of their talents leading them astray, either into secret sensuality or a latent desire for lawlessness. But this thirst for lawlessness proceeds most frequently, perhaps, from a latent craving for discipline and seemliness. I am using your own words. Youth is pure just because it is youth. Perhaps in these precocious impulses of madness, there lie concealed a craving for discipline and a search for truth. And whose fault is it that some young people of today see that truth and that discipline in such stupid and ridiculous things that one cannot imagine how they can believe in them? I may mention, by the way, that in the recent past, a generation ago at most, such interesting lads were not so much to be pitied. For in those days they almost always ended by successfully attaching themselves to our most highly cultivated class, and merging into it. And even if they did at the onset recognize their own lack of order and consistency, the lack of nobility even in their family surroundings, the lack of an ancestral tradition, and of fine finished forms of social life, it was a gain for them, for they consciously strove towards all this, and thereby learned to prize it. Nowadays the position is somewhat different, for there is scarcely anything the young can attach themselves to. I will explain by comparison, or, so to say, by analogy. If I had been a Russian novelist and had talent, I should certainly have chosen my heroes from the old nobility, because only in that type of cultivated Russian is it possible to find at least that outward semblance of fine order and aesthetic beauty so necessary in a novel to produce an artistic effect on the reader. I am not joking when I say this, although I am not a nobleman myself, as you are indeed aware. Pushkin selected the subject for his future novels from the traditions of the Russian family, and believe me that everything beautiful we have had so far is to be found therein. Everything that has been brought to some sort of perfection, anyway. I don't say this because I am accepting unconditionally the truth and justness of that beauty, but at least there were completely worked out forms of honor and duty which have never existed anywhere in Russia except in the nobility, even in the most rudimentary shape. I speak as a calm man seeking calm. Whether that honor was a good thing and whether that duty was a true one is a secondary question. What to my mind is of most consequence is the finality of the forms and the existence of some sort of order, not prescribed from above, but developed from within. Good heavens, what matters most of all for us is to have any sort of order of our own. All hopes for the future, and, so to say, restfulness of outlook, lie in our having something at last built up, instead of this everlasting destruction, instead of chips flying in all directions, rubbish and disorder which has led to nothing for 200 years. Don't accuse me of Slavophilism. I only say this from misanthropy, for my heart is heavy. Something is happening to us today and in the recent past, the very opposite of what I have imagined above. It is not that the worthless attach themselves to the highest stratum of society, but, on the contrary, with light-hearted haste, fragments are torn from what is fine and noble, and thrown into one mass with the lawless and the envious. And there have been many instances of fathers and heads of what have been cultured families laughing at what their children perhaps would have liked to believe in. What is more, they eagerly display to their children their spiteful pleasure at the sudden license to be dishonest, which they have all at once deduced wholesale from something. I am not speaking of the true progressives, dear Arkady Makarovitch, but only of that rabble, so numerous it seems, of whom it has been said, Gratis le Russe et vous verrez le Tatar. And believe me, there are by no means so many true liberals, true and noble friends of humanity among us as we have imagined. But all this is theorizing. Let us come back to our supposed novelist. The position of our novelist in this case would be perfectly definite. He could not write in any other form but the historical, for there is no fine type in our day, and if there were remnants of it left, they would not, according to the prevalent ideas of the day, have retained their beauty. Oh, and in historical form it is possible to depict a multitude of extremely attractive and consolatory details. It is possible so to fascinate the reader indeed that he will take the historical picture for the possible and the actual. Such a work, if executed with great talent, would belong not so much to Russian literature as to Russian history. It would be a picture artistically worked out of the Russian ideal, having a real existence so long as it was not guessed that it was an ideal. The grandson of those heroes who have been depicted in a picture of a Russian family of the upper-middle cultivated class during 3 generations, side by side with and in connection with Russian history. That descendant of his forefathers would not be depicted in his modern type, except in a somewhat misanthropic, solitary, and distinctly melancholy aspect. He is even bound to appear a somewhat strange figure, so that the reader might from the first glance recognize him as one retreating from the field of action, and might be convinced there was no field of action left for him. A little further, and even that misanthrope, that grandson of heroes, will disappear entirely. New characters will appear, unknown to us as yet, and a new ideal. But what sort of characters? If they are without beauty, then the Russian novel is impossible in the future. But alas, will the novel be the only thing impossible? I will not pursue this further, but will hasten back to your manuscript. Consider, for instance, both the families of Monsieur Vasilov. For this once I will venture to be quite open. I won't enlarge on Andrei Petrovitch himself, but he is, anyway, of a good old family. He is a nobleman of ancient lineage, and at the same time a Parisian communard. He is a true poet and loves Russia, yet denies her absolutely. He is without any sort of religion, but yet almost ready to die for something indefinite, to which he cannot give a name, but in which he fervently believes, like a number of Russian adherents of European civilization of the Petersburg period of Russian history. But enough of him. As for his legitimate family, I won't discuss his son, and indeed he is not worthy of the honor. All who have eyes know what upstarts like that come to in Russia, and what they bring others to as well. Then his daughter, Anna Andreevna. She is surely a girl of strong character. A figure on the scale of the Mother Abbess Mitrofania. Not that I mean to predict anything criminal, which would be unjust on my part. If you can assure me, Arkady Makarovich, that that family is an accidental phenomenon, it will rejoice my heart. But would it not be, on the contrary, a truer conclusion that a multitude of unquestionably aristocratic Russian families are with irresistible force passing in masses into accidental families, and mingling with them in the general lawlessness and chaos? A typical example of such an accidental family is sketched by you in your manuscript. Yes, Arkady Makarovich, you are a member of an accidental family, in contrary distinction to the aristocratic types, who have had such a very different childhood and adolescence from yours. I must say I should not like to be a novelist whose hero comes of an accidental family. To describe him is an ungrateful task, and can have no beauty of form. Moreover, these types are in any case transitory, and so a novel about them cannot have artistic finish. One may make serious mistakes, exaggerations, misjudgments. In any case, one would have to guess too much. But what is the writer to do who doesn't want to confine himself to the historical form, and is possessed by a longing for the present? To guess, and make mistakes. But such an autobiography as yours might serve as material for a future work of art, for a future picture of a lawless epoch already past. Oh, when the angry strife of the day has passed, and the future has come, Then a future artist will discover beautiful forms for depicting past lawlessness and chaos. Then such autobiographies as yours, so long as they are sincere, will be of use and provide material in spite of their chaotic and fortuitous character. They will preserve, at any rate, some faithful traits by which one may guess what may have lain hidden in the heart of some raw youth of that troubled time. A knowledge not altogether valueless, since from raw youths are made up the generations. This concludes A Raw Youth. I will be appending one final installment to this sequence with some concluding thoughts on the novel. You are welcome to join me there. Otherwise, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed this Let's Read experience. In this final installment, I will be offering a broad analysis of the novel we have just read, focusing principally on its characters, its thematic arcs, and the general aims of the author. I stated at the outset that A Raw Youth is one of the most underappreciated of Dostoevsky's novels, and I hope by these remarks to explain why I say that. As of this recording, the Encyclopedia Britannica article on Dostoevsky offers just one sentence on A Raw Youth, describing it simply as, quote, relatively unsuccessful and diffuse, unquote. The latter charge is surely accurate. The action is scattered over several subplots, which often seem to have little to do with each other. The Dergachev arc simply drops out of the narrative. So, too, does the Stebelkov scheming. Prince Sergei gets onto the stage and then disappears. Arkady recalls several personal anecdotes in his notes that seem to go nowhere. He gets into legal trouble, which is swiftly forgotten. A decade and a half later, Anton Chekhov would express a literary rule that if you see a rifle on the stage, it needed to go off at some point in the narrative. This novel violates that principle at every turn. Many rifles never go off, as the narrative simply sprawls. And that sprawling narrative is itself the inevitable result of Dostoevsky's choice of narrator. We cannot expect our 20-year-old to create a streamlined story, especially when the young man disavows all literary ambitions on the first page. Joseph Frank adds the further accusation that the plot is moth-eaten. And while that might be a bit harsh, there are some inconsistencies in the text, as we could expect from a plot this tangled. The movement also relies on melodrama, with secret letters, clandestine interviews, and the like, and the climactic scenes culminating in the pistol shot at Tatyana Pavlovna's appear to be rather contrived. So, Encyclopedia Britannica is correct when it calls the novel diffuse. But is it unsuccessful? That depends upon what it is that Dostoevsky was trying to do. And here the author has given us a bit of guidance with that letter from Nikolai Semyonovich, which closes out the novel. Through that fictional letter, Dostoevsky is telling us that he has been writing a novel of the 1870s family as it really exists. In my opening remarks, I pointed out that A Raw Youth was appearing serially at the same time as a much more celebrated novel by Tolstoy, namely Anna Karenina. Tolstoy's novel was less diffuse and was spectacularly successful, a great work of beauty. But to access that beauty, Tolstoy had to wrap himself in the forms of an aristocratic past that no longer existed. The world as it really was, Dostoevsky insisted, was trending toward disorder at its most critical place, the family. Thus Arkady is a member of an accidental family, one that lacks the forms of the past, one that is put together in a slapdash fashion, with an unwed mother, 2 fathers, a child that rarely sees any of them in his formative years, and who meets his legitimate half-siblings only upon entering adulthood. And it is one whose nominal leader seems untethered to any stable form of life that he can pass down to the next generation. Further, there are questions about what stable forms of life are worth passing down to the next generation. As I also noted in my introductory comments, part of Dostoevsky's aim is to provide some gentle suggestions on the score from within the bastion of left-wing thought, the journal Notes of the Fatherland, which was serializing his novel. That is, he wanted to leverage the populist interest in the culture of the peasant commune in order to highlight the necessity of its religious element. So, Dostoevsky's stated aim, as per the fictional letter from Nikolai Semyonovich, is to portray the modern accidental family, its place within Russian urban society broadly, and its social effects on the next generation in particular. His covert aim is to vindicate the religious source material of traditional Russian morality. If we are to judge the success or failure of the novel, these are the standards we will have to use. As we assess the novel, I would like to begin broadly before narrowing our focus to the core elements of the family unit. The novel provides a snapshot of the whole array of Petersburg society, but thematically it revolves around 3 central characters. A decade before Dostoevsky and Tolstoy would pen their twin novels of the family, Turgenev wrote his famous Fathers and Sons. A raw youth could easily go by the moniker Fathers and Son, and it will be Arkady and his 2 father figures who will compose the centerpiece of our attention. But first, we must examine the social world they inhabit. When Nikolai Semyonovich writes of the younger generation, he thinks that its members are starving for truth and discipline, but that they, quote, see that truth and that discipline in such stupid and ridiculous things that one cannot imagine how they can believe in them, unquote. What things? The novel's primary candidate for the stupid and ridiculous, what has filled the vacuum for its wayward generation, is the worldview of the young revolutionaries, the Dergachev group. Not all of the members of that group are foolish, but its principal spokesperson in Part 1, Chapter 3, the bellicose schoolteacher Tikhomorov, presents the core of the idea in such a way as to make it unbelievable. Individuals, communities, whole nations even, must submit themselves as grist for a materialistic mill that will produce some well-ordered state at some indeterminate time in the future. And to the extent that they refuse to submit voluntarily, they will be forced to do so. For what is not cured by medicine will be cured by iron, and what is not cured by iron will be cured by fire. In social terms, Arkady loses the debate with Tikhomorov and suffers public discomfiture. But logically, his objection seems to be devastating and victorious. Why should an individual sacrifice everything he is for some alien future in which he will never participate? He presents Lambert as a kind of antithesis, a man who would be willing to sacrifice the entire universe for his own happiness. And we might wonder whether, in the final analysis, a revolutionary appeal to force is all that different from Lambert's will to power. When the Dergachevs of the world triumphed in 1917, the distinction collapsed. Later, in Part 2, Chapter 1, Versilov would disparagingly note that men like Dergachev are below all criticism. But this leaves open the question of just how different Versilov's own ideas are from the revolutionary ones, a question to which I will return in a moment. Not all of the revolutionaries, however, come across in quite the same way. Vassin, indeed, comes off as highly sophisticated and rational, and early on, Arkady runs to him for support and advice. It is only as events proceed that we see the limitations of his character. Vassin treats everything with equanimity. Nothing phases him. This gives him the appearance of a young sage, calmly standing in the midst of a storm. But his calmness can be off-putting. In Part 1, Chapter 9, he seems perfectly indifferent to Kraft's suicide, for instance, and Arkady gets the impression that his friendship is cold courtesy rather than actual affection. And later, in Part 3, Chapter 4, Vassin tells Lisa that he treats everyone the same, regardless of who they are or what they do, because everyone is the same in his eyes regardless. This general indifference seems to require the elimination of the interpersonal world, as though all human organisms are mere material machines responding to impersonal causes. Surprisingly, he has a twin from an unlikely source. Andreev, Le Grand Dade, Trishitov's literal partner in crime. Dispositionally, Vassin and Andreev could not be farther apart. Vassin is exact, precise, rational, and reserved, while Andreev is wild, impulsive, passionate, and given to outrageous scenes both at Lambert's and especially at the restaurant. But when we learn more of him from Tshishitov in Part 3, Chapter 5, we discover that Andreev thinks that, when it comes to what we do, quote, "It's all the same and makes no difference, and that there's no need to do anything, either good or bad. They are just the same. One may do good or bad, but that the best of all is to be still." Unquote. Vassin and Andreev thus operate from the same premise. But while Vassin is at home in his indifferent shell, Andreev is too full of zeal for life to survive there, and thus is given to drunken excesses and weeping off stage. But another reaction to a nihilistic universe is simply to devour it. Steblikov and Lambert are the most salient amoral predators in the novel. The former is more interesting from his roundabout roguish way of speaking than he is psychologically, although it seems clear that there are no limits to the forms of exploitation he would pursue, as evidenced by his behavior toward Olya in Part 1. With Lambert, however, we get an origin story and a glimpse into his psyche in the second and third chapters of the novel. The origin story involves the betrayal of everything that he held sacred at an impressionable age. The affair between the clergyman, his personal tutor and priest, and his mother. He had been a bully before the event. Afterward, his entire worldview seems to revolve around malice. He shoots the bird, whips the prostitute, and claims that his life's ambition is to feast and burn while the poor starve and freeze to death. In his notebooks, Dostoevsky describes Lambert with the words flesh, matter, horror, etc. But the horror flourishes when the holy is slain. The last notable criminal from the narrative is the young Trishitov, who is hardly a predator like Lambert. Despite his profession, Trishitov is a dreamer, and his monologue from Part 3, Chapter 5, which wanders from Dickens to his own idea for an opera on Faust, resembles the verbal peregrinations of the White Knight's dreamer from that early short story. In this, Trishitov is like Arkady, which explains their natural affinity for each other. But while Trishitov is powered by dreams of Dickens and Goethe, his life slides toward debauchery. In Part 3, Chapter 10, he is acutely aware of the fact and ashamed, but also without the willpower to correct his condition. But the greatest disconnect between ideals and actions comes from the young Prince Sokolsky, a case study in weakness of will. Prince Sergei is not bright enough to have particularly sophisticated ideas, but the ideal that he is able to express has at least the appearance of being good and noble. To live humbly and virtuously, and with penitence for his prior misdeeds, as a lowly laborer in the provinces, and thus to allow his proud aristocratic lineage to die out in quiet dignity. But even in the expression of this notion there is something egoistic, with an emphasis on his own status and with a disregard for others. For instance, to effect this dream of his, he suggests hauling Lisa and their unborn child off to a rugged territory of Russia, estranging them from their family and other means of support. With this excessive emphasis on himself and his reputation, it is no surprise that he doesn't have the strength to put his ideas into action. He crumbles at the first sign of public disapproval, framing the cornet Stepanov when he gets into trouble in the regiment, and then disowning Arkady when there is a threat of scandal in the gambling saloon. His behavior toward women is simply unconscionable, seducing the half-witted Lydia and abandoning responsibility to care for the child, and much later deciding to abandon Lisa in order to marry Anna Andreevna for her dowry, to say nothing of his interaction with Lisa altogether. This invites a question about what Lisa is doing with him in the first place. Arkady offers some musings on this score in Part 3, Chapter 2, when he suggests that a strong woman will often have an intense love for a weak man, because, quote, the stronger unconsciously undertakes responsibility for the weaker, unquote. Regardless, Lisa finds herself playing the role of redeemer, attempting, unsuccessfully, to lead Sergei out of his weakness and dissolution into something better. To this extent, Lisa is to Sergei what Sonia is to Versilov. Both succumb to charming aristocrats outside of marriage. Both become pregnant by them. Both suffer due to the waywardness of these lovers, and both offer them a path back toward virtue and upright living. They also present a pro-life message. It happens so swiftly and subtly that you could easily miss it. We learn in Part 2, Chapter 7, that when the mother first hears of her daughter's pregnancy, her advice comprises 2 words: bear it in the current translation, or keep it in Pevere and Volokonsky. Arkady instantly agrees because he doesn't want his sister to risk her own health with an unsafe abortion. But that's not the impetus of the mother's advice. For these 2 women are not just redeeming their respective lovers, they are also redeeming Arkady. In the closing scene of Part 1, when Lisa and Arkady are walking happily arm in arm, he gets a sense of how deeply he is loved by both mother and sister, who have been good-naturedly laughing at his antics and wild ideas, and who offer him a stable and virtuous grounding, despite the unstable and erratic excesses of his youth. The pattern persists throughout the novel. In one pithy moment around the dinner table in Part 2, Chapter 5, when Arkady blurts out that love ought to be earned, his mother states, "You'll love it later on, but here you are loved without." The comment is met with laughter, but she is not trying to insult the young upstart. She is just being sincere. Her love for her son does not need to be earned. Sonia is presented throughout the novel as the proper lover for Versilov. It is not just Arkady's fervent wish that his biological mother and father should be firmly united. Versilov himself recognizes the fact, as revealed by the tenderness with which he treats her portrait during his interview with Arkady in Part 3. But there are 2 other feminine distractions for him in the events of the novel. We never meet Lydia Akhmakova, the daughter of Katerina Nikolaevna's deceased husband. Her inclusion in the backstory at Ems might strike readers as an oddity. Why should Versilov have suddenly wanted to marry an invalid, especially when caught between a long-term lover behind him at Königsberg and a beautiful young soon-to-be widow before him? I have little to say here beyond what the novel itself suggests, other than to note that this is not an isolated incident in Dostoevsky's works. Raskolnikov, from Crime and Punishment, at one point intends to marry his landlady's daughter, who is both a cripple and ugly, and he claims that he would love her more if she were uglier. And Stavrogin from Demons actually does marry an invalid, a kind of holy fool, in a central plot point of that novel. Later, in Brothers Karamazov, the lecherous Fyodor Karamazov exploits stinking Lizaveta in another such episode. The latter 2 cases have a distinctly dark flavor. Versilov's momentary designs on Lydia can be spun in a much more positive light, perhaps closer to the example with Raskolnikov, whose fiancée also dies before the opening of the plot proper. Versilov sees a suffering creature, impregnated through Sergei's villainy, and feels a moral instinct to make at least one real human being happy. But the example of Stavrogin, to say nothing of Karamazov, indicates that this moral impulse can easily become twisted into something nasty and cruel. That seems especially obvious given Versilov's unstable attitude toward Katerina Nikolaevna. He hates the young widow as much as he loves her. That he should do so says perhaps more about him than about her. But what is it about her that should inspire this reaction? I think the answer is that she is both good and inaccessible. Indeed, her goodness is part of what makes her inaccessible. She rejects Versilov for the right reasons. I will return to those reasons a bit later. And her goodness is so out of keeping with her cynical aristocratic environment that Versilov cannot fully believe in it, and thus suspects that it is all a ruse, and that Katerina Nikolaevna has all the vices. Indeed, when reading through the novel, I was unsure of whether I could believe in it. She has the social graces that allow her to dissemble in the highest society, yet she refuses to be influenced by their values, and she is quite content to be the innocent student friend of the raw youth who visits her, as that relationship is described in Part 2, Chapter 4. Isn't this all just a bit too good to believe in? But in the end, I did believe in Katerina Nikolaevna, mainly because she gets the unqualified endorsement of one of the wisest figures in the novel, namely Tatyana Pavlovna. Tatyana Pavlovna is never a love interest for Versilov, but she should be. That much seems obvious from the first time we get to see the entire accidental family unit on the stage together in Part 1, Chapter 6. It is Tatyana Pavlovna with whom Versilov converses. She is the one who is on his level and can offer suggestions and advice. She is his most genuine female companion, not the submissive peasant Sonia. A marriage between these two would actually work, as opposed to the other alternatives Versilov considers throughout the narrative. But of course, such an arrangement would not be a live option at any point during the plot proper, despite the revelation late on that Tatyana Pavlovna has always loved the man. And she loved his children and his associates. She has always been the glue holding things together, both within the accidental family unit and outside of it. She is what I call a meaning maker, not at the level of principle or worldview, as per Makar Ivanovich, but at the level of everyday minutiae. She knows what is good and can manage the details of practical life to bring these things about. Of course, she manages these affairs with a kind of imperious authority that can be off-putting at first. But over time, Arkady comes to recognize all that hectoring and abuse as a curious form of love language, precisely the kind that the headstrong youth needed at the time. The last notable female character is Anna Andreevna, Versilov's legitimate daughter, and the one described by Nikolai Semyonovich as a kind of Abbess Mitrofania, a sort of badass criminal nun. She is not a villain despite her roguish behavior. Arkady refuses to think of her that way, and Tatyana Pavlovna points out that she is making the most of a very difficult life situation, largely due to Versilov's neglect. But she is crafty. Lisa is the first to suggest as much to Arkady in Part 2, Chapter 3, while he is still rather naive about his half-sister. And her machinations are revealed to be more and more clever as time goes by. By the novel's final act, what is most impressive about her is the ease and apparent sincerity with which she adopts her own narrative. She claims to be the old prince's protector against the evil forces threatening him, namely Katerina Nikolaevna and her associates, and acts at every moment as though that really is her intention. She must know at some level of her consciousness that she is full of excrement, and yet to all appearances she really does believe her own bull. This is the spectacular self-deception of the most devious of rogues, here appearing in the surprising package of a seemingly innocent young woman. Her assumed charge is, of course, the old Prince Sokolsky, who has a decided weakness for women. He claims in Part 1, Chapter 2, that, without exception, women are seeking out someone to submit to. But of course the great irony is that he is the one who submits to Anna Andreevna, and it seems to everyone else, and further that on average the women of the novel are much stronger than the men. And despite the old prince's cleverness with words, there is a general vapidity in his world outlook. It is Versilov in Part 2, Chapter 1, who says that he loves life, but without any clear sense of whether that is a good thing or not. But the description might be even more accurately applied to the old prince. He lives for various society events and his army of goddaughters for whom he promises a dowry, and he is afraid to die, as we see when he is in his most pitiable condition late on. But when it comes to ultimate issues, he is empty-headed. In Part 1, Chapter 2, he says that he believes in God, perhaps because that is the socially acceptable thing to do, but offers some shallow objections to theism, about God needing a house, and he finds the idea of sincere religious devotion to be unsettling to his image as a respectable gentleman. Thus his life seems to be winding down in a luxurious but stagnant holding pattern. But if the social elites cannot offer any reason to exist while living in luxury, what hope remains for those who will never achieve that status? It is an open question, and 3 figures in the novel answer it negatively. Olya from Part 1 is not in fact a nihilist. She feels the wounds of her condition too deeply to think that those wounds do not matter. Hers is a suicide of despair about ever escaping them. It is Andreev and Kraft whose despair runs more deeply, and it is Kraft's in particular that gets the greater attention. From one point of view, Kraft's suicide is absurd, stemming from his craniological study of the Russian physiognomy. In Part 1, Chapter 3, we discover that he thinks it a biological impossibility for the great revolutionary moment of the future to come through the Russian people directly, but that the Russians are serving as mere intermediary fodder for some nobler race to come after them. Later, in Part 2, Chapter 1, this idea is what Versilov takes to be the cause of his suicide, and so he naturally draws the conclusion that the Krafts of the world are stupid. But through Arkady's narration, we get inside information on Kraft's state of mind, which suggests that Versilov gets the wrong end of things. Here is the critical passage from Kraft's train of thought during Arkady's interview with him on the eve of his suicide. Quote, "The present day is the golden age of mediocrity and callousness, of a passion for ignorance, idleness, inefficiency, a craving for everything ready-made. No one thinks. It's rare for anyone to work out an idea for himself. Nowadays they are stripping Russia of her forests and exhausting her natural wealth, turning the country into a waste and making it only fit for the Kalmucks. If a man looks forward and plants a tree, everyone laughs at him and tells him he won't live to enjoy it. On the other hand, those with aspirations discuss nothing but what will be in 1,000 years. The idea that sustained men has utterly gone. It's as though they were all at a hotel and were leaving Russia tomorrow. They are alive if they could only... Unquote. In Part 1, Chapter 3, Vasson states that craft has an idea transmuted into feeling. And here we get the fullest expression of it available to us. But what could possibly be this idea that once sustained men? Surely not the idea of the Russians being a kind of chosen people for the coming socialist utopia. And how is it that everyone is alive if they could only bring about some change in attitude? And in what way is Russia, or one's immediate environs, more than a mere hotel from which one will check out at the end of one's life? And further, why should this loss be a new phenomenon? And what had happened in the recent past such that an old idea that once sustained human beings had disappeared? The obvious answer to these latter questions is that Russia had experienced an intellectual and social upheaval in the prior 3 decades, upsetting an established way of life that could only be recaptured by looking to the provinces, to cultures largely unsullied by the madness of urban life. For all Kraft's love of forests and natural wealth, he never mentions the peasant population per se. But if an idea had disappeared from the world of the intelligentsia, its vestiges could, perhaps, be found among the peasantry. There are 3 peasants in the novel. Pyotr Ippolitovitch is not a peasant, although Versilov is bemused at the man's penchant for tall tales and anecdotes, as though he is getting closer to a common class of people who are foreign to himself. But Darya Onisimova is old enough to remember life as a serf, as we see from Part 1, Chapter 9. And Sonia, of course, was once Versilov's serf. Neither of these get enough speaking time for us to get a clear sense of their ideas, and perhaps they do not have any clearly articulable ideas, although we do get a sense of Sonia's values and mannerisms. Her visit to Tushard's boarding school is one of the most moving scenes in the novel, and her bowing to her gentleman's son is one of the many poignant moments of Part 2, Chapter 9. But if there is one peasant in the novel from whom we can expect to learn, a peasant with an idea transmuted into feeling, it is, of course, Makar Ivanovich, one of the 2 father figures of the novel, and the man whose patronymic and surname Arkady bears. One of Dostoevsky's many superpowers as a novelist is the versatility of his narrative voice. With Makar Ivanovich, he reproduces the mannerisms and idioms of the 1870s peasant, at precisely the time when the youthful intelligentsia were interested in the culture of the peasant class. Joseph Frank and Richard Pevere both point out a clever touch that Dostoevsky employs for political effect in Part 1, Chapter 7, where, in describing Makar Ivanovich, Versilov quotes some lines from Nekrasov's poem, Vlas. Nekrasov was the left-leaning editor of the journal in which Dostoevsky was publishing, and by this gesture our author was signaling his intention to bring Nekrasov's character to life, although not necessarily with the worldview Nekrasov's allies would adhere to. Makar Ivanovich is Dostoevsky's Trojan horse. It is only with Makar Ivanovich that Arkady finds the seemliness that he has been after throughout the novel. The notion of seemliness, or unseemliness, makes its first appearance in the second chapter of the novel, in Arkady's conversation with the old prince, and never really leaves it, getting its last high-profile appearance in Part 3, Chapter 10, during the interview between Versilov and Katerina Nikolaevna. The very adjective seemly is notable. It is not originality, or sophistication, or power, or honor, or being the leading man. It is not even truth, or correctness, or rationality. In The Abolition of Man, C.S. Lewis would call it the Tao, harnessing that term because of its resistance to articulate description. There is a sense of things being right, in their proper place, and you know it when you see it. Indeed, Arkady does know it when he sees it. It washes over him in Part 3, Chapter 1, and he blurts out, quote, "I am glad of you. I have been waiting a long time for you, perhaps. I don't like any of them. There is no seemliness in them. I won't follow them. I don't know where I'm going. I'll go with you." Unquote. But because that seemliness is resistant to articulate description, it doesn't serve as the conclusion of an argument or the output of rational discourse, and so its proper ambassador isn't a suave member of the literati, but a peasant. It is not that Makar Ivanovich lacks intelligence or interest in higher learning. In practical affairs, he is rather wiser than Versilov, for instance. He recognized early on, right at the moment of Versilov's sin 20 years prior, exactly what kind of man he was dealing with, and secured the financial arrangements to support his wife. But he lacks sophistication, and this very lack is what frees him from the paralysis that besets the educated classes. Versilov refuses to give advice or meddle in others' affairs, since to do so would be to take a stand in the slippery arena of moral reasoning. In the drawing room, the aristocrat knows that the sport of repartee will allow the clever to justify anything. Not so with Makar Ivanovich, who knows perfectly well what is good, knows perfectly well that what is good stays put, and is willing to advise on that basis. Versilov has no guidance whatsoever for his pregnant daughter. It is the peasant Sonia who tells her to keep the baby, and it is the peasant Makar Ivanovich who tells her to marry Prince Sergei in Part 3, Chapter 4. But of course his provincial culture comes through most clearly in his manner of speech, and most clearly of all in the story he tells in Part 3, Chapter 3. Those who come to the passage fresh off a reading of The Legend of the Grand Inquisitor, from Brothers Karamazov, will likely come away disappointed. The Grand Inquisitor is another story within a story, but it is the carefully crafted artifact of a highly literate man, the character Ivan Karamazov. The bit of provincial folklore from Makar Ivanovich is nothing like it. It tends to sprawl a bit, and it is not sewn up with a clear thematic message at its conclusion. Nor is it a morality play where the good prosper in all things at the end. Indeed, it might be too authentic for that, as it is steeped in the genuine cultural elements of its day. Characters with a proclivity to drunken excess, the despotism of the land-owning class, the suffering of the poor, the capacity for penitence and repentance, as well as the ineluctability of tragedy in human life. But further, and critically, the entire substratum of the story is a kind of religious consciousness, which works its way not only into the patterns of life it describes, with churches and clergymen and so on, but in the entire way the moral backdrop of its characters is conceived. The body is a temple of God. It is God who might claim the lives of the ill. It is a grave sin to harm the little ones. Even the angels are not perfect. Suicide is a sin for anyone of the age of maturity. We may do things in life for the eternal memory of the souls of the dead. Those souls might forgive us our sins against them. Repentance and restitution is possible in the eyes of God and our fellow man, and on and on. This is the stuff of provincial culture, and to wrest the religious substratum from the peasant's understanding of the social world would make his worldview unintelligible. This is Dostoevsky's first obvious rejoinder to the left-wing populism of his day, which tried, impossibly, to preserve the Christian mores of the peasant community without taking on the baggage of the Christian religion. This general lesson comes out further in Makar Ivanovich's more direct speech. What is his idea-feeling? When he gives full voice to his vision in Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 2, it looks like this. Quote, "My dear, what is there in the world? But is it only a dream? Take a grain of sand and sow it on a stone. When that yellow grain of sand of yours on the stone springs up, then your dream will come true in the world. That's a saying of ours. Very different from Christ's, 'Go and give all that thou hast to the poor and become the servant of all. Then thou wilt be 1,000-fold richer than ever before. For not by bread alone, not by rich garments, not by pride, not by envy wilt thou be happy, but by love multiplied immeasurably. Not a little riches, not 100,000, not 1,000,000, but the whole world wilt thou gain. Now we gather and have not enough and squander senselessly. But then there will be no orphans nor beggars, for all will be my people, all will be akin. I have gained all, I have bought all, every one. Now it is no uncommon thing for the rich and powerful to care nothing for the length of their days, and to be at a loss to invent a pastime. Then thy days and thy hours will be multiplied 1,000-fold, for thou wilt grudge the loss of a single minute, and wilt rejoice in every minute in gaiety of heart. Then thou wilt attain wisdom, not from books alone, but wilt be face to face with God himself, and the earth will shine more brightly than the sun, and there shall be no more sorrow nor sighing, nothing but one priceless paradise." Unquote. What happens next is critical. Arkady hears this vision and believes his legal father has just expounded the ideas of communism. Makar Ivanovich is interested and wants to know how the communistic system works. He asks practical questions and then follow-up questions, and his young, educated gentleman's son is unable to answer them. Thus we see, first, a superficial, but merely superficial, resemblance between the utopianism of the peasant world and the communism of the educated classes. And secondly, we see that peasants, but not the educated classes, are much more likely to perceive the impossible practical problems engendered by the communistic scheme. But what is the difference between the two visions? There are at least two. The first is that, while Makar Ivanovich speaks in the future tense in this passage, his idea is not confined to the future, but is very much about the present. It is about the joys that await us right now. It is partly for this reason that I associate the idea of craft with the vision of Makar Ivanovich. For Kraft ends his speech with the line, "They are alive if they could only..." The implication is that real life is not deferred to some social condition in the future, but is at our fingertips right now, if we are capable of a kind of gestalt shift. Second, while the communist reduces all value to material conditions, the joys that Makar Ivanovich describes seem to have rather little to do with material welfare. Consider the following anecdote from Part 3, Chapter 1. Quote, "We spent the night, brother, in the open country, and I woke up early in the morning when all was still sleeping and the dear sun had not yet peeped out from behind the forest. I lifted up my head, dear. I gazed about me and sighed. Everywhere beauty passing all utterance. All was still, the air was light. The grass grows. Grow, grass of God. The bird sings. Sing, bird of God. The babe cries in the woman's arms. God be with you, little man. Grow and be happy, little babe. And it seemed that only then, for the first time in my life, I took it all in. I lay down again. I slept so sweetly. Life is sweet, dear. And that it's a mystery makes it only the better. It fills the heart with awe and wonder, and that awe maketh glad the heart. All is in thee, my Lord, and I too am in thee. Have me in thy keeping. Do not repine, young man. It is even more beautiful because it is a mystery." Unquote. The impetus for this passage is Makar Ivanovich's advice to his legal son to pray regularly. And a moment later he is speaking of the love he feels for others, which he thinks will persist even after his death when he has been long forgotten, that he will love the living from the tomb, that he will pray for the living in death, and that even in death is love. This attitude, of course, is entirely inconsistent with excessive personal ambition or the desire for power, or with any diagnosis of our plight as having to do exclusively with poverty. One chapter later he states, quote, "The small man is in want. He has no bread and naught to keep his babes alive with. He sleeps on rough straw, and all the time his heart is light and merry. He is coarse and sinful, yet his heart is light. But the great man drinks too much and eats too much, and sits on a pile of gold. yet there is nothing in his heart but gloom." Unquote. So, the vision of Makar Ivanovich has less to do with communism than with the advice of the psalmist. "This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." And here we have a question. Suppose that God is very good at his handiwork and has created a wonderful day, well worth our rejoicing in it. To what extent does its causal origin matter? Why not rejoice in the day and cut out the divine middleman? Why is theism itself an essential ingredient? For Makar Ivanovich, belief appears to be constitutive of the very joy he describes, and so this question is never addressed directly. Indeed, perhaps cannot be addressed, and would be thought of as a nonsense question. However, the question of belief does come up. The old pilgrim claims never to have met an infidel, although he has met idolaters, people with a heart of worship, but who focus on the wrong thing. After all, he claims, no one with a merry heart can be an infidel, and the thoroughgoing naturalist who looks through the microscope and avoids church is nevertheless seeking God. The infidel is another matter, the man who can worship nothing. This, he tells us in Part 3, Chapter 2, is a terrifying prospect, especially because the infidel comes with God's name on his lips. Perhaps Makar Ivanovich is anticipating the famous Grand Inquisitor. But it is Versilov who surprises us a moment afterwards with a fervent affirmation regarding the existence of the dreaded infidels. Quote, "There are such, and there are bound to be." Unquote. Why should Versilov pop up so suddenly with this acknowledgement? And can he himself be one of these infidels? The answer is not straightforward, and Versilov is the most enigmatic character in the novel, from cover to cover. Even as Arkady begins writing his memoirs after the events of the novel, in its very first chapter, he concedes that he does not fully understand the man. But in certain respects, he is the opposite of Makar Ivanovich, an aristocrat through and through. And unlike Prince Sergei, who thinks there is honor to be found in serving out the end of a noble line in humble labor, Versilov is unabashedly and quite proudly an aristocrat. "Je suis gentilhomme avant tout, et je mourrai gentilhomme," he exclaims in Part 3, Chapter 7. And he is not speaking merely out of pride in his position. He asserts in that same passage that the Russian gentleman is an elite bearer and preserver of some idea that will save European civilization. When stated that baldly, the notion comes off as delusionally grandiose, which is perhaps why Versilov does not share it until the latter stages of the novel in a personal interview, and why his ideas are always concealed beneath a patina of sophisticated irony. Indeed, as we look at his biography, Versilov comes off as the quintessential mid-19th century liberal-minded aristocrat, a reader of Polinka Sachs, briefly an officer during the Crimean War, a mediator immediately after the emancipation of the serfs, a highly literate man with a sensitivity to Pushkin, a man who can act out the leading role of the play Woe from Wit, a traveler from Moscow to the urban centers of Western Europe, a student of both political and spiritual affairs, a ladies' man, and a subtle reader and manipulator of the thoughts and attitudes of other people in society. Richard Pevere observes that Versilov's biography is a mash-up of the lives of two intellectuals of the era, Pyotr Chahdayev and Alexander Herzen. The latter name even comes up late in the novel, as Arkady wonders whether Versilov went to France to join Herzen, the radical Russian expatriate. But Versilov denies the association, and indeed, despite the similarity in mannerisms, the man is not Herzen. It is much harder to identify what he is. He is capable of astonishingly devious evil, as we see in both parts 2 and 3 of the novel. In part 2, he betrays and humiliates Arkady at the most sensitive area of his life. First, eking out a confession from him in a private conference regarding the woman he loves, and then exploiting that information to crush his son in 2 different stages. First, he reveals to him, only at the end of their conversation, that Tatyana Pavlovna had been eavesdropping on Arkady's interview with Katerina Nikolaevna. And secondly, and much more insultingly, he refers to Arkady as a helpless boy in his outrageous letter to the young woman. In part 3, it is Versilov, not Lambert, who hatches the plot to lure Arkady and Tatyana Pavlovna out of the flat, in order to gain access to the young widow at the story's climax. It should not surprise us, then, that Kraft dismisses Versilov as a malicious schemer when chatting with Arkady in Part 1, Chapter 4. But he is also capable of good. In Part 1, he looks at an ad in the newspaper, correctly divines the desperate state of its author, and quite voluntarily seeks her out and offers charity. The episode ends in catastrophe, the suicide of Olya, but the tragedy is not of Versilov's making. And at the same time, despite protesting at the dinner table that he would keep the entire winnings from his lawsuit with the young prince, he nevertheless quite voluntarily gives up a considerable share of it, passing, with flying colors, the moral test by which Arkady was judging him. The oscillation between good and evil is presented as his choice between 2 loves, for Sonia and for Katerina Nikolaevna, and then in the somewhat ham-fisted notion of the second self. And the very worst of Versilov, as seen in those 2 episodes noted above, really does stem from that second self's passion for Katerina Nikolaevna. We might hope for a more nuanced psychological theory than the one Arkady provides, making a casual reference to a medical book in the final chapter, but it is all that we can expect from our very young narrator. But the second self issue seems to exist long before his meeting Katerina Nikolaevna. For instance, the story we hear of his first encounter with Sonia 20 years prior suggests a prelude to the events of the plot proper. As Versilov himself tells the tale in Part 1, Chapter 7, he confessed to Makar Ivanovich before committing the sin, as though he knew all along that his desire for virtue would succumb to other impulses. But quite apart from his mad passion, Versilov exhibits a kind of world-weariness that we can expect from a Byronic hero, which, unsurprisingly, is precisely the role he acts, Chatsky and Woe from Wit, in Arkady's bright childhood memory of the man in Part 1, Chapter 6. He has seen enough of the world to be unsurprised by it. He always advises doing nothing, giving no advice, not meddling in others' affairs, and he insists that sometimes flouting conventional morality is the path of kindness, and so loving one's neighbor requires allowing him to lie a little, as per Part 2, Chapter 1. But one of his greatest vices is his incredible thoughtlessness. He has children, and he simply forgets them. He goes abroad for months at a time, forgetting Sonia, then calls her to him and forgets her again when she runs out of money in Königsberg. How can we think of such a person as anything other than evil? But I think we can learn something from the way in which he forgets Sonia. He forgets his longtime lover because he is suddenly consumed by the project of making Lydia happy. With this in his mind, everything else is forgotten. In this way, Versilov might remind us of the character Alyosha from The Insulted and Injured, another philandering aristocrat. Alyosha isn't unfaithful because he wants to be a player. He just finds himself fully invested in whatever social arrangement he inherits, so that to be out of his sight really is to be out of his mind. Arguably, a similar character trait might explain Versilov's own carelessness. But beyond this, Versilov's attitude towards the moral world really is lax. It is his son who seems to pick up on this attitude and to christen it with the label breadth. Thus he more than once praises the breadth of character of Anna Andreevna, who could bend the social rules for rational aims. He more than once mentions the breadth of character of the modern Russian, who could tolerate the profane side by side with the sacred. In a drunken moment in Part 3, Chapter 6, he even uses the concept of breadth to justify the amoral villainy of Lambert. And he more than once gives surprising license to Versilov. In Part 1, Chapter 9, he claims that he wouldn't have blamed the man if he really had been pursuing a dalliance with Olya. And in Part 3, Chapter 9, he claims that fidelity is not the sort of thing that should be expected of Versilov. Quote, "One cannot judge of such men as of others, and their life must always be different. And that's not unseemly at all. It would be unseemly if they settled down and became altogether like other ordinary people." Unquote. But in what way is Versilov supposed to be extraordinary, unlike other people? When Arkady writes these lines, he is referring to the man's investment in his own idea-feeling. We get introduced to Versilov's ideas in two stages. Early on in Part 2, and then much more fully in Part 3, Chapter 7. As early as Part 2, Chapter 1, he is weaving in both worldly, social, and economic predictions about the future, with religious imagery about belief in God and the conviction that all things will be made manifest in the fullness of time. He cares about material welfare, but knows enough about human nature to be convinced that it will not satisfy. He values the 10 Commandments, but is upset to discover that he has been called a kind of Christian preacher. He tells his son to believe in God, and then says it is a very good thing if he doesn't. One chapter later, in his conversation with Prince Sergei, he is referencing the role of the Russian aristocracy in promoting an elusive idea about living life. It is not until that critical interview with Arkady in Part 3 that these threads come together. Versilov's vision is a kind of cross between the revolutionary communist one and the religious one of Makar Ivanovich. It cannot be revolutionary in nature, for originating out of his travel to Europe a couple years earlier, it is to some extent a reaction to the madness of the burning of the Tuileries in Paris. Indeed, Versilov is horrified by the ease with which the revolutionaries slipped into brutality. Quote, "I was the outcome of a different culture, and my heart could not accept it. The ingratitude with which they parted from the idea, the hisses and pelting with mud, were intolerable to me. The brutality of the process shocked me. I wept for them. I wept for the old idea. And I wept perhaps with real tears, with no figure of speech." Unquote. But what is this old idea that is so thoughtlessly discarded? Arkady associates it with belief in God, and Versilov does not dissuade him from that assumption. But he could also easily be speaking of his dream of the Golden Age, stimulated by his encountering the painting Acis and Galatea during his stay in Dresden. The dream of a beautiful, innocent era of mutual love and joy in the mythical first days of European civilization. There was no love, joy, or innocence in the burning of the Tuileries, and when Versilov wakes up from his dream, he believes he is encountering the last days of civilization. His role as one of 1,000 elite Russian gentlemen is to facilitate the return of that golden age, serving as a kind of universal mediator between all cultures, being able to explain the revolutionary impulse to the reactionaries and the reactionary perspective to the revolutionaries, preserving what is native and beautiful to France and what is native and beautiful to Germany, as a kind of transcendent, all-loving citizen of the world. That is, he takes the religious vision of a Makar Ivanovich, more or less mutes its theistic element, and then puts it into history, but without the simian indifference to tradition and appeal to force that is characteristic of the revolutionary movement. Versilov, like Jesus, will pray for the coming of the kingdom of God, but with only an ambivalent attitude toward God. And here we reach the most enigmatic element of Versilov's thought, for it is unclear whether his vision can survive without belief in God. On waking the next morning, Arkady believes that he has just heard about the future of atheism, and when imagining the return of the Golden Age, that seems to be precisely what Versilov has in mind. Quote, "The great idea of immortality would have vanished, and they would have to fill its place, and all the wealth of love lavished of old upon him who was immortal would be turned upon the whole of nature, on the world, on men, on every blade of grass. They would inevitably grow to love the earth and life as they gradually became aware of their own transitory and finite nature. And with a special love, not as of old, they would begin to observe and would discover in nature phenomena and secrets which they had not suspected before, for they would look on nature with new eyes, as a lover looking on his beloved." Unquote. There is no space in this passage for religion, even if he sounds more like John Lennon than Vladimir Lenin. Nevertheless, he cannot keep it up, and despite initially excluding God from his picture, Christ makes his inexorable return, even in the imagination of Versilov. Quote, "My faith is great. I am a deist, a philosophic deist, like all the 1,000 of us, I imagine, but it's noteworthy that I always complete my picture with Heine's vision of Christ on the Baltic Sea. I could not get on without him. I could not help imagining him, in fact, in the midst of his bereaved people. He comes to them, holds out his hands, and asks them, how could they forget him? And then, as it were, the scales would fall from their eyes, and there would break forth the great rapturous hymn of the new and the last resurrection." Unquote. This ambivalence toward faith, of course, persists throughout the novel, through virtually every conversation with his son, and even to the last anecdote we hear of Versilov in the final chapter, where he wishes to honor Lent, but simply can't keep it up for more than a few days. So, is Versilov one of those infidels about whom Makar Ivanovich was warning us? Like everything else about the man, the answer is unclear, although there is a clue we ought to consider. While figures like Makar Ivanovich are capable of loving others, Versilov appears not to be. He all but admits as much in Part 2, Chapter 1. And if we hasten to the bottom line, this is why Katerina Nikolaevna rejects him. What she in fact says on this issue, during that critical interview in Part 3, Chapter 10, is twofold. First, that he struck her as ridiculous, and second, that he loves her too much. More precisely, her words are, quote, "I believe that if you could have loved me less, I should have loved you then," unquote. And that is the line that Arkady says sums up their entire relationship. Versilov meets Katerina Nikolaevna at Ems, fresh off of his new vision, with a kind of fervent fanaticism. That alone might not be disqualifying. But he transfers his fanaticism to her, thinking of her both as the feminine ideal to believe in and to disbelieve in, oscillating from love to hatred and back again. But that is not love of a person at all. It is an obsession regarding his own ideals, both regarding society as a whole and the woman before him. One of the most telling instances in this regard comes when Versilov is off the stage, in Part 2, Chapter 4. At that point, Arkady relates to Katerina Nikolaevna a bit of literary criticism from his biological father, namely, that in the famous play, Othello kills Desdemona not out of jealousy, but out of a loss of his ideal, as though for Versilov the ideal is what dominates interpersonal relations. And this pattern extends beyond his romantic instinct. For the man takes the very same attitude toward his son. In Part 2, Chapter 7, Arkady scolds his father for not telling him about Liza's pregnancy and allowing him unwittingly to play the fool with Prince Sergei. Versilov's excuse is that he didn't want to risk discovering that his son might be worthless. Quote, "How do you know I wasn't afraid, as you were yesterday, that I might lose my ideal and find a worthless scamp instead of my impulsive, straightforward boy? I dreaded the minute and put it off." Unquote. And if he had lost his ideal, what then? The impression we get is that Versilov's attachment to his son is conditional on his son's conformity with his ideal. But this isn't a love of others so much as a love for his own intellectual world. It is in this way that Versilov might very well be an infidel, with God's name on his lips and a message of love, from which he is destined to be excluded. That does not prevent him from being positively worshipped by his son, who, much as he does with his legal father, blurts out suddenly that he will throw off everything and follow Versilov during their interview together in Part 3. Indeed, as we finally turn our attention to the raw youth himself, there is a sense in which I don't have much left to say, for we have already described him when discussing Versilov. As with other protagonists in the Dostoevsky canon, Arkady is a reflection of the people he meets throughout the story. He has a bit of everyone in him, but no one to the same degree as his biological father. Dostoevsky will often employ doubling as a literary device, but the doubling of father and son in this novel is about as pronounced as it gets in his post-Siberian work. Both have a similar upbringing as lonely schoolchildren. Both are highly literate. Both have a strong penchant for intellectual dreaming. Arkady tells us in Part 1, Chapter 5, that he always imagines himself as the leading man everywhere. He similarly insists on thinking of his father in the same way. One chapter later, sharing his childhood memory of his father in precisely that role. They both feel passion for the same woman, and in a similar way, running from love to hatred and back again. And the momentary drunken plot that Arkady devises with Lambert to lure Katerina Nikolaevna into their clutches in Part 3, Chapter 11, is a near facsimile to the one that Versilov himself hatches at the plot's climax 2 chapters later. Indeed, the whole narrative he develops originates with the twin goals of judging himself and his father. In its first chapter, he tells us that he came to Petersburg to judge Versilov. Later, in Part 3, Chapter 11, he says that he is writing to condemn himself. And during the narrative, he is constantly leaping both to condemn and to defend each party. And when the two meet for that critical scene at Versilov's flat in Part 3, it is as if Dostoevsky is reprising a device he employed in Crime and Punishment between the doubles Raskolnikov and Svidrigailov. In that earlier novel, the younger man seems mysteriously and inexplicably drawn to the older one's tavern for their final meeting. In this one, the adolescent runs into the father on the streets of Petersburg, as if, he tells us, by predestination, in Part 3. Just as the father idealizes both son and lover, so too does the son idealize both father and lover. He is frequently referring to Katerina Nikolaevna as his ideal, and the line about Othello in Part 2, Chapter 4 is mentioned because Arkady believes he has his ideal, Versilov, restored to him. And, of course, Arkady has his own idea feeling, which he reveals to us in Part 1, Chapter 5. Readers of Dostoevsky's great works, and who are familiar with the apocalyptic tone of his characters' ideas, might be a bit surprised at the earthly nature of Arkady's brainchild. He wants to become rich. But the aim here is not mere wealth and luxury. It is secret power. He wants to know, even if living outwardly as a pauper, that he can crush his enemies, that he could have them in his clutches. He wants to live with a quiet consciousness of superiority over everyone he meets, even as he withdraws from them in contempt. That is, he is an embryonic underground man. The similarity is not merely at the level of ideas. It seeps into many of his mannerisms, even in the way he narrates. The underground man composes his notes with an imaginary audience, occasionally addressing them, although he also claims that he will have no readers. So, too, does Arkady for much of the narrative. The underground man despises the practical man of action. Arkady expresses a similar sentiment in Part 3, Chapter 5, when meeting the pockmarked man. Quote, "One of those men of stupidly practical appearance whom I have always from my childhood detested." Unquote. The underground man is pathologically vain, always thinking about how he can keep up his dignity in his interaction with others, imagining ways of spinning narratives so that he winds up the leading man, if only in his own mind. He works up his courage simply to bump shoulders with an officer in the street. Compare that with Arkady's memory, in Part 3, Chapter 9, of meeting his half-brother, the Kammerjunker, in Moscow for the first time. He meets the perceived insult from Andrei Andreevich with outrage, and then, more than a year after his defeat, and looking back on it all, he says this, quote, "Oh, there may be philosophers, and shame upon them, who will say that all this is nonsense, the irritability of a milksop. Let them say so, but for me it was a wound which has not healed to this day, even to the present moment, when I am writing this, when all is over and even avenged. Oh, I swear I am not given to harboring malice, and am not revengeful. No doubt I always, even before my illness, wanted to revenge myself when I was insulted, but I swear it was only to revenge myself by magnanimity. Let me revenge myself magnanimously, but so that he felt it and understood, and I should have been avenged." Unquote. The language here seems almost like it could have been excerpted from Notes from Underground. Nevertheless, Arkady is not a consistent underground man. Indeed, even as he is describing his great idea in Part 1, Chapter 5, he concedes as much with the inclusion of 2 anecdotes, where his humane instinct causes him to violate his own personal rules about staying submerged within his own private corner. In fact, the more we read, the more convinced we become that Arkady's great idea doesn't suit him at all. In Part 1, he protests a bit too much about not wanting to throw himself on others' necks. But obviously he does want to, as his actions attest, even before coming to Petersburg. By the beginning of Part 2, he has thrown the whole idea off. Both the part about retreating to his underground and the militantly thrifty lifestyle by which he planned to become a Rothschild. That is, he is throwing himself on the necks of both Prince Sergei and Versilov, and he is living well beyond his means as a foppish dandy. And when other people examine Arkady, especially the women, what do they see? Marya Ivanovna packs him off to Petersburg with the thought that he was a sensitive but crazy genius who was starving himself and who cared intensely for the suffering babe next door. At the end of Part 1, Lisa reveals that she and their mother have been laughing at him as a strange lad, full of artificially generated bombast, but a good and gentle soul underneath. In Part 2, Chapter 6, the grieving Darya Onisimova comes to Arkady as a source of comfort, on the grounds that he is kinder than anyone else she knows. In her association with him at the beginning of Part 2, Katerina Nikolaevna finds Arkady to be a pure and innocent spirit, an oasis of childlike decency in the midst of the cynical gentry, with whom she can be a kind of student friend. And in Part 2, Chapter 5, Versilov turns to him and says, quote, "Dear boy, may you be always as pure in heart as you are now." Unquote. So, quite apart from Arkady's self-report, what others see at rock bottom is a good and gentle soul. But the raw youth offering us these notes is confessing that his thoughts, values, and motives travel just about everywhere, and that he is capable of just about anything. So, he is an apathetic underground man who wants to withdraw from everyone in secret consciousness of power, but he weeps inconsolably over the death of the baby next door. He has a maniacal plan for saving kopecks every day, but he throws money to the wind for fine clothes, a carriage, and a manservant. He extols the virtues of a rigorous financial and personal discipline, but then throws all caution to the wind at the gambling saloon. In Part 1, Chapter 5, he expresses his disdain for any bastard who should try to wrench sympathy from people over his illegitimacy. But 1 chapter later, he attempts to do precisely that at the dinner table. He falls in love with his legal father and the seemliness he exudes, but soon thereafter dreams of sexually exploiting the woman he desires in a naked will to power. He wants to love humanity, but after a series of personal setbacks on a difficult night, attempts to set all of Petersburg ablaze. Arkady diagnoses Versilov with the second self. But Arkady seems to have many selves, some of which are monstrous. The difference is that, in the end, the real Arkady always seems to win out, where Versilov's second self threatens to overwhelm him. The adolescent's mercurial nature is obvious to everyone he meets, and in one of the most telling moments, late in the novel, as he scurries back and forth between multiple parties before the final catastrophe, he tells Lisa that he has, quote, made an immense and momentous resolution and should carry it out at once, unquote, only to be met with general indifference, as though she had heard it all before. And indeed, we the readers have heard it all before, for even in the role of narrator, Arkady is the boy who cried change. When Dostoevsky chose a 20-year-old narrator, he was taking a gamble. For if the voice were to come off as genuine, we would have to be led through a complicated narrative by the voice of immaturity. The result is inconclusive, for the novel winds up being as diffuse as Encyclopedia Britannica says it is, and yet Dostoevsky did achieve something remarkable. For the voice is genuine. In his notebooks, the author records his thought that the novel would be fresher not only by being about an adolescent, but by coming from the pen of an adolescent. The mature reader smiles when he reads of Arkady's irritation about his surname, of his extreme sensitivity to being called a raw youth, or his disdain about mere boys of 16. And that reader will chuckle at Arkady's refrain line, "I am writing about what I was then, but I'm totally different now," despite being separated from those events by less than a year. These really are the notes of an adolescent, a highly educated and intelligent adolescent, but an adolescent all the same. But Dostoevsky adds another layer of complication to his novel. For Arkady, the narrator is yet another character, temporally and psychologically continuous with the young man who tends to his father's gunshot wound at Tatyana Pavlovna's flat in December. In the final chapter, we are to believe that Arkady has re-educated himself simply in the process of writing these notes. How? In what way? A detailed examination of this question is beyond the scope of what I can do here, but the best place to start might be to examine how Arkady speaks of his ideas at different stages of the novel. In Part 1, Chapter 5, Arkady articulates his idea of becoming a Rothschild in the present tense. Quote, "Yes, my idea is a fortress in which I can always, at every turn, take refuge from everyone, even if I were a beggar dying on a steamer. It is my poem." Unquote. He says this despite giving two apparent counterexamples to his idea from his past in the very same chapter. At the opening of Part 2, the narrator is ashamed at what he had become during his time living it up with Prince Sergei and falling so spectacularly short of the standards presented in that poem from Part 1. Here, the degradation is in the behavior, not in the idea. But by the middle of Part 3, our narrator is having doubts. He hears the ideas of both of his fathers, and upon waking up the morning after his interview with Versilov, complete with a vision of universal love, he contemplates his own perspective and says this, quote, "My God, why, conceiving my idea, had I myself, could I have been bowing down to the golden calf? Could I have been aiming only at money then? I swear that all I wanted was the idea. I swear I would not have had one chair, one sofa upholstered in velvet, and I would have eaten the same plate of soup as now if I had had millions." Unquote. The suggestion here is that his idea, which seems to be so thoroughly at odds with Versilov's, might nevertheless be made to square with it. That might indeed be where he winds up as he concludes his notes in Part 3, Chapter 13. His last words on the subject are these, quote, "Perhaps some reader may care to know what has become of my idea, and what is the new life that is beginning for me now, to which I refer so mysteriously. But that new life, that new way which is opening up before me, is my idea, the same as before, though in such a different form that it could hardly be recognized." Unquote. We are only left to guess what new form his idea takes. But it seems that it must be rather new indeed to accompany his current social situation. For Arkady seems to be doing more to embrace life and others. With his father, now a rather docile man, one self rather than two, Arkady is in positive correspondence with many of the characters of his drama, most notably with Katerina Nikolaevna, although our maturing youth is wisely tight-lipped about the affair. One final note on the developing narrator is worth making. Arkady, like Versilov, has an ambiguous approach to faith throughout the narrative. At one point telling his father that he does not believe in God, and later telling his mother that he does. But by the end of his notes, as he is narrating the climactic moments in Part 3, Chapter 12, he tells us that, quote, "God saved and preserved us all when everything was hanging on a thread." Unquote. It is a subtle touch, but our narrator seems to be developing faith as he writes to his conclusion. The bottom line on Arkady is this. He is a young man for whom anything, any set of attitudes or values is possible. If his luck had been worse, he would have become the most notorious arsonist in Russian history. Without the redeeming influence of good people in his life, Makar Ivanovich, Tatyana Pavlovna, Sonia, and Lisa, he could easily be on the trajectory toward becoming an underground man. And he might still, even at the novel's close. But as the curtain falls, we may justifiably hope for good things for him. And so, after all this, we may finally return to our question. Is the novel a success? Recall that Dostoevsky had two goals. Firstly, and overtly, to portray the real and tragically fractured family of 1870s urban Russian life. And secondly, and covertly, to demonstrate the necessity of the religious worldview for the survival of Russian culture, a worldview that was still flourishing in the peasant population. Listeners may, of course, form their own conclusions. My own is that Dostoevsky was spectacularly successful in each of these goals, and that what he has produced here is an ugly work of genius, where the ugliness itself is part of the genius. What limits the novel more than anything is the covert nature of that second goal, the fact that he is gently recommending a conclusion while writing from within the walls of the left-wing citadel Notes of the Fatherland. Dostoevsky's genius may be subtle, but when allowed to blossom, it is hardly gentle, and it needed more editorial freedom to be on full display. And, to be fair to Encyclopaedia Britannica, its verdict is relatively unsuccessful and diffuse. Relative, that is, to the twin titans between which the novel is sandwiched. titans that were not cramped by editorial prejudice. Notably, within a few years of producing this novel of the Russian family, Dostoevsky would produce another one, investing it with the full range of his powers. A novel which might have been entitled Father and Sons, but instead was christened The Brothers Karamazov. But this channel will have to work in the opposite direction. When Nikolai Semyonovich writes his letter to Arkady in the novel's final pages, his focus is not on our protagonist exclusively. Rather, he senses more broadly that there are cultural movements afoot that threaten calamity. Relative to 1875 Russia, he was certainly right. Even his prediction about the impossibility of the future novel would bear bitter fruit, as Solzhenitsyn would complain of the Stalinist Soviet Union. And relative to our own era, 150 years later, how is our own family unit faring, and what is on the horizon? The parting sentence of this novel tells us that from raw youths are made up the generations. And as Arkady's tale tells us, the raw youth is a malleable and tempestuous thing, to be molded any which way with potentially explosive results. Put another way, it is the sort of thing that may be susceptible to metaphorical demon possession. And that, it seems, offers the cue for the next project on this channel. The time is ripe for demons, or the possessed. But the current Let's Read is at an end. Per usual, if you find these comments to be inaccurate or incomplete, I invite you to improve upon them in the comments section below. I thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed the experience.